Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Betrayed Deku Joins Wargame. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku walked through the halls of Aldera Middle School. His head hung low as his uniform was disheveled and dirty. His body ached underneath the clothes he was wearing, blood-soaked bandages covering the entirety of his back and some of his chest. His mom last night had gotten drunk, and with that came punishment for even being alive at the time. I just have to get through the day after that. Looking up, Izuku looked at his surroundings. The school was decorated in red, pink hearts, and couples everywhere he could see. He hated this day. It served only to remind him no one could love someone like him. But there was a silver lining. His bullies would be busy with confessions and girls that they wouldn't pay him any mind. Hopefully, shaking that thought off, Izuku arrived at his locker, ignoring the threats of death and slurs written in permanent marker as he put in the combination. Please tell me they didn't steal from me again. Izuku silently prayed to himself. He had learned that leaving things in his locker, no matter how small, was taken away from him just so he couldn't have it. The locker finally opened. Izuku froze. Inside his locker was something he would have never imagined would happen in his lifetime. Reaching inside, Izuku pulled out a white envelope, its contents sealed with a single heart sticker. What the F is this? Is Bakugo effing with me? Izuku was frustrated, confused, scared, and a little hopeful. Clutching the letter, Izuku quickly ripped it open, seeing a letter written in smooth and beautiful handwriting. Scanning his eyes over it, Izuku read the letter to himself as it explained how this sender was deeply in love with him, having seen a strength he had especially after dealing with his bullies, how she was afraid to confess her feelings, and finally how she promised to be there with him, even claiming she would protect him. Reading the letter, Izuku teared up. Does someone care about me? Wiping the tears forming in his eyes, Izuku tried to look for a name only to find none, though there was a meeting location set after school. Shoving the letter into his uniform, Izuku had a smile on his face as he closed his locker, heading to class. There he stayed quiet, searching around the room for which of the girls there could have possibly sent it, his mind speculating the possibilities. Though no matter how hard he searched or speculated, nothing made sense in his mind, and it only got worse as he had spotted the most popular girl, Kami Yudashimi, staring at him a few times. He was anxious. Hours passed before the school finally ended, and like how Izuku predicted, the girls all surrounded Bakugo and his lackeys as the blonde left the class, leaving only Izuku behind, who sat at his desk. Packing up his belongings, Izuku put his book bag over his shoulder, making sure to be careful as his cuts stung at any impact given to them. Walking out of the class, Izuku peeked his head out into the hallway, making sure no one was around as he left the school, heading to the meetup location, which was behind the school gym. An odd place, but he didn't question it, as he too would have liked privacy if he was going to confess. Exiting the school, Izuku walked to the gym. On his way, however, he had a chill crawl down his spine as he felt nauseous. See, calm down, you're just nervous. Speaking to himself, Izuku smiled as he went behind the gym, his eyes going to the person who had sent him the note. He was stunned. Her fawn-colored long hair blowing in the wind along with her beautiful face had left him even more nervous than before. CCCAMIE. His mind screamed out to him, what was the most popular girl doing here? This had to be a joke, but he couldn't think long as he heard his name being called out. Izuku, you're here. Yelling, Izuku was ambushed as Kami ran directly in front of him, a blush on her face as she smiled brightly at him. Caught off guard by the closeness, Izuku blushed as he stuttered. Why yeah, hi MHH here. Looking at the girl in front of him, he saw her get quiet and almost shy, a total 180 from what he had seen of the girl before. So why you got my letter? Kami's voice was shy in an unbearably cute way as Izuku blushed harder, scratching the back of his head. I did. Well then I wanted to tell you everything I said in the letter was true. I've never felt this way before, but after seeing how strong you were, even with everything you were put through, my heart couldn't contain itself. I love you, Izuku, please be my boyfriend. Yelling out, Kami put her head down, awaiting his response until she was grabbed into a hug by Izuku, whose eyes had tears in them as he was hugged back by Kami. Oh, of course I'll be your boyfriend. Izuku was ecstatic. The logical part of his brain didn't even exist at the moment as he was overcome with emotion. Someone loved him. She thought he was strong, brave, something other than a useless Deku. Hugging Izuku, felt Kami's hand grab onto his hair lightly as her voice came as a whisper into his ear. Thank you for being so effing gullible. The words Kami said already registered in Izuku's head, his stomach turning as he felt a chill of death run through his body. Trying to pull out of the hug, Izuku had his hair get yanked by Kami. Let go. Still struggling to escape, Izuku tried to push out before a pain ran through his body, and more specifically his crotch, as Kami's knee drove itself into it. Getting the air knocked out of him, Izuku was shoved to the ground, his back hitting the floor, causing him to try and scream, but due to the air getting knocked out of his lungs, nothing came out. The soreness of his crotch and the stinging of his cuts on his back became even more irritated. Rolling over onto his stomach, Izuku's body naturally curled into a ball as an attempt to relieve any amount of pain. His head on the ground, Izuku gasped for air as he heard Kami laughing behind him before she was joined with several other voices. Holy shit, that was some good effing acting, what a show. Turning his head, Izuku looked at Kami as Bakugo strolled up from behind laughing with what looked like the entire school coming out of the tree line behind the gym. There were even teachers watching, all of them laughing or having a grin placed on their faces. It was a setup. Izuku clenched the ground as he looked at everyone in the crowd of people. They had all planned this to humiliate him. Izuku couldn't focus on anything until he was pushed to the floor, a foot on his back with the heel digging into his back, irritating the cuts as Bakugo spoke out loud. Hey Deku, enjoy your Valentines. Did you really think someone like Kami would ever have feelings for a quirkless disappointment like you? Did you think anyone really cared for you so much they would love you? You really are a effing idiot. Bakugo's condescending questioning was accompanied by his heel digging even deeper into Izuku's back. Oh Deku, Kami spoke out loud, walking in front of Izuku, crouching down as she looked into his eyes. Her face still had a blush on it before she swiped her hand, the blush disappearing as if it were an illusion. Izuku's eyes widening at the realization, causing Kami to burst out in a hysterical fit of laughter. Did you really think I would blush and be shy around a quirkless loser like you? Your stalker notes should have told you already how my quirk worked, but you were so happy that I confessed you didn't even notice. Getting closer to Izuku's face, Kami whispered, "No one will love you, you will always be alone, everyone hates you." The feeling of someone shaking him woke Izuku up as he looked at his surroundings, immediately spotting Mei over him with a smile on her face. "Finally you're awake." Izuku raised an eyebrow, but he couldn't get a word out as Mei dove straight into his face, capturing his mouth with hers, making out with him while he was too stunned to react. Then she pulled away from him, blush on her face as she let out a satisfied breath. What the? Izuku was just confused. He remembered being awake earlier with Mei sleeping on him, but now he was awake. Shaking his head, Izuku looked for a clock anywhere only to see the time. It was noon. Must have fallen back asleep with Mei. Sitting up, Izuku's body ached with a little bit of pain as he noticed the absence of someone. Mei, where's Ibara? She went out to survey the city. I told her to report back in a few hours. Oh, don't worry, I made her put on a disguise. Mei, stretching her arms out, allowed her chest to pop out as she spoke, her arms cracking along with her fingers. Izuku watched her do this as he stood up holding his side. He was still only dressed in his shorts, his torso still wrapped up along with the bandage on his head. Izuku, walking to the kitchen, opened the fridge to see nothing inside as his stomach rumbled. He had forgotten he had barely eaten anything in these past 2 days other than small rations. Mei, are you hungry? Want to get something to eat? No, I'm good. Smiling, Mei's stomach betrayed her as it rumbled loudly. The girl covering it was a bit embarrassed. I knew it. Smiling slightly, Izuku walked over to the girl, putting his arms around her waist as they stared into each other's eyes. Since I promised to take it easy today, why don't we go out in the city? Although I've been here for 2 days, I still haven't been there for anything other than ending the heroes. Okay, then this can be our first official date then. Smiling, Mei went on her tippy toes, leaning into Izuku's face, him doing the same as they connected their lips. Izuku picked the girl up as he held her. Their lips leaving each other, a small trail of saliva still connected them before it broke apart. We should probably get ready then. Setting Mei down, Izuku looked at the bathroom, which was still missing the door. I'm going to take a quick shower, get dressed, and please don't come in while I do so. Pouting, Mei turned. Fine. Izuku chuckled as he watched Mei start digging into the supplies he was given, talking out clothes, seemingly trying to find a matching outfit. With her doing that, Izuku walked inside the bathroom, picking up the bathroom door before moving it to cover the entrance at least a little bit. Looking in the mirror, Izuku started undoing his bandages, unwrapping the bandage on his head before moving onto his body. Slowly exposing his wounds, Izuku made no reaction to the pain as the air hit the injuries, especially the ones on his shoulders from Pony's horns. I forgot how sharp her horns were. Piercing through the armor Mei made isn't a small feat. Rolling his shoulders, Izuku turned the water on, waiting for it to warm up before he stepped inside. The warm water hit his body, making his open injuries sting, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. A knife digging into your skin hurt a lot more, he would know. Putting his head up, Izuku let the water wash over his face. The water underneath him was turning a pinkish color as it seemed some of his wounds still had fresh blood. The water washing took the crimson liquid with it. Left to his thoughts, Izuku turned his mind to his experience this morning. The stabs in his mind as he became aware of people who he didn't know were there. And finally, him levitating off the ground. But the second quirk is what made him curious. He had remembered All Might mentioning something about his master, a previous OFA user. My master, her quirk allowed her to fly. It was a spectacle watching it in action. She would fly through the air along with her super strength, had everyone questioning what exactly her quirk was, much like how people speculated mine. It was an amazing quirk, one that died with her and one I'll always remember. Nana Shimura, that's your quirk, isn't it? Izuku, remembering what his ex-mentor said, thought about the 7th user, Tenko Shimura's grandmother, otherwise known as Tamura Shigaraki. He found it funny, Izuku Midoriya, the successor of All Might, obtaining the incompetent hero's mentor's quirk to use it in his inevitable fight against Shigaraki. After this war game was over, it would be back in the real world. The LOV, although quiet for now, would surely gain power or is already doing so. He wasn't idiotic. Shigaraki was a FO's successor, and despite being in Tartarus, Izuku doubted the man who has lived for hundreds of years doesn't have a plan. He started thinking about what to do. If he were in AFO's shoes, he would have a backup plan, a way for Shigaraki to gain power, to help him escape. Though he didn't have all the details, as AFO was a monster that was hard to dissect mentally. Still, Izuku wasn't concerned about this as he turned the shower off, moving the curtain enough for him to see, only to find no towels were near him. Sighing, he yelled out, "May, can you get me a towel?" Hearing the rapid footsteps, the door once again flew to the floor as May showed up holding a towel out for him to grab. Reaching his hand out, Izuku watched as May pulled it away little by little. He knew what she was doing, but he wasn't playing that game. Black Whip shooting grabbed the towel as he retracted it to his hand. Nice try. Closing the curtain, Izuku wrapped the towel around his waist as he stepped out, his hair still wet, the white part drooping in front of his face as he pushed it back, seeing May still standing there looking at him. Shaking his head, Izuku walked past the girl, stepping over the door as he went to the supply box, pulling out pairs of clothes before going to his room, closing the door before he started unwrapping his towel when a stab hit his mind. It was coming from the direction of the bedroom door. Opening it, he saw May, her eyes staring up at him. Just a peek. Closing the door, Izuku locked it. May was at least very straightforward about her desires, that was for sure. Still, now with privacy, knowing the teachers weren't looking or hearing anything, he started drying himself off, being careful of his wounds before he grabbed some spar bandages and gauze that was left in the room last night. Having done this before, Izuku started wrapping himself the bandages, looking as though a professional did it. It was only this skilled because Izuku learned from sneaking into the public libraries as a kid, reading books on how to treat wounds. At first he would simply tie ripped shirts over them, but as his mom and the bullying got worse, he had to adapt. Making sure everything was nice and tight, Izuku looked at the bedside table, picking up his painkillers before swallowing to the aching in his body lessening. Now that he was finished, Izuku got dressed wearing a white shirt, a red sweater over it as he wore a pair of black jeans with white socks completing the outfit as he slipped on a pair of black and white Converse high tops. Making sure everything fitted right, Izuku grabbed his hardballer pistol, slipping the weapon into the back of his jeans while also picking up his butterfly knife, hiding it in his jacket pocket. After that was taken care of, Izuku walked outside, seeing May, who was already dressed, waiting for him. Since the supplies were filled with mostly his clothes, all she was wearing was an oversized t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and a large pullover sweater which Izuku had found cute as she walked up to him, one hand behind her back before she leaned on her tippy toes, pushing his hair back before putting a hat on his head. "Can't let anyone interrupt our date now, can we?" Smiling, May hugged Izuku, her head looking up at him as he fixed the hat. "Nope, we can't." Returning the smile, Izuku had made sure the hat fit right until he was ready. Holding his arm out, Izuku waited as May let go, only to latch onto his arm as the pair left the apartment. Not before Izuku grabbed a wallet full of the Mock City's money, and after making sure everything was locked away safely. Getting out of the apartment complex, Izuku and May walked through the city, which was extremely lively, though some things were odd. Izuku could see people on top of roofs trying to hang what looked like banners. Going down the street, Izuku saw even more instances. Students and robots working together, even finding a student with cans of spray paint, an outline of what looked like a mural being painted, though Izuku could see what it was. The top part of the head was green, part of it white, meaning it was supposed to be him. Devil horns along with an angel's halo over his head. It was creative, to say the least. But that just proved that all the public stunts, the setups, and injuries he suffered were working to what he wanted. Grinning, Izuku decided to have some fun. No heroes were around, so he figured why not. Looking at May, he smiled as he walked to the mural artist, speaking. "Hey buddy, before you get started, I think you're missing something." The student, hearing this, turned to look at Izuku, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, what would that be?" Taking off his hat for a second, Izuku spoke only to where the student and May could hear. "My eye color changed." Hearing the student gasp and open his mouth, Izuku put his hand up, making a shushing motion with the hand holding his hat before he put it back on his head, covering his hair. "Don't tell the heroes now." Seeing the student nod, Izuku and May walked away, with May turning her head to him. "Why did you do that, Izuku?" "What if he tells?" "It'll be all right. He won't. Plus, even if he does, we'll be enjoying our date." Leaning down, Izuku kissed May's forehead before he continued walking, looking at the surrounding buildings, searching for a place to eat. They passed several buildings until May stopped walking, and stopping with her, he looked around until May started pointing. "Let's go there." His eyes going to where May was pointing, spotted a nice-looking cafe. A large sign which reminded Izuku of a cafe he had seen in Musutafu. Nezu went all out, didn't he? With May wanting to go, Izuku shrugged his shoulders. "All right, let's go." Walking across the road, Izuku escorted May as they finally reached the cafe. On the outside, Izuku spotted a sign, reading it to himself. "No heroes allowed." It made Izuku crack a smile. The city turned on the heroes fast. It was perfect. Anyway, walking in, Izuku was greeted by a host, a robot wearing regular work attire as it spoke. "Welcome to La Blanc Cafe. How many?" 2 please. May speaking up smiled as the host nodded its head before it grabbed 2 separate menus before taking the couple to a booth. The cushion and seats a welcome accommodation among the rustling cafe. May letting go sat down picking up her menu as Izuku did the same, reading through the options of what to drink and also of what there was to eat. Reading the menu, Izuku had already made his choices as he took a look around the cafe. It was roomy and had a nice atmosphere, not something he would usually suspect to be inside a mock city, but he wasn't going to complain. Turning his eyes to the kitchen area, he saw robots and students alike working, making drinks and preparing food in high spirits. It was actually really nice to see. He had never experienced a cafe like this before. He wasn't going to lie, this was his first actual experience sitting inside one and not just looking through the window. Setting his menu down, Izuku looked at May, who had the menu covering the entirety of her face before she put it down. Major choice. Asking May, Izuku looked on as the girl nodded her head up and down rapidly, as she placed her hands on the table, leaning over it and close to Izuku's face. They have so many options that I chose a few. Though her voice was a bit raised, it didn't disturb the peace. Izuku smiled as he leaned forward, kissing May, who returned it, putting her hands on the back of Izuku's head, trying to deepen it. Izuku, however, pulled away, making May almost question him before she heard a voice speak out. Are you both ready to order? Looking, May saw a waitress, the female student, waiting with a small blush on her face as she held a notepad and pen in hand. Sitting back down, May pointed at the menu. Oh, I want a green tea latte, a chocolate chip croissant, a breakfast omelet, and a blueberry muffin. Smiling, the waitress took down the order before turning to Izuku. And you, sir? Yes, I want an Americano, strong, and along with that I would like to order your deluxe breakfast sandwich. Closing his menu, Izuku collected May's as the waitress took the items down before she was handed the menus by Izuku. Okay, perfect. Your order will be out soon. Walking away, the waitress went to the kitchen as Izuku turned back to May, holding out his hand, which May held across the table. The pair only smiled at each other before they started talking, Izuku asking her if she had any new ideas for babies, of which he was glad to hear her ramble about different inventions. Izuku liked hearing May's ideas. It was a welcome topic he loved discussing and learning more of. Then came her questions, asking if he was doing all right, if he figured out what his quirks were and whatnot. Izuku didn't give many answers, only half-truths when it came to the quirks he knew of. But he was completely honest with how his body was holding up, only downplaying his injuries slightly. Their conversation carried on until the waitress arrived, open more a tray of food being placed on the table. Here are your drinks and food, I hope you enjoy. Service with a smile. At least they take this seriously. Izuku turned to the food on the table, admiring the selections that May had made, which the girl already started digging into, eating her omelet like a chipmunk, stuffing it into her cheeks as she chewed. Chuckling, Izuku took a sip of his coffee before taking a bite of his sandwich. The melted cheese with the egg, grilled onions, and bell peppers made for a delightful texture of soft and crunchy. The coffee was the topping of this meal as well, adding a contrast to the explosive flavors of the food. Eating, the pair stayed silent until May, holding her chocolate croissant, spoke to Izuku, getting his attention. Izuku, this croissant is so good. Here, have a taste. May placed a piece of the croissant in her mouth as she leaned to Izuku. Izuku smiled at May's antics as he leaned his head forward, slightly capturing the end of the croissant on the other end as May let go, Izuku putting his hand up to easily eat the pastry. After tasting it, Izuku enjoyed the sweetness as it melted in his mouth. Whatever robot or student cooked this should really consider making an actual career with their skill. Suo, how was it? Very good. Perfect, then I'll order more to take home. I'm sure Ibara would like them too. May raised her hand, signaling the waitress to add a couple more of the croissants onto the bill and ordering them to go. Izuku didn't stop the girl as she did so. With the amount of starter money Nezu had given him, it could cover the cost of the food. Smiling, Izuku continued eating, May doing the same as she enjoyed her late. Overall, it was a fulfilling meal once they had finished, Izuku sighing happily that he ate something other than rations, while May was just happy to be there. Signaling the waitress, Izuku asked for the bill, of which was brought to him along with the order of croissants, being cheaper than he expected, which was welcome. Placing the money down, Izuku made sure to leave enough for a tip as he and May stood up, the girl carrying the bag of food before latching onto his arm. The couple left the cafe, planning on looking around the city even more. The hero team was miserable. Right now they were gathered in the common room. A patrol had already been sent out, being Mainta, Monoma, Shinso, Shoji, and due to his insistence, Todoroki. Kendo was lying on the couch, her head with an ice bag over it as her eyes remained dazed, suffering a mild concussion. Gyro was in a similar position, her hand holding onto her bandaged ear and earlobe as she ached in pain. The rest weren't in good positions either. Most of them were bandaged and bruised. Kendo, what should we do? Crouching down, Kirishima, who still looked as though he has barely gotten any sleep, asked their leader. Bakugo was still in his room, refusing to come out as he yelled constantly. Kendo, hearing Kirishima's voice, turned over slightly as she looked at Shishida, whose body was bandaged almost entirely, some of them with patched of blood coming through. He really did a number on us, but thinking of how they had been fighting, Izuku had to be recovering, so speaking, she looked at the rest of the hero team. Lucifer had gotten injured during our fight. He has to be recovering by now, so I want everyone to take this time and do the same. He took out a lot of us last night, and with the public turning on us, it's best we try to keep our involvement low for now. I'm not sure about that, Kendo. A voice speaking out gained everyone's attention as Uraraka, with her hair disheveled and her head still bandaged, spoke up. The other heroes wanting to question what she meant, but those in one already knew what she was referring to. Just because Deku is hurt doesn't mean he is recovering. I don't know if you saw, but his body was almost completely broken at the training camp. Not just that, he even tried to rescue Bakugo while he was still supposed to be in the hospital. What you did last night won't slow him down. He won't back down like that. Her words brought doubt upon Kendo's words as the hero team started talking, some dismissing Uraraka while most of Class 1 thought about it. He's a monster. How are we supposed to face him like that? Mina, who had awakened a few hours ago, spoke. Her faith was broken ever since she was caught up with current events. How many heroes they had already lost. How the public opinion was starting to look favorably upon Lucifer. Her mind had still been adjusting to how Izuku was now. She still remembered the stuttering boy she could tease relentlessly with no repercussion, but after being driven face first into electrical equipment, it started to change to view him as a ruthless villain. Should we give up? The people here already want us gone, so what are we staying here for? Toru deflated, sitting on the ground, her gloves telling everyone that she was sitting with her face buried between her knees. The hero team remained silent. None of them knew how to feel or what to say. Everything had gone south the moment they undermined Izuku. And even now that they knew the threat he possessed along with his second quirk, they were still stuck. You're all a bunch of pussies. Turning, the entire hero team looked as Bakugo entered the common room, an angry look on his face as he spoke. You're all a bunch of spineless, good-for-nothing pieces of shit. Who gives a F if that Deku is winning now? We are the hero team. If you want to give up in this game, then give up being a effing hero. You are ready to abandon this game because he's making you all his beaches playing with you. Well, guess what? I'm not going to lose to a quirkless, shitty Deku. I know deep down you all don't want to lose too. The hero team stayed silent as Bakugo ranted. The heroes of the team had listened to his words carefully, even Gyro, who put a pillow over her injured ear to stop the pain as Bakugo yelled. Though most of the rant they didn't agree with, they had to admit, giving up now was not an option. If they couldn't handle Izuku, how would they handle actual villains who will try to end them? And Bakugo was right, they didn't want to lose, not yet at least, though it was a long shot. They will find a way to win against Lucifer. Their determination was growing as Kendo started thinking on how to recover, not only physically but with the public. They still had 4 days after this to figure it out and win. Izuku and Mei were still in the city enjoying their time together as Izuku took in the surroundings. Banners were hanging from some builders, all of them displaying messages, whether that was for Lucifer to save them or for the heroes to get out. There were even banners grieving for the dead, but that wasn't what caught his eye the most. Some civilians, mostly students, had what seemed like dyed hair, green with a white patch in the front imitating him. Seems like I have a few fanatics on my hands. Izuku was reminded of Japan, how when all mixed was the peak of society, a lot of people wanted to imitate his look. Granted, he was one of them, but it would never work when his hair was constantly drenched in his own blood. Shaking that thought off, Izuku wouldn't let this distract him from spending time with Mei. Going further into the city, Izuku saw businesses of every kind all bustling with activity until another stab entered his mind, not of his own volition, as it alerted him. Searching, he found what it was referring to. A man dressed in street clothes was walking through the streets asking questions, but Izuku could see who it was clearly. The man was wearing a white scarf, his purple hair hidden mostly by a hood, and finally the eyes which had deep bags underneath them. Shinso. Izuku couldn't spot any more heroes around, so he tried to think of where he could walk to escape, but he spotted Shinso walking towards his direction. Shit. Though he could easily take Shinso down, he'd rather not make a public display with Mei here with him. Also, he did promise to her. So acting quickly, Izuku moved Mei to the side of a building near the sidewalk before he started attacking her neck. ISW, what are you doing? Mei's face was flushed as she moaned slightly, Izuku sucking and kissing her neck as she grabbed onto his back. The civilians near looking in curiosity, the real student civilians blushing as they walked away. Shinso had noticed the crowd as he walked through, hearing someone, more specifically a girl, moaning. Raising an eyebrow, he weaved a path through the crowd only to see a man, his head down, buried in who he remembered being Mei Hatsume's neck. He was supposed to be on patrol as a civilian, so breaking it just to stop a public display of affection wasn't what he wanted to do. As he walked away, his mind wondering on who exactly was with the crazed inventor. Izuku waited for a minute or two, still attacking Mei's neck, feeling the girl holding onto him tightly as he did so. before he let go, leaving a hickey. It was then he was hugged once again. Looking down, he saw May hiding her face in his chest as she lightly slapped his chest, her face tomato red matching his sweater. You idiot. It wasn't exactly planned. More of something on a whim, but it achieved what he wanted as Izuku looked at the crowd that started acting like they didn't see anything. Trying to move, Izuku was stuck in the grip of May as the girl refused to move. Sighing, Izuku wrapped his arms around the girl, hugging her as he placed his chin on her head. Although May was often straightforward and a little dense to public settings, she still had a little modesty. If it wasn't for his new quirk, it would have been a lot worse, however. And with its seemingly random activation to danger, Izuku knew he had to get control of this quirk soon, as he did have a to-do list he planned on checking off later tonight, but that was after his day with May was complete, so for now he would enjoy his small break. Izuku laid in bed. On his chest, May was cuddled into his embrace. The two had gotten back to the apartment after enjoying a dinner out. When they had gotten back, it was decided that they would spend the rest of the night cuddling with each other, so keeping his promise, Izuku agreed, leading to his current situation. Izuku, will you change every single time you get a new quirk? May's voice was filled with concern, but also it had an underlying feeling of excitement that Izuku could clearly feel. Looking down, Izuku shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, ever since I got the quirks my body has been changing. But I hope not, I already have to deal with my hair and eye, not to mention my tattoo. Lifting his arm, Izuku watched as May looked at the intricate design on his hand before her hand reached up, tracing it with her finger. She had no idea what it was supposed to be, but that just added to the mystery as she pulled down his sleeve. No matter how many times she saw it, whether full design or just a part, it was alluring, to say the least. May took her finger off before looking at Izuku's crimson red eye, capturing how the iris looked slit. But what attracted most of her attention was the skin around the eye. It looked scarred, almost as if it was cracked, spreading outward. Putting her hand to it, May touched the skin. Though it didn't feel odd or unusual, she did have questions ringing in her head. I never asked, but how did your eye change in the first place? Did it come with your hair and tattoo? Yeah, it did. It happened right before the game started. After seeing everyone go to the hero side, my quirk reacted, but it didn't change until the night I fell asleep. Answering, Izuku turned his head so that it was facing May. Staring into each other's eyes, Izuku gave a small smile. May returned the gesture until they heard the door to the apartment open. Reacting, Izuku got up from the bed, his hand going straight to the hardballer that he had placed beside him. Going straight to the door, Izuku looked at May, jerking his head to the side, signaling her to duck behind the bed as he went to the door. Opening it slightly, Izuku saw someone walk in, looking around for something. Without clear sight, Izuku opened the door, his grip on the pistol growing tighter as he aimed, only to see the back of Ibara's head. Quickly, he brought his hand behind his back as Ibara turned, looking at him. Lucifer, I'm glad you are here. Ibara bowed her head to Izuku as he tucked the pistol into his waistband. So am I. I was told you had done some scouting. What did you find out? Walking forward, Izuku looked at Ibara, who followed after him into the living room, sitting down at the table, not minding the gear and gadgets May had strewn about. Yes, I've found very useful information. Well, then I'll be glad to hear it. Sitting back, Izuku waited before Ibara spoke. Her details were what Izuku had been expecting, but she did provide more useful information. She had studied the routes of the hero patrols, referencing them with the ones she had been told while she was still on the hero team. He was impressed by her commitment but didn't say a word. After her explanation ended, Izuku nodded his head, thinking. So they are divided. Uraraka and Class 1 think I might still be out and about, while 1B believes I'm recovering. So they are licking their wounds, sending out patrols just to keep the peace while I recuperate. I suppose I did give them proper cause. I hadn't done anything in the past few hours to insinuate otherwise. Good work, Ibara. I see that God sheds his everlasting light of truth through you. Standing up, Izuku thought about what he was going to do before the bedroom door opened. May stepped out as she looked at Ibara and Izuku. Nodding his head, May walked out, into Ibara taking his seat before he looked to the ground, gathering the pieces of his villain costume he was forced to shed as he was treated. Seeing Izuku grab his equipment off the floor, May questioned him. Izuku, what are you doing? Taking off his sweater, Izuku pulled the armored long sleeve over the shirt he was wearing before throwing the coat on over that, not caring for the blood which was still present although dried. I have to get going. There are a few things I need to do. I need to get control of my new quirks. I promised to take the day off to heal, but I can't wait. Grabbing the dress shoes and pants, Izuku entered the bedroom once again and after a minute stepped out, digging into his villain costume before pulling out his mask, affixing it to his lower face. Hearing this, May was sort of upset before she sighed, accepting that Izuku had to go. She knew his quirk awakening this morning was important, as it wasn't every day you have two quirks of which alter your body physically activate at the same time. How long are you going to be out? Don't know. All I can say is don't expect me to be here in the morning. Answering, Izuku grabbed his weapons, putting them into his reserve spots before he was interrupted by May. Wait, Izuku, here. Grabbing something from the table, May presented it, revealing it to be a leather holster for his pistol. Grabbing it, Izuku slipped his coat off before putting it on, slotting his pistols into their holsters, his hardballer on the left and Glock on the right. When did you have time to make this? Well, while you fell asleep on the couch, I realized that you put your guns where they could easily be knocked away, so while not as beautiful as a baby I wanted it to be, I figured this was better than nothing. Seeing Mei smile as she recalled her time making it, Izuku smiled underneath his mask. It would make drawing his pistols a lot easier, so he was appreciative of the gift as he put his coat back on, fixing his gloves. Thank you, Mei. Patting the girl's head, Izuku walked past before diving into the supply boxes he was given, bringing out some explosives, food rations, and ammunition, putting them into a trash bag he had grabbed from the kitchen, making sure everything was secure to where the explosives wouldn't blow up while he was on the move. Going into the kitchen, Izuku opened the fridge, grabbing a bag of food. Before digging into it, grabbed a few of the chocolate croissants. Of course, doing so had Mei get mad at him, asking why he was taking her croissants. But eventually she calmed down. Strapping his sniper to his back, Izuku went to exit his apartment when he heard Ibara speak to him. Lucifer, I shall pray for your safety, as will I. Protect the apartment in case anything happens. Getting Ibara's confirmation and his goodbye from Mei, Izuku left the apartment, heading to the room, the trash bag over his shoulder. And using the rooftop entrance, Izuku felt the rushing cold wind of the night against his exposed skin. His body temperature regulated by the armored clothes he wore, which had him thanking Mei internally. Viewing the city, Izuku, although he had originally planned to do this inside the villain lair, he decided now would be the most practical time to use one of his quirks. Setting the bag and sniper down, Izuku prepared himself, searching his mind for the feeling he had felt that morning. His mind turning, Izuku thought himself weightless, as if his feet can walk on something that wasn't there. Surging that feeling, Izuku pushed OFA, the explosive power of his quirk colliding with the other before he felt it. Opening his eyes, Izuku found himself floating off the ground, OFA's now gray lightning surging over his body, though Izuku recognized an undeniable fact. He was using 45% of OFA with no backlash. Awakening the quirks must have upped the percentage. Theorizing it in his head, Izuku connected the information he had together, made a theory that made sense. Still, he tuned back into reality. He was now using the 7th quirk. While he still hadn't moved, it was still progressing. Breathing out, Izuku thought about his next move, telling his body to move forward, which it did before he stopped. Repeating the process, he did the same for every direction, up, down, side to side, and even diagonally, trying to test the limitations until he had enough. Cutting the quirk off, Izuku landed back on the roof. He would test it out more once he got to the villain lair. Getting his equipment and supplies back, Izuku took off heading for the base when his mind was interrupted by several voices. 9th, we need to speak. This had been constant throughout the day. The voices of the past OFA users had been speaking to him, trying to draw him to talk with them. He suspected it was about the awakening of 2 quirks. Sighing, Izuku kept going until he reached an alleyway, having avoided the hero patrol routes Ibara had told him. Dropping down to the floor, Izuku looked over at a manhole, moving towards it before crouching down. In his position, Izuku grabbed a hold of the manhole cover, pulling it with his strength until it allowed him enough room to climb down. Grabbing everything, Izuku ventured down, climbing the ladder before he aimed his left hand upwards, maintaining his grip with his right hand, making sure he doesn't fall. With his left hand up, however, Izuku used Black Whip, the quirk shooting out of his fingers as it grabbed onto the end of the manhole cover. Pulling his finger back, Izuku watched as the entrance closed, the moonlight that had been shining over him disappearing from sight. With the entrance closed, Izuku resumed his climb, reaching the ground before long as he stepped into a large tunnel. Small lights illuminated the walls and floor. Walking, Izuku made his way through the twisting tunnels, never looking away from what was ahead of him until he reached his villain lair. Entering the large space, his eyes were immediately drawn to his captured victim. Momo Yorazu was now lying on her stomach, different from how he last left her. Not only that, but her chin was scuffed red with bits of blood dripped on it. Looking, Izuku saw that she was a distance away from the rock he set her against, telling him all he needed to know. She tried to crawl away. It seems she can't cut through the capture wire. Just what did you make it from, Nezu? Walking forward, Izuku could see that Momo was unconscious, a small arsenal of knives next to her, all of them made in vain to cut the wire she was tied with. Looking at the knives, Izuku picked one up. It was sharp, but even he acknowledged that without her hands being free or proper leverage, there wasn't any way she could have cut through them. Just creating the knives didn't mean they had a force to do damage. Looking back at the girl, Izuku could see her scrunched up, her face in pain, although she was unconscious. The hunger pains must be setting in. With her upbringing, being denied food or having a lack thereof isn't what she is used to. Izuku envied the fact Momo was feeling this pain so extremely, as it meant she always had food, and with her quirk and family it was a given fact that this was true. Walking over to the girl, Izuku was about to wake her, raising his foot to stop on her back when he heard them again. 9th, we must speak urgently. Groaning, Izuku put his foot back down before walking away, a small distance from Momo. Putting down his sniper and his bag, Izuku sat his legs crossed as he closed his eyes. Breathing out slowly, Izuku slowed his heartbeat, breathing steadily, using one of the few bits of knowledge he had of inducing sleep within himself. It was after a few minutes that he was finally drawn to the realm of OFA, seeing the past users sitting upon their thrones while most of his body was uncovered, him still wearing his villain costume, mask, and all. Being there, Izuku raised his arms, crossing them. You wanted to speak, you said it was urgent. Looking at the past users, Izuku's mind had already accepted that he could now speak and move. Not only that, but the users he couldn't see before were clear to him, their features on full display. The first, looking at Izuku, nodded his head. Yes, we did indeed need to speak with you and with concerning the events that have transpired. The quirk of which we all carried at one point in time has never gone through such a drastic change. The changes to your appearance along with the nature of how OFA resonates within you are of course the main topic. You gave me the quirks, now you're blaming me for it? Izuku was genuinely confused. No matter how smart he was, OFA was something else, and hearing what seemed like blame being passed on to him for the quirk changing didn't make sense. Not just that if they gave him the quirks they should have been aware of the changes. No, we are not pinning any blame on you, kid. The fifth user spoke up, taking over as he looked at Izuku. While originally I gave you my quirk and informed you of the changes, this time is different. Yes, the quirks you gained were not of the user's volition. Instead, your body forcefully took them. The first, picking back up where he left off, looked at Izuku as he finished explaining. Now with this, of course, your body and even OFA changed as a whole. You housing 2 more quirks have caused this change. Izuku absorbed the information before he nodded his head. So other than Nana's, whose quirk did I take? And could it happen to the rest? Trying to get as much information as he could, Izuku looked at all the users before a man with a large scar, being Hikage, spoke up. It was mine. The quirk you took from me is known as danger, since the stabs that entered your mind that morning were my quirk. Looking at Hikage, Izuku accepted the answer before looking back at the first, still awaiting his second question to be answered, which it was. As for the other users' quirks, that is unknown. However, we will be taking precautions to stop OFA from integrating the quirks. Saying this, the first, however, got an unexpected reply from Izuku. Why? Why would you stop my body from inheriting the quirks? He thought it was counterintuitive to do this. However, his response only got shocked stares in response until Nana stepped up, speaking. Are you crazy? Did you ask why? Do you not see the changes happening to your body and OFA as a whole? If you inherit any more quirks without the proper time, then it could utterly destroy your body. Nana was confused. Did Izuku seem to not care? So, no matter the changes to my body, the quirks are needed. Let me remind you all of the true purpose of OFA. Speaking, Izuku looked at the users, getting interrupted by the first. We know the purpose. Clearly you don't, or else you wouldn't be taking precautions to stop me from gaining your quirks. The true purpose of OFA is to cultivate power, is it not? And what is this power for exactly? To end your brother AFO. A job Nana's successor has failed at twice, even after 7 other generations of power were stored inside his body. Gaining more quirks will allow me to rectify a mistake that should have been corrected since he was arrested. AFO currently resides in Tartarus, but he will get out eventually. Either that or Nana's grandson will become his full-blooded successor. Pointing, Izuku looked at Nana before he spoke again. Your grandson will be the successor of the very man this quirk is to end, and if it comes to it, I will not hesitate to end both of their lives. The past OFA users took Izuku's argument in. Nana sitting with her hands covering her face. As they looked amongst each other, they couldn't find any suitable disagreements with Izuku's argument of their decision. Even so, still, your body changes every time you inherit a quirk. Your body is not yet used to taking in a large intake of quirks. We had planned when to give them to you as your body developed, but spare the semantics. Every user of OFA has sacrificed their body or died with the quirk. My appearance changing is a large difference between the two. You say it may destroy my body, but how can it destroy a body that has been broken, tormented, burned, cut, bruised, and stabbed? What pain can inheriting the quirks be that it renders me useless when so much before should have done the same? Looking at the user, Izuku could see they had no answer to his question. If I need to take the quirks you all have by force, whatever triggered the awakening I will do again, though that's quite simple, isn't it? The nightmares triggered this, didn't they? Smirking underneath his mask, Izuku watched as the users went wide-eyed. Now, while I can figure out the quirks myself, if you really are dedicated to being heroes and stopping the symbol of evil, both Nana and the fourth will help me gain control. The past OFA users were stumped. For the first time they had ever contacted a successor, the one they had interacted with turned their own purpose and ideals against them within an instant. He used arguments that could only end with them agreeing, or else they would go against their sole purpose. They remained in silence as they looked at Izuku, his eyes boring holes into them. Yoichi Shigaraki, for the first time he had seen a successor, didn't know what to do. While it was true the quirk was meant to stop his brother, the way Izuku was so readily agreeing to and accepting the purpose of OFA had been a curveball. Though when he looked back at how Izuku had been recently, it wasn't a far-fetched promise with no substance. Looking at the other users, Yoichi saw their eyes focused on him, telling him it was his choice to make. Not like it actually was a choice in the first place. It was. Either way, going to Izuku's favor, he was the only user who was still alive other than the 8th, but said other user barely had a flicker of OFA left. Yoichi felt as if he was staring at his brother as he contemplated the two options presented to him. He could either refuse Izuku and watch as the boy forcefully awakened the quirks, or he can do what he was meant to, allowing the boy to take the quirks as they taught him and minimize the damage to his body. On the grand scale of things, the choice was obvious. What good would the 9th user of OFA be if his body broke before he was able to stop AFO permanently? Sighing, Yoichi looked at Izuku. 9th, you plead a sound argument against our decision. I acknowledge that I agree with your words. As such, we will give you access to the quirks in time. However, we do require you to master the ones you currently hold before we have your body inherit more. While I cannot promise there won't be changes to your body, we will try to keep them minimal. Yoichi finished looking at both Hikage and Nana before nodding his head. Standing up, Yoichi walked to Izuku before holding out his hand. Take my hand and you will be able to interact with us in the real world as well. I hope. No, I know you won't disappoint. Glad you realize this. Don't worry, I won't repeat your mistakes, and I won't be here until I save everyone. Raising his hand, Izuku shook his with Yoichi's, sealing the deal between the past users and himself. After they let go, Izuku started fading from the realm, exiting back into the real world. Sitting back on his throne, Yoichi looked at Hikage and Nana. It's up to you both to teach him to master your quirks. I feel as though something big will happen soon. Understood. But first, do you think that was the right decision? Nana nodded to the first, but she couldn't stop her curious mind. There was no decision to be made. You heard it yourself. No matter what we did, he would have unlocked the quirks anyway. Whether through force or with our help, your successor really chose a dangerous one. Yeah. Back in the real world, Izuku's eyes snapped open, his mouth curling into a large smile as he got up from the ground. Well, now that that's over, Izuku walked over to his still unconscious victim, her body curling into itself as the natural reaction to stomach pain. Getting in front of the girl, Izuku reached his hand over to yank her head up by her hair when he was interrupted. Can't you wake her a bit more gently? Turning, Izuku saw Nana standing beside him, Hikage right next to her, as they looked at the down girl full of sympathy. Their bodies transparent. You're right, I could. Standing up, Izuku pressed his heel into the back of Momo's head, digging it in as she woke up. She must have still been dazed as she looked around idly, her eyes unfocused, until she looked up, seeing Izuku, who once again crouched low, meeting her line of sight, his red eye intimidating the girl who already had her teeth grit in pain. Midoriya, Momo yelled, full of anger, the pain running through her stomach adding fuel to the fire within her. For someone so hurt, you still have quite the spirit. At least you'll take longer to break. Gyro sure as hell didn't put up much of a fight. Izuku's voice was condescending as he mentioned Gyro, causing Momo to wiggle on the ground. Gyro, what the hell did you do to her? What I did? Did you forget what I had said the other day? Standing up, Izuku went over to grab the bag full of supplies, bringing out a croissant, wafting it in front of Momo's face as he took a seat. Taking his mask off, Izuku took a bite and chewed slowly before he spoke. I did hit you hard, so maybe that's on me. But here, let me refresh your memory. I specifically asked you to do me a small favor. You make materials of which a partner of mine could tinker and use to their heart's content. And as such, I wouldn't hurt our class, or 1B for that matter, any worse than what I had originally done. Yet what did you do? Thinking back, Momo remembered what she did. At first, she had agreed to the plan, making Izuku promise not to hurt anyone, but that's when it fell apart. She sabotaged the material, which got her punished. Then it ended with Izuku promising pain on the others. So you remember. Still, you were in here, so you don't know exactly what happened. Let me see if I can explain it correctly. Adopting a thinking posture, Izuku took another bite of the food before putting his arm down, letting the pastry dangle directly in front of Momo's nose, hearing the girl's stomach rumble as she bit her lip. Now I got it. You two were best of friends. In the dorms, it was plain to see you guys had a very deep friendship. You most likely told each other secrets or talked to one another all the time. You would lend your ears and she would too. Unfortunately, however, from now on that may only be reduced to an ear regarding Gyro. Seeing Lucifer shake his head, Momo forgot all about the food, her mind deciphering the point of Izuku saying this until she came up with a theory. Her voice shaky, she spoke. Midoriya, why you didn't? But I did. You see, her quirk was in all honesty annoying. It had power, range, and utility. However, when it came to something physical, even though she had no trouble piercing concrete, it seems my quirk scales above that. One clap later crushed her earlobe, reducing her hearing by half. Izuku's voice was devoid of empathy or sympathy. There wasn't guilt or regret, and he talked about it so casually. Momo, having her fear confirmed, started crying, putting her head down. Yorazu, you can't cry now. After all, it was your fault. Momo didn't even respond as she cried harder. Gyro was hurt, and it was because she had refused to help Izuku. Her friend, with her knowledge, was half deaf now, and here she was stuck not being able to do anything. The pain in her stomach also added to this mental berating of it being her fault. While initially, Izuku had trouble breaking into her mind, he knew she couldn't hold out for long. yet he was surprised by what happened next. Looking up, Momo's teeth were gritted, her eyes still full of tears. Midoriya, I swear once I get free, it'll ruin your life. It'll reduce you to nothing. Momo's mind was filled with rage for her injured friend. However, her proclamation didn't even earn an interested look from the man. So that's what getting your ass kicked by Aizawa can do. You're a lot tougher than I expected you to be. Fine, ruin my life. It won't matter after this war game is over. My life has been long ruined. Nothing you do can hurt anyone I care for because there is no one like that in my life. I'm already nothing to everyone around me. What makes you think you'll be the one to finally put an end to me? Waving it off, Izuku internally apologized to Mei, but he couldn't reveal someone he cared about when Momo was threatening his livelihood. But he wasn't so worried even if she found out. Nezu and the teachers were watching all of this. You know, I heard your hunger, and I was honestly prepared to give you food to quench it, but after hearing your threat while you still refuse, I changed my mind. You're a smart person. You should know a person can last without food and water for 8 days. We'll see how ready you are to threaten me by the 7th day of the war game. Oh, before I forget, Gyro lost half her hearing. Now being the achiever I am, I can't leave a job half done. Don't worry though, I'll tell Gyro who caused this before she can't hear anymore. Walking away, Izuku heard Momo struggling on the ground as he tossed the half-eaten croissant on the ground, listening to Momo's screams of anger before he picked up his sniper and supplies. Exiting through a back tunnel, Izuku kept walking through the winding tunnels before he spoke. Did you see how she reacted? Her friend isn't even permanently half-deaf, just injured, yet she was so ready to ruin my life. Seemingly speaking to himself, Izuku looked to his side, seeing Nana and Hikage walking with him. Still, you can't blame her. She ran off her emotions. You told her her friend was deaf and that you would finish the job. Nana, speaking, looked at Izuku, trying to have him view what he did as extreme. Yeah, but I don't remember asking if you approved of what I did. I asked whether you saw it or not. You see, this is the true nature of these students. They all have a side to them they hide deep down. I know you saw what happened with Kosai, a motivated, almost well-mannered boy, except he preyed on the girls of both classes, stealing what he could for his own pleasure. I'm just showing them the side they deny, like Yoarazu. She comes from a prestigious family. Her threat actually had substance. With her family's influence, I can be blacklisted from every hero school in Japan with a phone call. Turning, Izuku continued walking with Hikage taking his turn to speak. I see, so in a way you're trying to cleanse the school of its impurities, showing the teachers who are surely watching this how to respond by seeing what they are like firsthand. The oh-so-valiant man that Hikage was looked for a deeper meaning within Izuku's words. Cleanse the school. Don't be ridiculous, I have no such goals. They turned their backs on me, so I want to show everyone who they really are, not what they made themselves to be. I want to tear down their reputation as they did to me when they branded me a villain and tried to get me arrested. I'm long tired from being used by everyone around me. My own mother, my friends, my bullies, everyone. I'm only kept around for when I'm convenient to break, so in turn I think it's fair I break them back physically or mentally. Whatever means necessary. No matter how personal or how painful. Then what about that Hatsune girl? Mei is different. Unlike everyone here, shows her true self at all times, no matter how inconvenient it is for another person. She is straightforward, honest, and the only person who didn't turn on me so readily, so don't compare her to the others here. Izuku glared at Hikage, the man staying silent as Izuku's red eye pierced straight through him. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Nana asked the question she had been wondering about for a while. So where exactly are you going? We need to train you in your quirks. That's precisely why we are walking here. I memorized the layout of the sewer system and city when I first got here. There is a large section of the sewer that will allow me to train without being interrupted. Finishing, Izuku turned one last final corner as he came to a large open area of the sewer, enough space to sufficiently. Walking to the middle, Izuku stopped as he turned to his two mentors. Now are we going to begin? Izuku floated in the air, his mind calm as he flew through the air at rapid speed, ducking in between the pillars of the sewer he was training in. Nana's apparition did the same as him, directly at his side as she instructed him. Good, now explode that force outwards. Gain more speed. Listening, Izuku boosted OFA, the lighting growing around him as his body picked up speed. His movements were getting harder to control, but it wasn't so detrimental that he would be in danger of crashing. Still, he pushed himself even further than what Nana had said, going even faster, but it was too fast as he had to make an emergency stop as he neared a wall. Cutting off float, Izuku planted his feet on the wall before jumping back, rolling on the ground as he made contact, reducing all damage. Taking a breather, Izuku put his hands on his head, taking large deep breaths, his chest flexing and deflating as he did so. Nana landed right next to him before speaking. Good, you're progressing farther than I thought you would. However, it seems we found your limit for now, so best not to go to that speed unless it's a situation that is needed. Nodding his head, Izuku spoke. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Now, Hikage, can we resume training? Danger sense. Turning to another OFA apparition, Izuku looked at the fourth user, who nodded his head. Izuku had been making great progress with his quirks, having been training for hours as it was 3 a.m. and he had left the apartment near 11 p.m. Hikage walked up, stood in front of Izuku before looking down at the boy. All right, let's begin, you know what to do. Cracking his neck, Izuku breathed out as he focused on his mind telling itself to recognize the danger around him. Stabs entering his mind as he saw Momo in his villain lair struggling on the ground, apparently still awake. That wasn't it, as since he had viewed everyone as dangerous to him, Izuku saw people above him, families of robots and students in his mind, all of them sleeping in their beds. Good, now reduce how much danger you sense within your immediate area. Hearing Hikage, Izuku thought to himself, reduce the civilians aren't a danger, if need be I can take them all down. His mind convincing the quirk the range of danger Izuku sensed dropped dramatically as he could no longer see the civilians who were sleeping. Instead, all he saw was Momo. Now do the opposite. Everyone is dangerous. They are waiting to stab me in the back like those before them. They mean to take my life. Now the range increased. Instead of those just above him, Izuku could see a few more civilians, Izuku being able to sense their intent clearly before he cut the quirk off entirely. Why did you stop? Hikage was confused as Izuku relaxed his body before looking at the time, bringing his phone out, looking at the time display. A matter of utmost importance has sprung up. Hikage, can danger sense be specified to a single target? Can it be set to sense only a single person who I recognize as dangerous no matter the distance? Looking at the fourth, Izuku asked this question as he got a curious look from both Nana and Hikage before the fourth user put a hand to his chin. I suppose it is possible. Like how you can recognize a group of individuals or a person dangerous or not, I believe pinpointing a single person the user deems as life-threatening isn't impossible. However, the range of my quirk won't extend very far, or it might not work at all. Hikage was confused by the questioning, but that was all Izuku needed to hear as he nodded his head. Good to know. Now this can be easier. Izuku turned to leave, ignoring his sniper and bag of supplies as he walked out of the area, Nana and Hikage following. Midoriya, why did you want to know this? Nana had no idea why Izuku would ask this question. While it was natural to ask the capabilities of a quirk to get used to it, his question was very specific and at that random. Turning to Hikage, all she got was a shake of the head, insinuating he didn't understand either. Still, Izuku didn't say anything as he came to a ladder in the side of the wall, climbing up as he reached the manhole cover. Pushing it open, Izuku climbed out, Nana and Hikage dispersing before appearing next to him once again. Izuku didn't even look at them as he activated his quirk, jumping wall to wall of the alley they were in before reaching the roof. He was on the north side of the city, the nearest location to the Hero HQ, before he sat down at the ledge, putting his mask on, OFA cutting off. Why are we here? Shouldn't we continue training? No, not yet. Think of this as a personal errand along with doing my future job. Confusing the two, Izuku blocked all sound as he focused his mind, his breath slowly as his heart rate decreased rapidly. Find them. They are dangerous. They've already stabbed me once and aim to do it again. They are the most dangerous one in this entire city. Their goal is to end me. Thinking that over in his head, Izuku focused on one person before a stab entered his mind. However, unlike the previous ones, this one felt as if it were constantly twisting directly into his brain as he became aware. Glad that worked. Asking his question to Hikage wasn't out of curiosity, but to see if a theory he had was true, and turns out it was. Activating OFA once again, Izuku shot off across the rooftops, activating float as he took flight, his body making so sound as he glided through the air. He wasn't concerned if he was being watched, as more than likely the UA staff were all asleep. He had only been training, and with the hero team recovering, there wouldn't be a need to check on the monitors, which provided the perfect situation he needed. The person danger sense was picking up on kept him in the right direction, and after several moments it stopped, and floating to the nearest rooftop, Izuku crouched low, his shoes making no sound thanks to Maze sound dampeners as OFA's light cut out entirely. Nana and Hikage appeared again. Looking at Izuku, who neared the edge before grabbing it, hanging off the ledge silently, his eyes pointed in one direction. Midoriya, what are we doing here? Nana tried to see what Izuku was seeing, asking him what exactly was the purpose of stopping training, but she only got a finger towards her mouth in response. Hikage, however, didn't say anything. Being connected to OFA and danger sense, he tuned in on what Izuku had been picking up, only to go wide-eyed. Nana, do not speak, look at where Midoriya is looking. Nana heard Hikage's voice. His voice was extremely serious, telling her all she needed to know as she looked. Though she couldn't see what apparently Izuku and Hikage could, she did see something odd. After some shuffling of a garbage can, a phone was seen floating in the air before it opened up, a bright light going through someone Nana couldn't exactly see before the phone was put up against something. It didn't take Nana long to figure out it was a person as a feminine voice spoke out. It's Toru. No, they don't know, nor will they ever find out. Deku has been taking out the hero students with extreme brutality, diminishing our problems. Now our only danger is Deku. He has 2 quirks now. Yes, I'll keep an eye on him. Of course, I'll report to you as soon as possible. The conversation ended there as Nana and Hikage looked at Izuku, the boy's red and green eyes laser focused as the phone was placed down the dumpster, being moved over it before footsteps were heard leaving the alley. The 2 past OFA users were silent as Izuku pulled himself up to the ledge, Nana and Hikage looking directly at him as Nana spoke. You knew, didn't you? No, I only speculated after I was betrayed. Activating OFA and float, Izuku took off into the sky, speaking out loud to himself. Hackegger's quirk is what I initially suspected after I was accused. They suspected me of being in contact with the League, selling the contents of my notebook with them, but that was anything but true. After I was cleared of being a traitor, it didn't mean the problem was gone. It only meant that someone else was the true betrayer, and who better than someone invisible? Not only could she access my notebooks, she is virtually undetectable when she is fully unclothed. She has access to all of UA, its offices, its information, and its secrets. AFO already knew I was the successor of OFA, and I had never told anybody this, and I doubt All Might did either. So by some elimination it came to two possibilities. 1. By being born from AFO. OFA has a sort of connection, spiritual or otherwise, that would have let AFO know who the next successor is. 2. While the first theory is entirely possible, wouldn't it have been better to have someone inside UA who can eavesdrop without difficulty confirm the suspicions, making them fact? Besides, I noticed an absence of her presence whenever we faced the League in a confrontation, so it's not far-fetched that she avoided battles as to not draw suspicion, using her quirk as an alibi. Yes, that does make sense, but why would she do so? Who knows, maybe her upbringing or some petty jealousy of others for being noticed while she was stuck in the shadows, having to fake a persona to that of an extrovert so she could garner some amount of attention. Either way, it won't blind me from the truth. A truth danger sense helps cement. But why are you doing this? You said it yourself a few hours ago that you weren't here to clean up the school, that you only wanted to break them for betraying you. Even in OFA you claimed your only objective was to finish the job Toshinori failed. So why? Nana was confused. Everything Izuku had done in this game wasn't heroic, and his reasoning for being so ruthless was for revenge. So if he truly didn't care for anything but that, why would he put so much effort into finding out who the true traitor was? No matter what you think, no matter what I do, no matter who I hurt or break, remember one thing: I'm still a hero. My goal to end AFO and Shigaraki coincide, and why as Deku I wanted to stop the LOV. I want to save people. That part of me hasn't changed. Not only that, but what AFO and the LOV are doing is placing the few people I care about to be in danger. I won't allow that. Nana and Hikage stayed silent, just looking at Izuku as they floated with him. It seems they had this user wrong. While he may be every bit of a monster they had initially thought, he was still human. He was still doing this for a greater purpose. While he may be releasing his anger out on his classmates, he still understood what he was doing. He was still aware of who he was. That brought a smile to both users as they arrived back at the alley. Izuku climbed down before entering the sewers, once again making his way back to their training area. Hikage, speaking, put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Now let us continue your training. Seeing Izuku nod, the trio got ready. One thing for sure was that Izuku wouldn't be getting any rest. The UA staff were already up and early. As of right now, they were gathered around the coffee machine that was in the room. Most of the teachers grabbed a cup of the brown liquid, Aizawa gulping it down in an instant. It was only 5:30 in the morning, and as they had anticipated, it seemed Izuku was going to take it easy. They were used to seeing the boy already up at this time, but seeing him sleep with Mei cuddling into him on the monitors had made the stress they had experienced lessen. Though it was supposed to be a relaxing day, the staff were already discussing something of great importance, that being the performance of their classes, and more specifically Izuku's. He countered everyone. He knew their capabilities and took out the biggest players. Vlad looked into the mug of coffee in his hand, the steam rising into his face as he spoke out loud to the other teachers. His class fighting yesterday was outstanding, yet it seemed like even when they had gotten the advantage, Izuku destroyed it the second they tried to capitalize. Yet he kept Kendo in. Surely he knows that she could be one of the bigger enemies going forward. She has the skill to lead the hero team and is sensible, so why would he leave her in the game? Midnight looked at the teachers, searching for an answer. They had seen Kendo step up. She was the leader Bakugo should have been, but Izuku still hadn't taken her out, opting instead to keep her in. The teachers couldn't come with an answer for that question. Had they been in Izuku's position, they would have tried to get rid of Kendo the second they had the opportunity. Snipe opened his mouth just to close it. He had an idea, but the more he thought of it, it didn't make sense. Everyone was stumped until Nezu spoke up, standing on top of Aizawa's shoulder, a cup of tea in his paw. I believe he kept her in because while she is a huge asset to the hero team, she may also provide Midoriya the perfect chance to catch them by surprise. Nezu looked at the staff, seeing as he had gotten their attention. Kendo, like Midnight stated, is sensible. She acts on reason instead of emotion like Bakugo does. After what we've seen last night, Kendo will surely cut back on expending any more manpower when so many were injured yesterday. It would also make sense to cut back since they surely had seen Midoriya's injured state, so most likely they believe he will be recovering. Now from what I've seen, he may use this to set up even more plans for the future. Wait, hold on, that doesn't make sense. Power loader cutting, causing everyone to look at him. No one really questioned Nezu's assessments because they had always been right. Though Power Loader did. I don't think he'll do anything today, or at least not no. He did promise Hatsune that he would take it easy. Power Loader had remembered the conversation between Mei and Izuku up to the promise he had made. Nezu looked at Power Loader before taking a sip of his tea, thinking rapidly while All Might jumped in. Do you really think so, Power Loader? Young Midoriya isn't the same. His promise could mean nothing. From my perspective, he wouldn't let an opportunity like this go to waste. All Might couldn't agree. These past few days had shown him just how cunning and opportunistic Izuku could be, so surely he would do it when the heroes believed he was resting. No, All Might, Power Loader is correct. Midoriya might not do much of anything today. Nezu had thought of Power Loader's words and he connected the dots. From what is said as common standards in the world, breaking a promise is akin to betrayal. I don't think even before his change Midoriya has betrayed another for his own benefit. Not to mention they do have a relationship. Perhaps the first real one Midoriya has had with another person, so fracturing that will not be on Izuku's list of choices. In fact, he will do just the opposite. Hound Dog had the same thinking with Nezu. He had already determined that Izuku's story of his past was true, and now that he was in what seemed to be a stable relationship, though it was still in its early stages, the connection was undoubtedly real. But Midoriya had a connection with our classes. The way the little listener was friends with Ida and Uraraka was proof, but he easily hurt them without a bat of his eye. Present Mike tried to argue back, taking the side of All Might in a way. He easily betrayed his friends, so what would be the difference if he betrayed Mei? You're forgetting one thing, partner. The other Midoriya was their friend. This Midoriya isn't. Besides, Hatsune doesn't seem to mind this one. We've heard the hero team speak. All they see when they look at him is a monster. Sniper shook his head. Giving his input, he shot down what Present Mike said in an instant, forcing Present Mike to quiet down while Midnight agreed with Snipe. It was easy to tell Izuku and Mei genuinely cared for one another. He won't betray her, and that's the end of it. Aizawa finally spoke up for the first time in this entire thing. His tone was a little tired and irritated, but that didn't make his statement any less valid. Looking at the staff, Aizawa shook his head while they stayed quiet. Some wanted to speak out, but before they could, Recovery Girl's voice hit their ears at the same time. Turn to the monitors. Something is wrong. Looking, the staff rushed to the monitor with Izuku seeing the boy in bed sweating, gripping the sheets of the bed with one hand, but that wasn't what was the most alarming. The lightning they had been used to seeing wasn't the same. The green color arching off his body was slowly being blood of color. It was a terrifying yet amazing sight. The vibrant neon green went shades darker in seconds, turning light green to grayish green before it turned ash gray. The teachers were stunned, while All Might was more terrified than the rest of them. All Might, while he couldn't feel it due to his almost completely faded connection to the quirk, knew it was changing internally within Izuku's body. Nezu put a paw to his ear, speaking. Recovery Girl, be on standby in case anything happens. Nezu, I have to go down there. Hatsune is still with him. Power Loader turned to the principal. Whatever was happening with Izuku wasn't good, and he couldn't as a hero leave his student with a person who can level a building with his fist. Wait. Nezu tuned back into the monitor as Mei's voice was heard yelling Izuku's name, shaking him, her face full of worry. In a separate room, the yelling was making Ibara stir awake from her sleep. Mei's constant yelling seemed to have worked Izuku's eyes snapping open. The teachers recoiling in surprise at Izuku's eye. The green eye, much like his quirk, was being changed, though unlike before, the process was different. To them, it looked as though Izuku's eye was bleeding, the red leaking into the color as it choked the green from existence. For a second, it looked like Izuku's eye shrinking, his iris once again growing more slit, reminding Midnight of how Ryukyu's eyes looked when she was in dragon form. Still, they didn't voice anything as Izuku sat up staring at Mei for a split second before grabbing his head, getting out of bed only to stumble and fall to the wall, which he then leaned on. Nezu, I should go now. Recovery Girl again spoke to the principal. Nezu could see where the woman was coming from. What he was seeing looked like it would be extremely painful, but he denied Recovery Girl again. He was sure this was something Izuku could handle. No, not yet. Power Loader watched nervously as she saw Mei crying, looking at Izuku, who was staring straight back at her. That was until the door to the bedroom opened, Ibara already ready to attack. It was Vlad's turn to get extremely nervous. He didn't know what exactly was happening with Izuku, but he knew it was anything but good. Hound Dog was watching from the back, waiting. He could tell from the beginning that it had been a nightmare. But how Izuku reacted now that he was awake was his concern. They looked at Ibara's vines went slack. Izuku, is quirk active? Was he held onto the wall? Don't see, come near me. Izuku pushed past Ibara before he got to the bathroom, the teachers hearing the protesting of Mei and Ibara as Izuku did so. Now alone, they kept watching as Izuku put his head to the ground, his hands gripping onto it roughly. They couldn't know, but the pain had to be excruciating. Nezu's mouth had been covered with his paw, his eyes narrowed. At a moment's notice, he was ready to call in Recovery Girl. That was until Izuku's quirk had started dying down, though it remained active while he grabbed the sink, giving the teachers an even clearer view of his eye. What happened to his eye? Snipe asked this question out loud, knowing he more than likely wouldn't receive an answer, which was true as no one opened their mouth to speak. Nezu looked on in the mirror. Izuku's mouth started moving, but due to his words' low volume it wasn't picked up, but Nezu's eyes widened. More quirks. Nezu was glad he had learned to read lips, or else he would have surely missed this bit of information. Looking around, he tried to see if anyone else had caught this, but no one appeared to. Turning back to the screen, Nezu watched as Izuku clutched his head before the bathroom door was knocked down. Yet again, Nezu's eyes scanned the scene as Izuku's body started moving upwards. It was barely around a foot off the ground before he was steadily rising. The girls calling out his name had him drop back to the floor. Again, Nezu scanned the teachers, searching for any indication of whether they had seen it or not. Unlike when Meridia had whispered the previous words to himself, Nezu could see a few of the teachers looking curiously at the recent display. Aizawa more than the rest, a look of confusion on his face as he scooted closer to the screen. It seems as though this bit of information wasn't necessary, however, as after Mei and Ibara checked up on the boy, Izuku's voice was clear for everyone to hear in the room. "I'm fine. I think I just got 2 new quirks." The teachers all were in an uproar, as All Might stood on his feet tense, the other teachers following his example. They hadn't seen anyone sneak into the mock city, so it wasn't a third party that had done this, but if what Izuku said was true, the boy has awakened 2 more quirks, stockpiling on top of the 2 he already had. Nezu was ready to send Recovery Girl at that moment. If Izuku was awakening quirks, he needed to be checked upon, at least on a physical level. Just as he was going to speak and call Recovery Girl, Izuku's voice came out first. "Nezu, can you send Recovery Girl to my location? I need to have her do a quick checkup." "Yes, we'll send her right away, just sit tight." Saying this, Nezu watched as Izuku, Mei and Ibara moved out of the bathroom, the pink-haired inventor checking up on Izuku as they sat down on the couch within the living room, Ibara going to make coffee in the kitchen. "Recovery Girl, you've been requested by Midoriya, please head there now." "Will do." With Recovery Girl being sent, the teachers all sat back. They wanted to question what quirks Izuku had actually gotten, but they wouldn't know until he used them. Even then, the teachers were confused. Okay, awakening Black Whip. Maybe he OFA awakened a dormant quirk. Nearly impossible, but the best theory they could come up with. This, however, couldn't be explained no matter how hard they tried. It didn't make sense that Izuku was awakening this amount of quirks in this short of time. But the theory it was a FO somehow doing it remained in the majority of the minds there. Despite that, they inspected the monitors. Izuku was currently sitting down with a mug of coffee in hand while Mei was asleep on his shoulder. Knowing Recovery Girl was on her way there, some of the staff looked at the hero monitors. Kendo was already up, the girl's head bandaged as she looked at a few of the gathered heroes in the common room. The number of heroes was small. Around 12 of the remaining 26 were up and dressed in their hero gear except for one. Switching through the cameras, the staff checked on the other students, finding most of them incapacitated. Those being noteworthy were Gyro, Shishida, Ida, and Bakugo, who at this point was still quirkless. Switching back to Kendo, her voice filled the entire room as she gave out orders. "All right, Shinso, Takoyami, Kuda, and Todoroki, I want you 4 to be on patrol. While Lucifer may be recovering, I still want to be sure the public knows we are here. We are already in a bad light, so don't try and do anything that will drive our reputation further into the ground. No matter if they antagonize or attack, try and avoid fighting. If there is any chance of it, Lucifer will exploit that and we will be finished." "Solid. Kendo keeps impressing me, Vlad." Aizawa praised the girl. She was aware of their situation and was taking steps to avoid worsening it at the expense of themselves. He recognized Kendo as the hero team leader at this point. His words also gave Vlad some pride as he nodded his head. "Thank you, Aizawa. Kendo is indeed one of my students I can take pride in." However, Vlad looked at the screen with Izuku, whose door was just knocked on by Recovery Girl, Ibara answering it. Aizawa followed his eyesight to Izuku. Sighing, Aizawa could tell that Vlad meant good. "I mean, after last night it was hard to write off Izuku, or rather it was impossible. The boy showed intelligence, strength, promise, willpower, and strategy, but there was the noticeable flaw. By normal eyes, Izuku was unstable. His mind was in control, but by some standards too much, like he wasn't human, but Aizawa knew that was anything but the case." His eyes looked at the hand wrapped around Mei's waist. Izuku, even as Recovery Girl started asking him questions and doing the checkup, didn't let go of the girl. He still has his emotions. He isn't the monster here. The word monster brought back what the hero team had said of the boy before all of this. While Izuku wasn't exactly making any steps to rectify this, Aizawa knew Izuku didn't want to rectify it, or else he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Izuku showed the elderly hero his changes. The staff got a closer look at the now gray lightning. Now it was confirmed that it wasn't a one-time deal, and now his quirk had changed. The checkup still progressed smoothly, even as Recovery Girl got a blood sample, and how Izuku explained how he had a nightmare prior to his quirk becoming like this. The checkup ended rather quickly, yet the staff was no closer to finding any answers that were when Izuku had spoken. "Recovery Girl, you all saw my quirk, right? Well, they all think I'm working for a FO, don't they?" Those who had believed Izuku had some connection to AFO shrunk back at being called out. All Might more so as AFO was his nemesis and Izuku his successor. Despite being told by Nezu that it was highly unlikely Izuku was working with AFO, he couldn't shake that off his mind no matter how small that chance was. They waited as Recovery Girl and Izuku stared at each other. Hound Dog noticed by Izuku's stare that he was actively searching for lies. Unfortunately, you are correct. All Might was the first to think so. He was going to stop you when he found out, but Nezu stopped him. I'm sorry. Recovery Girl though didn't lie. Nezu nodded his head. It would have been bad for her to lie, though Izuku pretended to not have a connection with anyone else other than me. He could tell that part of the boy looked to Recovery Girl to be honest and truthful to him. On the first day of his apparent change, Midoriya told Recovery Girl first, putting his trust in her that she wouldn't tell another soul. Izuku had actively placed trust in Recovery Girl, and he couldn't blame the boy. Nezu actually was glad he had a connection with the hero. Whether the connection was built off trust or rather Izuku searching for someone to tell everything to didn't really matter to Nezu. Recovery Girl at the start, even as Izuku was accused of being guilty, denied the possibility. She had been against how they were holding him captured, and even more, questioning him after learning how Aizawa and All Might had interrogated the boy. Still, Nezu felt this was double-sided. Maybe it was just her instincts as a medical professional, or that Recovery Girl had seen the boy for who he is, but she vehemently stuck to making sure he was okay. Let them think what they want. They'll know the truth eventually. Izuku once again spoke, his words filled with disinterest and a lack of care. While he leaned back into the couch, picking up his mug of coffee, taking a drink as he held May closer to him. This was directed to them. The staff knew that. But what truth would they be told? That was the question. Not knowing when they were going to find out, the staff resigned as they watched. Movement in the city by civilians was plentiful. The heroes were already set out on patrols while Izuku put his mug down, his head falling to the side and on top of May's as he closed his eyes. Ibara didn't seem to mind this as she just went about her business, taking time to water her hair slowly and methodically. The teachers knew the day was just beginning, but what would happen next was still unknown. Whether Izuku would capitalize on the heroes thinking he was recovering or not remained to be seen. Recovery Girl walked down the halls that were inside the walls surrounding the mock city. In her hand was the vial of blood she had taken from Izuku. She thought back to the interaction with the boy. He seemed to not care what the teachers thought, but her face had a small smile. She had seen how Izuku looked at her. It seemed she had a place in Izuku's mind. His eyes that were searching for deception unknowingly to him showed Recovery Girl a small glimmer of hope and trust. She wouldn't lie to him. Shaking her head, Recovery Girl stopped her walk, putting a hand to her ear. Nezu, I won't be returning to the surveillance room. I'll be heading directly to my office. Understood. Please let me know what you find. The conversation ending, Recovery Girl continued, her cane tapping echoing off the ground and in the hall, heading to her office. Opening the door, she was once again welcomed with the sight of ectoplasm keeping guard over the injured student. Saying her hello, she immediately went to the office. The students from last night had already been taken care of the previous day, so they weren't of her concern. Stepping inside, Recovery Girl closed the door behind her, locking it. She didn't want to be disturbed, nor did she want someone to invade the private matter of Izuku's results. Taking the blood, Recovery Girl took a syringe, collecting some before she went over to a microscope, grabbing a clean glass slider, dripping a few drops of Izuku's blood on it. With that done, she brought the remaining blood into a blood analyzer. Going back to the microscope, Recovery Girl put her eyes to view the cells. What she saw, however, stunned her. Izuku's blood cells were abnormal, not as in what would look like he had a disease or anything, but instead, they seemed stronger. Is this from OFA? The cells looked supercharged, though not just that, they seemed to be adapting, somehow changing in strength and structure within a few seconds. It seems OFA was integrating not only with Izuku's muscles, but his DNA as well, changing them to be a better carrier. Recovery Girl hadn't even seen this when Toshinori had full access to the quirk. Instead, with the former #1 hero, OFA always seemed to be separate from Toshinori's DNA. While they worked together, they were never fully integrated as the man thought. Recovery Girl had no words before the beeping of the blood analyzer brought her back to reality. Looking, Recovery Girl checked on the results. While the blood cells may have gotten stronger, this meant there was a high risk of Izuku having a blood disease. Looking, Recovery Girl's fears were blown out like a candle in the wind. The levels of Izuku's blood were surprisingly normal, and even further in perfect condition. Recovery Girl sat back. Every time Izuku was in here, whether the boy himself or a part of him, there was yet another medical mystery to solve. Not only was the boy relatively fine after being tortured for years on end, his blood and vitamin intake were all perfect as well. She wasn't a fool to think it had always been like this, however, but she was happy to see the boy was doing well. Looking at the screen in the room, Recovery Girl looked at Izuku, who had his head on top of Maze, the both of them sleeping. Smiling at the sight, Recovery Girl turned back to the blood results. The teachers didn't have to know so soon, so for now she'll keep this between her and Izuku. In the teacher-spectator room, the staff all waited. Izuku had been asleep for a while now, and it had been around 5 hours since Recovery Girl had been in her office. Nezu still didn't know anything regarding the tests she was running, but he assumed it would be like that for long. That wasn't the focus of his attention. With Izuku sleeping and Kendo maintaining the hero patrols, they turned to the city. There they saw something that was honestly very surprising. The city was changing. Banners hung on buildings. They all revolved around Lucifer. Thought the reason for the banners wasn't to slander him. It was to provoke the heroes and claim Lucifer as their savior. Nezu, has this ever happened? What's going on? Present Mike just watched. The only time he had seen people like this in real life was for All Might. The citizens' messages were conveyed clearly. The heroes weren't welcome, and they were making it their objective to let them know Lucifer will get them. The pros had always feared this possibility in Japan. Though this mock city wasn't nearly as big as all of Japan, it could take one person who has intelligence, who has leadership skills, and a quirk to back it up to do exactly what Izuku was doing. This feels familiar, like I've heard of this situation before. Nezu was quiet for quite a bit until he answered Present Mike, his mind still trying to figure out where he has seen this before. No. While the city and its robots are meant to adapt to the situation a villain causes, doing so this way isn't something I've seen. The question answered, Nezu turned his mind back to important matter as he was alerted by Powerloader, who had started pointing at a screen. Hatsum is awake. Sure enough, Mei was awake. The girl was smiling as she felt Izuku's head on top of hers, but nevertheless she slipped out of the embrace, standing up and stretching. She then went over to Ibara, yawning. Scratching her head, Mei spoke to the vine-haired girl while picking out some clothes from their supplies. The teachers were full of curiosity. What was Mei going to have Ibara for? This was a question Vlad certainly wanted to know. Ibara, can you do Lucifer a teensy favor? They had her hands together, preparing to what looked to the teachers to persuade the girl. Oh, for Lucifer, of course, anything. Ibara's answer was given without missing a beat. She was devoted to Lucifer 100% in this game, though the question is, will it still be like this once the game was over? It was fairly obvious that after this game Izuku wouldn't just go back to being who he was before their accusation. The mask he had shattered couldn't just be pieced back together and work again. So where did that lead for the rest of the classes? Nezu with his quirk hadn't been able to come up with a stable answer other than the boy being isolated from the class for these actions. There was still a significant amount of game time left, so any one of the variables could change. Nezu at least wanted a variable he could manage, so he had a plan. Oh well, Lucifer told me he wanted to know the routes of the heroes and stuff, so he was wondering if you could watch over them and mark their movement. Mei said all of this with a smile while holding out a pair of clothes and a hat. Ibara had no hesitation taking these clothes before going to the bedroom. Well, if it's for Lucifer, then it must be important. I'll leave right away. Mei was actually stunned on the monitor. She had at least expected Ibara to put up a little bit of a fuss. The teachers all watched Mei look at Izuku for a few seconds, most likely wondering what he had done, but then she shrugged her shoulders. It seemed as if she didn't care. Well, Vlad, I have to say, at least I know how to get Shizaki's loyalty. She had no complaints as long as it was a request made in Midoriya's name. Midnight meant no ill will with her words, just some light teasing, but her teasing wasn't responded to favorably. Vlad just had an angry look on his face. Realizing she was wrong, Midnight made the decision to stop talking, turning back to the monitors, watching as Mei waited for Ibara. The camera in the bedroom shut off to give the girl privacy. It didn't take long, as just like Ibara said, she was planning on leaving as quickly as possible, heading to the apartment door. After that, Mei went to the kitchen, grabbing the pot of coffee that still had some of the hot liquid left over. She didn't even use a cup before chugging it all down. Aizawa's eyebrow raised. He and Mei shared some similarities. Taking his mind off that, the teachers looked on as Mei started gently shaking Izuku awake, the boy doing so slowly, him looking at Mei as though he had a question he wanted to ask. Screaming he was awake, the staff were yet again forced to watch as Mei forcefully made out with Izuku, the boy not even having time to react until she pulled away, face burning red. Powerloader had forced himself to get used to these antics. Mei was straightforward and really didn't care about her surroundings, so if anything he was silently praying for Izuku. Izuku then sat up, his face flashing the tiniest bit of pain and uncomfort as he looked around the apartment, searching for what they presumed was Ibara. And they were proven right as Izuku asked where the girl was. So Hatsum made the whole patrol monitoring up. 13 shook her head, but she did have a feeling that when Izuku had woken up he would have tasked the Vine Girl with something similar, so maybe this was for the better. They listened as Mei explained to Izuku where Ibara was stretching once more, her bones cracking. They watched as Izuku stood up holding his injured side. Well, I suppose it's good we know our class can at least hurt Midoriya. Snipe looked at the boy. Though Izuku's recovery time was off the charts, he was still partially injured, that was plain to spot. Still, despite being injured the other night, Izuku still showed no signs that it hindered him in any way. They knew the boy's pain tolerance was extreme, with his torture and breaking of his bones, but they feared it might be too much, as only extreme levels of pain could make Izuku feel something. His body wasn't something that they had anticipated either. They had caught a glimpse when he was being wrapped in bandages and even before that on a previous day, but now this was something else. Izuku's body seemed different from the other night. They couldn't exactly word it, but if anything it looked stronger, or better yet reinforced somehow. It might have been a side effect of whatever happened this morning, but without Recovery Girl's news about the boy they had no solid theory they could come up with. His crimson eye was also a point of concern. When they first saw his change, the eye was a different color. It appeared that whatever Izuku was going through somehow related to his eye. Some could say, though, it looked pretty intimidating. Not minding that they had to turn off the monitors as Izuku claimed to go take a shower, though he did lightly warn Mei from joining him, which caused Powerloader to gag. While he had gotten used to the idea of Mei and Izuku in a relationship, the fact Izuku knew to tell the girl not to join his shower spoke volumes on how much he knew how Mei was. With the cameras in Izuku's apartment shut off, they only kept one on, which was in the living room. Though they knew it would take some time for Izuku to get out of the shower, they looked to the hero monitors. Kendo was drinking a cup of coffee, looking at a map with the layout of the city. With their surveillance room down, they had to rely on maps. With her was the rest of the hero team. Even Bakugo was there, though he didn't really participate. Instead, he was busy with a knife trying to pry the quirk dampener on his chest. While it was dangerous for him to be playing that close with a knife, the teachers couldn't step in unless it was urgent. Bakugo's face was riddled with anger. Aizawa could tell it was all directed at the device in Izuku. Aizawa can even hear the boy's voice. "That piece of shit Deku," is probably what he would say. Sighing, there was another concern he focused on: Yorazu. Aizawa hadn't seen Izuku feed the girl, and with the food rations gone, he doubted the girl ate anything yesterday. Her head had dried blood as she struggled. Aizawa could see the girl trying to use her quirk to break the wiring, but that was another problem. The capture wire Nezu had given to both teams was meant to hold every single one of the students, but that wasn't a guarantee. Aizawa thought about how Izuku would be if he were in the wire. They had designed it to resist his power at 15%, which according to Toshinori was the max the boy could use. But he wasn't so sure anymore, and he will probably never find out lest Izuku were to be captured, even doubting that possibility. Shaking his head, he looked at the other staff. He assumed they had the same line of thinking, but like always they had to see it firsthand. It didn't take long, but eventually the cameras in Izuku's apartment were turned back on by Nezu, the animal, having been listening. And when he heard Izuku say they were going out, he turned them back on, allowing the teachers to see what the pair were wearing. Apparently the two were going on a date, which seemed odd. Yet again, they did hear the boy make a promise to Mei. Nezu did wonder how Izuku would react once he stepped outside and was essentially exalted as a god within the people's eyes. But it wasn't what he expected. While Izuku looked stunned, it didn't last long as he merely shrugged it off. Again, it looked to Nezu like Izuku had at least anticipated a type of following. While it may have not been large, it didn't change the fact Izuku had expected something like this. Two strode arms linked with each other, blending in easily with the crowds. It seems they truly mean to take it easy, but where are the hero patrols? Midnight looked at the screen, spotting a few of the roaming students who were being verbally assuaged, but she couldn't find Shinso anywhere. Hey, and where is Shinso? Wasn't he out on patrol? He is, but not like the rest. He's doing what I did when I was an underground hero. He's blending in. With the pressure mounting on the heroes, it would be good for Shinso to reveal himself. A hero with a villainous quirk can only provide an advantage of Midoriya's usage of the public opinion. Explaining, Aizawa could spot Shinso. He was walking to the same area Izuku was in, dressed in casual clothes while asking questions. With his brainwashing, he was interrogating civilians in case any one of them had leads. While it wasn't very hero-like, what Shinso was doing was vividly in the fine line between illegal and hero work. His explanation, however, did answer Midnight. Turning back to Izuku and Mei, the pair walked through the sidewalk, hand in hand, smiles on their face, until Izuku stopped. He was staring at one of the student of Yue, a boy who currently was shaking a can of spray paint, painting what looked like a mural. Nezu too had caught on to this as he looked at the student diligently and carefully work on the piece of art. Its design was simple yet beautiful, and while it wasn't finished, they could see it was in Izuku's image. They wondered why Izuku would stop, and Mei wondered he same until Izuku spoke to the artist, revealing his identity, confusing the teachers. Wait, why would Midoriya do that? Doesn't that just escalate the danger for him and make a loose end? Powerload didn't get the move. It wasn't strategic, it wasn't smart, and there was no greater purpose. He's having fun. Nezu sipped his tea. His thoughts aligned with Powerloader's statement. It did make another potential information slip to arise, but Izuku just seemed to be having fun, revealing his eye color change before telling the student to keep quiet. Reveling himself had no purpose other than to provide Midoriya with some entertainment. Izuku then walked away, explaining to Mei that he didn't care if the heroes found out, and that they would be too busy for them to interrupt. It's not like the citizens will tell on Midoriya. They clearly worship him already. Again, why? Why does this seem so familiar? Nezu thought to himself quietly. He had this feeling his gut that this has happened before when it hit him. AFO from All Might's story, he was revered as a god in the pre-quirk era until heroes rose up. Still, the people then were ruled in fear. Did Midoriya take inspiration from this but flip it on its head? AFO was a villain cut and dry, but Midoriya is now the hero using hope and what looks like faith to sway the people. This was growing more and more mysterious and dangerous. He had to get his piece into play or else this game will forever be one step behind Izuku. Looking at Aizawa, Nezu didn't want to leave the room to discuss this, so he would rather out this in the open now. Aizawa, what is the current status of the WWP's visit here? The staff were confused about what Nezu was talking about. Why were the WWP of any concern? There was one, however, who already knew what was happening. Hound Dog listened in on the conversation. He too knew of Eri being placed in the WWP's care when she was taken away from Izuku. So there was a high chance this had something to do with it. Still, Hound Dog didn't know whether or not this was a good idea, but it could help provide Izuku with more mental stability and even perhaps lessen his tendencies with knowing she could be watching at any moment. Nezu, what are you talking about? Toshinori looked to the principal, who claimed he looked at all the staff. I invited the WWP to come watch Midoriya in action, of course by addition that extends to both Irichisaki and Kota Izumi. Nezu waited as all the teachers looked at him in shock. Other than Aizawa, they had no idea that Nezu had planned something like this. What? Every teacher except for Aizawa yelled at Nezu. It's as I said. If you remember, we were the ones to in a way forcefully remove Eri from Midoriya when he was accused. We even dressed it up as Midoriya was busy with an internship as to not upset the girl. This entire time we have been playing catch up to Midoriya. Not only that, but his attacks on the students are injuring them heavily. It can take possibly months for them to fully heal. While I said this game changed to a way for Midoriya to let out his anger and frustration. There must be limits, so with two kids who admire him watching, it would make sense if he were to hold at least some amount back as to not ruin his relationship with the two. This had been Nezu's plan when he had first been told of Eri's want to see Izuku. He wanted the variable he can control to be directly related to how Izuku played this game now on. Not just that, it would make the game so much more interesting than what it was already. The staff of UA were all silent. Nezu did make some good points of which Hound Dog was curious of the result as well. Aizawa took out his phone before looking at the text Mandalay had sent him before. Eri, Kota, and the WWP are saying that they will be here most likely tomorrow. Whether it's in the middle of the day or in the morning, they weren't sure. Finishing, Aizawa looked at Nezu, who nodded his head. Well, alert me when they get here, I'll welcome them personally. Looking at the screen, Nezu saw Mei and Izuku eating together, sharing laughs and speaking with one another. This move wasn't purely for entertainment's sake. While Mei was a strong pillar, there was always a possibility of it falling. And when that happens without anything holding him up, Izuku might just collapse. Seeing Aizawa nod his head, Nezu turned back to the monitors. While today looked as though it would just be a simple date, Nezu knew there would be more. Catching up to Izuku's plans were hard but not impossible, and Nezu wanted to be there every step of the way. The day had been tame, to say the least, at least to the teachers it was. This entire day there hadn't been the need to call a student out for elimination. It was unsettling to the teachers. While they should be glad the day had been peaceful, they were still restless. Pretty soon this day would end and Lucifer would be back. So for right now, they were preparing themselves. Anything could happen. While their guard was up, all they were seeing right now was a peaceful scene. Mei and Izuku were cuddled together in bed, a sight which made Midnight coo sweetly when she first saw it. Izuku had yet to make any moves, and other than a close call with Shinso on their date where Izuku may or may not have made Power Loader shudder with disgust, it was but a small hiccup to a rather calm evening. That wasn't all that happened in the day, as the staff was able to see Ibara in action, and contrary to how Vlad had thought she was good at surveillance, she was undetected throughout her task, so much so that Aizawa was impressed with how she was doing. The hero team, on the other hand, ran their patrol routes religiously. Every 10 minutes, those on patrol reported directly back to Kendo. The team ran like clockwork, looking for an enemy that wasn't even there. Toshinori looked at the monitors, and more specifically Izuku's, especially when Mei had started talking about his physical changes. All the retired hero could do was sigh. He had nothing to say. And his thoughts, well, it's not like they would matter anymore. His wish to go back and rectify his mistakes with Midoriya was impossible. He watched as the two kids stared each other in the eyes until the apartment door clicked open, alerting the rest of the staff, who tuned back in. While they could see it was Ibara walking in, the same could be said for Izuku, who without hesitation went for his gun before telling Mei to hide. Aizawa nodded his head. Izuku was cautious yet had no hesitation when a situation raised, a trait that the fake Midoriya had as well. Vlad watched as Izuku's hand remained on his gun while Ibara walked inside, closing the door. A part of him hoped Izuku wouldn't wait to pull the trigger, especially if it meant his student could get away from the boy as fast as possible. Izuku, however, was more cautious than that. He waited just enough for Ibara to reveal herself, and as if nothing happened, Izuku's guard was lowered and his hard baller was slipped into his pants without any indication he had it in his hand. Ibara was none the wiser as she greeted Izuku with a bow. Not only does he have her mind but her loyalty and now her respect. Sighing, Vlad was bitter, but he sat back, arms crossed. There wasn't anything he could do at this point. He just wanted Ibara to snap out of it once the game was over. Greeting Ibara back, Izuku cut straight to business, asking the routes, which Ibara marked down on a map of the city. The teachers watching this saw just how far ahead Izuku could be if he were to do this right. Humming to himself, Snipe looked through the monitors of the city, thinking to himself until he was questioned. "What are you thinking, Snipe?" Present Mike turned to his fellow teacher, looking curiously at the man. "These patrol routes would be perfect for a choke point. If I was in Midoriya's position, I would set blocks closing off one path. With Midoriya as sniper, I would sit on top of a building and pick off the heroes as they try to walk through. With Midoriya's influence over the people, he could make a roadblock of living shields. It would be perfect." Snipe's explanation was a large possibility. With Izuku's skills, of which he trained along with Izuku's maneuverability, would make a devastating pairing. The staff could see where Snipe was coming from, but they didn't have experience with weapons, nor did their quirks utilize them, so they were just going off of what the hero said. Ibara's explanation didn't just end there. She also gave Izuku a detailed report of the current state of the hero team, which was divided. That was true, between a good leader like Kendo, who doesn't know much about Midoriya, and Class 1 who thought they knew what Izuku was capable of. That was when Mei stepped out and, after getting the all-clear, sat down in the living room. There was no rest as Izuku started gathering up his villain costume. The UA staff watched. If Izuku was collecting his gear now, that only meant he was heading out for another outing. "Do you think he'll infiltrate the hero tower again?" Young Midoriya could set up even more during this time. Toshinori's hand was underneath his chin. His position was one of deep thought, but he got his answer from Aizawa. "I don't think so. The first time he did go into the hero building, it was to manipulate Uraraka, break Ibara, and to end a hero while they slept, to instill fear. Now that the surveillance room is destroyed, he completed what he wanted to do, so he wouldn't go there again unless he needed something, which I doubt he does." Toshinori couldn't argue against that logic, so he simply agreed to nod his head. As Izuku went into the bedroom, Nezu turned it off, knowing the boy was getting dressed. It took a minute or two until Izuku appeared back in the living room fully dressed. The bloodstains on the back were noticeable, but Izuku didn't seem to mind. With him dressed, the teachers once again had the fear of Izuku heading out return, and it was only furthered as he told Mei he was leaving. Understandably, or at least to midnight, Mei was a little mad, but unlike most girls, she seemed to understand, only asking when Izuku would be back. "Our young love." Midnight had her hand together and on her cheek, getting weird looks from her colleagues. Ignoring the woman, they turned back as Izuku said not to expect him in the apartment, which meant that Izuku most likely hadn't planned on returning after doing what he needs to. Just as Izuku was about to leave, he was given something by Mei. Leather holsters for his pistols, which Snipe could appreciate the craftsmanship of. They were perfect and it looked like they fit perfectly. Izuku accordingly gave his girlfriend praise before grabbing explosives and food, including the food Mei and Izuku had leftovers of from their outing. The sight of explosives had a feeling bubbling in their chest. They were feeling anxiety. They had no clue what Izuku's intent of the bombs was. Still, they kept vigilant as, after getting his goodbyes from the girls and giving his own, Izuku left to the roof of the building before he did something that stunned everyone, especially Toshinori. Initially, they were confused as Izuku stopped setting the bag full of the supplies he grabbed down before he activated OFA. The gray lighting coated Izuku, giving off little light, but that wasn't what had them shocked to their core. Izuku stayed still until he floated off the ground. Toshinori, seeing this, stood up so fast his chair fell to the ground. "No, that isn't possible." The teachers looked at Toshinori for his outburst. The teacher's jaw was slightly agape as Izuku moved in a very familiar way. "Toshinori, what is the matter?" Raising his voice to reach the teacher, Nezu looked at the man curiously. What was so impossible that it had Toshinori, the man who at a time had the most impossible quirk known in existence, stunned? That's my master's quirk." Toshinori's legs felt weak as he fell to the floor, as Recovery Girl's voice sounded through all of their earpieces. "Toshinori ... did you see?" Toshinori couldn't respond as he fell to the floor, tears slipping out of his eyes as his head remained down. Master H. How?" Toshinori's mind was invaded with memories filling his head. A woman with jet black hair and a beauty mark near her lip flashed in his mind, along with her dazzling smile. Then it turned into a nightmare. Nana holding back AFO, telling him to escape and to grow stronger. Her words, "I'm counting on you," replayed in his head constantly. He had believed he was doing his master justice, but seeing Izuku with her quirk was just too much. In his mind it looked as though OFA wasn't banking on Toshinori. But Izuku, this entire time he felt like a failure. Feeling a hand underneath his arm, Toshinori looked up to see Vlad helping him, present Mike even setting up his chair for the hero to sit in. Thanking them for the help, Toshinori sat down, wiping his tears at the memory of his master as Izuku cut off the quirk, landing on the roof. Watching Izuku collect his gear, the staff wanted to say something to Toshinori, but they couldn't. No words would form in their mouth for them to vocalize it. So they stayed quiet as Izuku jumped through the air, the route already telling them he's going to be paying Yorazu a visit. Though something was odd, it seemed Izuku was at odds with something, his face displaying a mild irritation. Still, that didn't stop Izuku as he arrived at the sewer entrance, dropping in undetected before roaming through the winding tunnels. He kept walking until he looked at Yorazu. Aizawa waited. He knew that Izuku going forward was going to not be gentle with the prim and proper girl. Actually, Aizawa thought back to the previous night and Jiro's injured condition. He was 100% sure Izuku would use this along with the hunger Momo was undoubtedly experiencing, like Izuku had pointed out. The staff looked as Izuku raised his foot ready to stomp on Yorazu's back. They waited as Izuku brought his foot down, but before it could connect he seemed to be stopped by something before he put his foot away from Momo. The irritation they saw earlier was stronger as he walked out of the area Momo was in and into a small separated section before he sat down, legs crossed, as he took slow deep breaths. They had no idea what the boy was doing, but he seemed to fall asleep. The staff all raised a few eyebrows, but they waited. During this time they looked at the hero team. Patrols were still running thoroughly. The injured students were resting, but a few things caught their eyes. Bakugo was in his room. Almost all of it was entirely destroyed, presumably in a bout of rage. Another was the sound of sobbing. Uraraka was covered in her blanket, being comforted by Tsu, who still looked worse for wear, the bags underneath the girl's eyes noticeable. WYT Tsu WYI is Deku acting L like this. Uraraka's head was down as her tears stained the sheets beneath her while Tsu hugged onto her. I don't know, but I'm sure we'll figure it out, Ribbit. Nodding her head, Uraraka hugged Tsu. It was clear to some that Uraraka was overcome with her emotions, her conflicting feeling for the game and Izuku clashing together with the feelings tipping in Izuku's favor. Taking their eyes off that, the staff looked for anything else that was of interest before they were directed back to Izuku. They saw the boy still sitting, eyes closed, though his body was moving slightly, his face changing expressions until his eyes finally snapped open. Though they couldn't see behind his mask, they could feel the boy smiling. The smile only added to the unease building as Izuku went back over to Momo, crouching with his hand hovering over the girl's hair. The teachers reflexively braced until Izuku stopped, looking to his side as if he was staring at someone. The teachers watched as Izuku was frozen, hearing someone before he turned back to Momo, his voice clear. You're right, I could. Standing up, Izuku dug his heel into Momo's head, but the teachers were still confused. Who was he talking to? Midroya? Momo's yelling voice brought them out of her thoughts. Aizawa could see that the girl still hadn't given up and was very much still lively despite being hungry, but will it stay that way? He wasn't sure, especially after Izuku took his mask off, grabbing what looked to be one of the croissants he had eaten with Mei before taking a large bite in front of Momo. For someone so hurt, you still have quite the spirit. At least you'll take longer to break. Jiro sure as hell didn't put up much of a fight. Jiro, what the hell did you do to her? What I did? Did you forget what I had said the other day? I did hit you hard, so maybe that's on me. But here, let me refresh your memory. I specifically asked you to do me a small favor. You make materials of which a partner of mine could tinker and use to their heart's content. And as such, I wouldn't hurt our class, or 1B for that matter, any worse than what I had originally done. Yet what did you do? The staff could see Momo was deep in thought. Izuku was guilt-tripping the girl that they were sure of. Izuku was building a connection between her refusal and the condition of the hero team, and more specifically Jiro. So you remember, still you were in here, so you don't know exactly what happened. Let me see if I can explain it correctly. Oh, now I got it. You two were best of friends. In the dorms, it was plain to see you guys had a very deep friendship. You most likely told each other secrets or talked to one another all the time. You would lend your ears and she would too. Unfortunately, however, from now on that may only be reduced to an ear regarding Jiro. Izuku's slow mocking technique was perfect. Dangling the food in front of Momo was a good idea. It's like eating a juicy steak in front of a starving dog. They could at least admit that much, and the way he mentioned Jiro was hurtful in a way only Momo could imagine, as more than likely it was true. Midoriya, why you didn't? Ah, but I did. You see, her quirk was in all honesty annoying. It had power, range, and utility. However, when it came to something physical, even though she had no trouble piercing concrete, it seems my quirk scales above that. One clap later crushed her earlobe, reducing her hearing by half. Iwarazu, you can't cry now. After all, it was your fault. Just when they thought Izuku was cold, he turned it into freezing. Izuku was placing the blame directly onto Momo's mind and shoulder. Oh, present Mike couldn't even utter anything more than that. As he watched Momo sob, the teachers felt bad, but Aizawa looked closer. He could see Momo getting angry, something event he hadn't seen. Midoriya, I swear once I get free, it'll ruin your life. It'll reduce you to nothing. While Momo's defiance was valiant as she glared at her captor, her words were anything but what a hero would say. To the teachers, Momo could do just as she threatened. Her name alone carried a lot of power within Japan's economy, and her family's influence was on par with the #1 heroes. Nezu was already forming a way to protect Midoriya, but looking at the boy's uncaring face had him stumped. That confusion was cleared once Izuku explained that his life was already in ruins and that anyone he cared for didn't exist, actively hiding Mei from his connections. Izuku then went on explaining how he was actually going to feed Momo and set her free, but she had to go, and threatened him, telling the girl not only will he finish the job with Jiraiya but that he'll leave her starving until the 6th day. The teachers kept their eyes glued to the screens while Izuku walked away from Momo, who kept screaming and struggling to escape the wire binding her. That was, 13 had her hands together, nervously rubbing against each other. She could describe what she just witnessed. Intense. Aizawa, finishing it, narrowed his eyes on the screen while everyone else nodded, agreeing that he gave the best description. Hound Dog was shaking his head, writing even more down in his notebook, and his writing only continued as Izuku spoke, though it was directed at someone who wasn't there. Did you see how she reacted? Her friend isn't even permanently half-deaf, just injured, yet she was so ready to ruin my life. Izuku's head was turned to the side as though he was conversing with a phantom. This caused the staff to question the boy's sanity, but they shrugged it off. Maybe he was ranting to himself, but that theory died when he spoke again. Yeah, but I don't remember asking if you approved of what I did. I asked whether you saw it or not. You see, this is the true nature of these students. They all have a side to them they hide deep down. I know you saw what happened with Kosai, a motivated, almost well-mannered boy, except he preyed on the girls of both classes, stealing what he could for his own pleasure. I'm just showing them the side they deny, like Yoarazu. She comes from a prestigious family. Her threat actually had substance. With her family's influence, I can be blacklisted from every hero school in Japan with a phone call. He's definitely speaking with someone. Vlad pointed this out. None of what Izuku said sounded like someone ranting to themselves. He was responding to something. Cleanse the school. Don't be ridiculous, I have no such goals. They turned their backs on me, so I want to show everyone who they really are, not what they made themselves to be. I want to tear down their reputation as they did to me when they branded me a villain and tried to get me arrested. I'm long tired from being used by everyone around me. My own mother, my friends, my bullies, everyone. I'm only kept around for when I'm convenient to break, so in turn I think it's fair I break them back physically or mentally. Whatever means necessary, no matter how personal or how painful. Now they were definitely sure. Turning to Hound Dog, they looked at the counselor, who was busy writing as much in his notebook as he could. Hound Dog was busy, so the teachers went back to the screens, though this seemed to be a textbook case of someone going crazy. Izuku was responding to people they couldn't see. Still, what Izuku said had them thinking. What did he mean, cleanse the school? Sure, Kosai and the others had some problems, but to be calling it a cleansing seemed a bit much, though they were getting information about their students through Midoriya's action. Still, what Izuku had said after that had set off a couple of alarm bells. Izuku truly was using this as a way to get revenge for his treatment, though they had already speculated as much. Hearing it straight from Izuku's mouth made them a bit frightened, his crimson eye making it more intimidating. Still, they looked as Izuku walked into a large sewer area, once again talking to no one about training. And just like the boy said, after setting his stuff down, he had begun training, floating once again, though this time he scored through the air. Hours went by, and that was how the rest of the night went. Realizing that the potential for something happening was low, Nezu had everyone rest, though Aizawa offered to stay up. Allowing him to, Nezu closed his eyes. Aizawa watched the monitor for hours as Izuku trained and the heroes fell asleep. Sighing, he looked down in his hand. There was an empty coffee mug. Groaning silently, he got up from his seat. It was already 4 a.m. and nothing other than Izuku speaking a few times had occurred. Going over to a large table that had an assortment of machines and snacks, Aizawa started brewing another pot of coffee until he spotted a notebook on the floor. Going over to pick it up, he missed when Izuku vanished from his training site along with an invisible figure, leaving a room silently. Still picking up the notebook, Aizawa spotted that it was Hound Dog's, the same he was using to write down about the game. Flipping it open, Aizawa looked at the detailed pages. Almost all of them were on Izuku, though some were on the other students as well. Still, it was mostly filled with Midoriya. Aizawa read a plethora of theories Hound Dog had created and connections, but all, if not most, seemed to fall flat. It seems Izuku was an enigma to even a registered counselor. Reading, Aizawa heard the coffee pot start to fill, the plashing noises masking the silence of the room, and even more than that, the conversation between one student and another person on a phone. The night was ending, yet not one of the staff members knew the true identity of one of their students and another's plan going forward. So, Ninth, do you plan on apprehending the Invisible One today? Inside the large section of the sewer system, of which Izuku was using as a training area, Hikage spoke out loud. His question directed to the boy who was sitting, his legs crossed and his hands placed calmly on his lap. Though if one were to look closer, they could see his hands twitching. No, not yet. If I do so now, the game will be cancelled before I can get my hands on Bakugo, before I can fulfill the purpose of the game. Izuku opened his eyes, his now red one looking directly at Hikage. His voice seemed odd though, not because of his mask, but it sounded in pain. But I do have some things I need to do. Yesterday was the only day of rest the heroes will have. I played with my food long enough today. I have to dwindle their numbers significantly. Standing up, Izuku kept squeezing his hand. A numbing pain-filled sensation was constantly running through it, but he did his best to ignore the bone fragments in his hand grinding on his nerves. So do you regret your decision to spend time with that girl? Nana stepped up, questioning Izuku, who was walking over to the large bag of supplies he brought, taking a few explosives he brought with him. Not at all. But I have a few days left and still so many people I need to torment before that time is up. Taking the explosives, Izuku turned to leave, not before he made sure his gear was fully equipped. Carrying a C4, Izuku suddenly dropped it to the floor. Looking, Nana and Hikage saw him holding his wrist, squeezing hard. This had been something that had been happening often during their training. Sometimes the boy would stop complaining about a pain in his hands that seemed unbearable. "Ninth, are you okay?" Nana walked up to the boy, her ghostly figure placing a hand on his back. Though it did nothing physically, maybe it would help him mentally. Now I know why Recovery Girl made the pain enders so strong. Izuku chuckled to himself. His chronic nerve pain had been active for around 5 hours now. It had been the longest he had gone without taking the pain enders he was prescribed. This wasn't a mistake by any means, however. Izuku had purposefully stopped taking the drugs. The pain in his hands would go away eventually, either by his nerves giving out or him accepting the pain. His low tolerance for it now was due to him using the pain enders to escape, something he didn't want anymore no matter how painful. He knew eventually he would have to get used to it, so what a better time than now. Bending down, he picked up the dropped items before walking out, heading back to where he left Momo. Walking into the area, he saw the girl wide awake, already shaking due to the pain in her stomach. His shoes echoing off the ground garnered her attention. "Rise and shine." Grabbing Momo's bound wrists, Izuku stood the girl up, undoing her restraints. Now free, Momo tried to swipe at Lucifer, only for him to dodge. Now that's no way to greet someone. Using his left hand, Izuku pumped OFA into his system, backhanding Momo to the ground with 5%, causing a few teeth to dislodge from the girl's mouth. The knuckle plating in his gloves doing their job quite well. "Good thing you're a Yoarazu. I'm sure you can get those replaced." "You." Momo was still ever so defiant as she spit at Izuku, hitting him in his eye with her blood-filled saliva. Wiping his face, Izuku glared at the girl before raising his foot, stomping her face into the ground, bruising it almost instantly as her cheeks swelled. With her shut up, Izuku grabbed her ponytail, dragging the girl forward as she tried to pry herself from his grip until they reached a large staircase in the lair. Dragging the girl up, Izuku didn't care that Momo had to suffer the steps that bruised her perfect skin, nor that it scaped so bad she had started bleeding. Reaching the top, Izuku looked around before finding a large metal railing. Taking Momo to it, he bound her wrists to the metal. Momo was then turned to face Lucifer, her eyes still holding unprecedented amounts of hate within them as he crouched down to her face, placing a hand on her leg, going to the joint in her knees. "You know, Yoarazu, I'm sure Minta would love to see something like this. You tied up defenseless, wearing a glorified stripper uniform, without a chance to fight back." The crunching of a bone reverberated in the room as Momo screamed in pain, trying desperately to escape. Izuku still had his hands placed on her knee, though it seemed to be bending the wrong way now. "Oh, don't worry, it was a clean break. Though you might not be able to walk until Recovery Girl heals it. I'll leave you with the other one. Not like you can do that much with it. Wait, I almost forgot, since I'm feeling nice, how about something to eat?" Digging into his suit, Izuku pulled out about half a day of rations. Hearing Momo's stomach rumbled as she stared through tear-filled eyes. Extending his arm, Izuku gauged a specific distance before placing the food at the ends of Momo's feet, just out of her reach. Nodding his head, he turned around, heading back to the lower level, his bombs his next objective. Going through the winding tunnels, his path seemed random, though it was calculated. Izuku knew where he exactly wanted to go, evident as he placed bombs on the roof of the sewer in some locations. This was a time-consuming process, but he didn't mind. "Let's see, it's around here." Looking at the roof of the tunnel he was in, Izuku's eyes were looking at a single spot above him. Said spot had pipes surrounding the area, telling him that what he was looking for was indeed in the area. Reaching up, he secured one of his final 2 bombs onto the section. "Nezu, this bomb is going to be set off within the next 2 hours. Be ready." Speaking into his earpiece, Izuku didn't wait for a response as he walked to the nearest exit. Climbing out, Izuku was hit with another wave of pain in his hand. Breathing, he calmed himself. He had no time to deal with this pain. For now, he needed to fulfill his goal for the morning. Walking the streets, he had no fear of being out to the heroes, not when the people of the city already saw him as a savior. Though walking, he did have to deal with an influx of curious and praising civilians, not that he cared. until he saw what he wanted. Like how the real city of Japan works, there was a butcher shop, a selection of meats varying in prices, but he wants there to do any shopping for his consumption. No, he was there because he had a delivery he wanted to make. Going inside, he was greeted by the student running the shop, a student in the business course of UA. Izuku already saw that he was doing so for an experience within the field. Walking up, Izuku looked at the choices of meat before he made a choice. It was simple, and it was something not many people would think of eating. His choice was a fresh pig's head, its organs inside fully intact, including the brain, which Izuku could see through the section of its head. With his choice made, Izuku paid for the meat before walking outside, and despite being in public, he took his fist, shoving it inside the brain cavity of the pig, scooping some of it out as it spilled on the street, some of the still fresh blood dripping onto the floor. Izuku dug out some room in the head before pulling his hand out the inside of the pig's head, looking like mush in some parts. "What do you plan on doing with that?" Hikage spoke up, having watched the disgusting process of Izuku digging out the carcass of a pig's head. "Well, do you know what it means once a pig's head is delivered on your doorstep?" Taking out his last bomb, Izuku shoved the device into the head before he held it, walking to the hero building, only stopping once he reached a small convenience store, borrowing a paper and a pen, stabbing the pen into the pig's head, a message written on the paper which was now stamped in. "No, I'm unfamiliar with the symbolize that presents. Gangs such as the Yakuza use similar tactics like this one. Take Italy for example. It's not uncommon between two crime families for something similar like this to happen. When marking a sign of death, the body or part of an animal is presented to the target. It could vary from many different things, such as a fillet of fish, a horse's head, or in my case a pig's head. So you're sending a threat, but why the bomb?" Nana spoke up, her apparition appearing as Izuku carried the head, continuing his route to the hero HQ. The water supply of the city is already dwindling, and the morale of the hero team is slowly rising despite the terrible incidents that have befallen them. They are trying to save their public image by sending out patrols. That can't happen. This head serves two purposes: sending a message and also a way to tarnish their image even further. No one wants to smell or see a hero who has been bathed in blood. And with the bombs I've planted, ridding themselves of the smell won't be so easy. The past users could already tell what his plan was, and they had to agree the setup was perfect, though there was an issue. Not one they'll tell him, but we're sure he already figured out. Izuku activated OFA, his body arching with gray lightning as the smell of ash surrounded him, a replacement from the original smell of the ozone layer that usually accompanied it. With him putting 35% into his legs, Izuku ran off his speed, already passing streets and districts before he arrived near the hero HQ. With their surveillance room disabled, he wasn't worried about being caught on any cameras. As he walked up to the main door of the building, setting the pig head down, Izuku rang the door of the building before he used float, his body flying upwards as he took a spot on top of the hero building. His attention purely focused on the stolen earpiece. He had heard the communications of the heroes. Itsuka Kendo kept watch on the windows of the hero building. There still hadn't been any reports of activity from Lucifer. And while that should be good news, it was in reality really bad. The debates over whether Izuku would rest after taking that amount of damage was something she had considered all sides, and hearing what her sister class had said about the boy and how they described him, she concluded that Izuku wouldn't be out for long even if his entire body was broken. Patrol Squad 2 and 5, anything to report? Checking in with her teams that she sent out, Itsuka was heavily invested in keeping the channels between heroes open at all times. They still hadn't found Momo, but Itsuka had only a single clue. Out of all the districts that have been attacked, there was one that hadn't been the center of any incident. The East District. Itsuka had already sent patrols to survey the area. She had a feeling that if Lucifer was hiding anywhere, it would be there. "This is Patrol 2, nothing to report. Civilian opinion is still negative." Todoroki's voice was loud and clear, his report short but straight to the point. Nodding her head, Itsuka turned around, looking at the coffee table in the middle of the room, a map of the city highlighted. This was Shoto's patrol route, and with nothing to report in the East District, she hoped Patrol 5 would have something. "This is Patrol 5 Tentacle reporting. Nothing of note in the West District. A few run-ins with disapproving citizens had been encountered. You didn't take any action against them, did you?" Itsuka had a bit of worry well up in her. Looking around, she looked at the still injured heroes. Kyoka was still down and out, and Shishida was still nursing his wounds, while the others were still somewhat injured, such as Uraraka and Mina. Both of them, along with the rest, were awaiting their orders to take over patrol. "No, as you told us, we haven't taken any action against them. Though we did try to alleviate and reconcile our image, they are still calling for Bakugu's head. They can keep calling because once I blow up that effing Deku, they're next." Bakugu yelled into his earpiece, causing Itsuka to get irritated. "Bakugu, this is exactly why we are in the position we are in. Just shut your mouth. What the F did you say, man? Hands quirkless or not, I'll beat your effing ass." Bakugu walked up and into the face of Itsuka, the two glaring at each other. Itsuka had to deal with Monoma, but as much as he was a pain in her ass, Bakugu was proven to be an even bigger one. Itsuka couldn't see why the prideful bastard couldn't understand that it was his fault they were behind Izuku every step of the way. Why now the city has turned against them, the heroes. She wanted to knock his teeth out, but before the situation could escalate they were interrupted by Kirishima grabbing a hold of Bakugo while Tsu grabbed Itsuka, the two of them trying to lessen the tension. Though their movements were weak, neither of them had gotten much sleep since the first day. With the constant thought of Lucifer targeting them along with their guilt of not being able to save the people right next to and in front of them plagued their mind. Becca bro, come on now, isn't the time for that. Pushing Bakugo back, Kirishima tried to quell the explosive boy's rage. Tsu also pushed Itsuka back. Kendo, you need to focus on Lucifer, ribbit. Itsuka stared at Tsu, looking into the frog girl's baggy eyes that craved sleep. Sighing, she turned from Bakugo. Patrols 2 and 5 report back to the HQ. It's time for the ringing of the HQ doors got the attention of every hero in the room. Report back immediately. Lucifer may be at the HQ. Yelling, Itsuka wasn't going to take any chances. Looking at the heroes in the room, her eyes looked at Kirishima. His quirk like Tetsu's meant he couldn't be eliminated if he was shot while his skin was hardened. Kirishima, could you check the door with your quirk? We'll be right behind you in case. Nodding his head, Kirishima hardened his skin. He knew why he was selected and he agreed that he was the best option for it. While the patrol teams got back to HQ, they had lower offensive power. Shinsaburo, get ready to use your capture scarf. Looking at the insomniac boy, Kirishima walked to the door, opening it slowly before he swung it open, his eyes shaped as he surveyed the area. Looking down, he saw what Lucifer had delivered. The pig head was staring directly at him. Lifting it, Kirishima stepped back, closing the door. He didn't want to remove the paper that was stuck in the head. Oh, guys. Showing the head, the entire room was disgusted, Kota fainting as he saw the head. Jesus Christ. Itsuka put a hand over her mouth as Kirishima walked forward, placing the head down. They had no idea what it meant, but Shinso did. Walking up, he grabbed the piece of paper, ripping it off as he read it. What does it say? Uraraka, sitting up, looked at Shinso curiously as she put her head near the pigs. It's another warning. He's saying that if the time to leave has shortened, we have only a few hours before he hunts us all down. And Bakugo, it seems he's calling you out directly. Handing over the note to the others, Shinso looked back at the pig head, his face covered partly by his scar. One by one, the hero team read it, and it was indeed true. It was saying by the morning of the 6th day, if they don't leave or forfeit, he will hunt them down to the fullest extent. But why the pig head? It doesn't make sense why he would do something like that. It's different from the other messages he has sent. Yui spoke up, her monotone voice hinted with a little bit of confusion. Usually, Izuku's messages were sent through the media, or with one of his victims. Doing this made no sense. Maybe there's more to the head. Reaching his hand out, Monoma touched the head, trying to see if there was anything wrong with it. Itsuka watched on, opening her mouth to speak. Most likely, but we shouldn't too. Boom. Just as she was saying this, the pig head Monoma had his hand in front of, exploded, blood spraying all over the heroes. Almost no one was saved from the mess as bits of brain, tongue, and more splashed in their faces. Itsuka even getting a mouthful of brain matter and blood. Though that wasn't it. Screaming in pain, Monoma held his hand at, leaking blood all over the floor. The skull of the pig exploding outwards acted like shrapnel, cutting into Monoma's hand, which was in front of it. The bone fragments also flew in every direction, slicing parts of the heroes' costumes, allowing the blood to seep into the gear. The stench of blood hit everyone's noses, some even throwing up, such as Itsuka, who emptied her mouth of the raw meat and blood that hit her. The map of the city the heroes were using was also drenched in blood. That effing Deku. Bakugo brought his head up. Some blood painted the bottom of his hero gear, but he was for the most part saved from this. They should have expected something like this. It took a while, but eventually Itsuka regained control. They looked as though they had just butchered someone. Standing there soaked in blood, Itsuka turned when the door opened. Todoroki's patrol group, consisting of Shoto, Minta, Tagara, and Takoyami, arrived along with Shoji's group, which had him, Siro, Ryuko, and Rin came inside just as the pig had exploded, evident by the blood which painted their clothes. What happened? Minta yelled out, his face pale as he looked at his classmates, covering his nose when the blood hit him. The others all had similar questions, but Itsuka took control. We'll explain everything, but first some of us need to wash up. We can't be covered in blood with our patrol routes. Someone patch Monoma's hand and keep a lookout for any deliveries from Lucifer or civilians. If you don't recognize what it is, don't bring it inside. Lucifer is starting to ship his bombs directly to us. Disgusted, Itsuka took a few of the girls while some of the boys went to the large shower rooms on the bottom floor. They needed to wash this blood off as soon as possible, or else they'll reek of it in public, though due to capacity not all of them could right away. Itsuka got undressed, taking her hero costume off before handing it up. She and the other girls will have to hand wash their hero costumes, but for now, they need to wash off their bodies. Washing it was Itsuka, Uraraka, and Yui. The three of them gingerly washed their bodies. They were still running off emergency supply water, so they had to wash fast. Using whatever they had in there, they tried to rid themselves of the stink. None of them spoke. The mood in the room was at an all-time low. After what just happened, they either were still too disgusted or shocked at what occurred. Itsuka raised her head, the water hitting her face, covering it in warmth as she scrubbed her body. It was only at times like this she could think without having to deal with any problems. Her mind was focused on what now. To her, it was clear Lucifer was trying to still tarnish their image. Heroes covered in blood weren't good no matter how you looked at it. And using a pig's head to disguise a bomb. The situation got complicated more and more. Sighing, she relaxed her body, the warm water giving her relief until it suddenly stopped. It wasn't just her shower, however, as the rest too also stopped. What? The emergency supply is supposed to last for days. Why did it stop? Itsuka opened her teal eyes, searching for the cause. There wasn't any way they ran through the water that fast. Stepping back onto the floor of the large bathroom, a loud crash rocked the building as the floor underneath all the girls started cracking before it caved in on itself. The girls were scared, naked, and confused as they fell through the floor, landing in the sewer system that ran underneath the city, but they were alone. Falling next to them were the boys who had also been showering, Juzo, Shihai, and Shishida, all of them as naked as they were. The girls covered themselves out of embarrassment, and so did the boys, but they had no time to feel that as they heard the hero team rush into the bathrooms asking what happened. But before any of them could respond, the sound of rushing water eclipsed the tunnel. Looking at one side, the group was frozen still. Is that? Itsuka's words died out in her mouth. A wall of sewage was rushing towards their direction all at once, its water green and revolting. Izuku stood on top of the Hero HQ, a smirk under his mask as his thumb was pressed onto a detonator. The sewer system should be flooding right now. While some will smell like blood, the others will be covered in their filth. Izuku had set this up exactly how he wanted. His bombs rocked the city as the pipes underneath people's feet burst. While he had taken out the water distribution plant, the emergency system still removed any waste from the drains of the city. Blowing up a few of those pipes made sure that the nastiest parts would reach the location of where some of the hero team fell. While he didn't expect a high number, he knew now that they smelt like shit. They would most likely be treated like it by the people of the city. Izuku took no time to bask in the aftermath. By his estimate, he had around a minute or two before he was able to make his entrance. Turning to a large ventilation system on the roof, Izuku active full cowling, grabbing onto a large industrial fan. This was the AC system of the hero building. Now that the hero team smelt bad, it would take some time before the pig carcass starts to decay, but with a little tweak, he can make happen in just an hour or two. Exposing a dead animal's carcass and inner body to heat will speed up the rate at which decomposition starts to take effect. Izuku cocked his fist back before slamming it into the large fan, destroying it. Without the constant stream of cool air running in the building, the heat will build up, affecting the blood and remains of the pig. Heat was dangerous when it was exposed to raw meat, which is why preserved foods are kept cold and why after cooking a steak it tends to go bad faster than when it was raw. Destroying the fan, Izuku went to the edge of the building, focusing his mind on the remains of the hero team. Pinpoint danger sense kicked and he could see the positions of every hero team member clearly. But that wasn't his goal. There were 6 people who were moving rapidly, and watching them slow down, Izuku jumped off the side of the building, pulling out his hardballer pistol before twisting his body into his shoot style, striking his foot down through the asphalt of the street below, entering the sewer system as he landed. Turning to one side of the tunnel, he readied his pistol, watching as an influx of sewage turned the corner slowly down before it reached him. As it stopped, the large mess of green water spit out a few passengers. Kendo, Uraraka, Yui, Juzo, Shihai, and Shishida, all of them coughing as their body was slick with garbage, feces, and urine. Izuku was glad Mei had built air filters into his mask, as he knew this didn't smell pleasant. Looking at the disgusting heap, Izuku aimed, firing off several shots, hitting each and every single one of them in the legs, causing them to jolt in pain. This wasn't necessary, but it was fun. Looking at the group before him, Izuku put his pistol away, grabbing Itsuka by her hair along with Juzo. The rest had open wounds, and with the bacteria in the water it was likely they would get sick, but with these 2 they were in near perfect condition. Raising them up, Izuku looked to the hole he made, about to leave when he heard Todoroki. Midoriya, stop. Turning, Izuku looked at Todoroki before the 2 captured heroes in his grasp. Sorry, I don't think that's possible, Todoroki, but before you get all jumpy, I want you to look at your current situation. The methane in this sewer system will incinerate anyone it touches, except of course you and me, the second you spark your fireside. Now you're ice, you'll end up putting your friends into hypothermic shock. Their bodies slick with liquid already has the freezing point in their blood lowered. Now this can go one of 2 ways. Either you let me go or you take the chance and potentially end your fellow classmates. Now it's time for you to choose. Either way, I win. Izuku and Todoroki stared at each other, neither moving. While the injured on the floor gasped for air, one person, in particular, looked at Izuku with her brown pleading eyes. The atmosphere was tense, and the next move will decide which way this goes. But just as Izuku said, there is only one victor in either exchange. Izuku's hands were like a vice grip on Kendo and Juzo's hair. The villain Lucifer stared at the hero ahead of him. Todoroki glared as he stared into Lucifer's eyes, his red crimson eye reminding him that of a snake the iris slit as if he were ready to strike. Todoroki was in a situation where he could do absolutely nothing. In this situation he was powerless. Any move he made would guarantee that the safety of his fellow heroes was unachievable. Todoroki put a hand to his ear, his index finger pressing onto his earpiece. He had to contact his team. He had no way of getting an edge in this battle. Hand-to-hand combat was not an option, and neither was his quirk. Todoroki didn't doubt Lucifer could take him on even with 2 hostages in his grasp. The others on the floor also didn't make this any easier. Opening his mouth, Todoroki went to alert his team. He needed someone to make up for his lack of ability now. Just as he was about to speak, Lucifer made a move. Todoroki watched as Juzo, the poor boy, was slammed face first into the wall that structured the sewer. Put your hand down, Todoroki. Otherwise Kendo and Juzo here will have a visit to the and I know you don't want that now, do you? Lucifer brought Juzo back in front of him, ignoring the boy's groans of pain as his nose leaked blood. Bruises forming on his filth-covered face. Putting his hand down, Todoroki glared at the villain, his hands at his sides as he looked at the heroes on the floor. All of them were shivering, throwing up copious amounts of sewage water that had invaded their bodies. Looking back at Lucifer, Todoroki was stuck in his thoughts. The boy had changed so much during this game. While he hadn't seen him much on the prep days, this sudden change was too rapid. Then the first day came to mind. The news broadcast that Lucifer had done provided him a way to know more about Izuku. Midoriya, what happened to you? This game isn't funny anymore. Can't you see what you're doing to your friends? That news broadcast on the first day. Was your life so bad that now you take that anger out on us? This was the only time Todoroki could get some answers and not only stall for time. Without him reporting, he was sure the rest of the heroes will try and find him to see what was taking him so long. His objective was to try and appeal to the Izuku he knew was in there, the same boy who wanted to save everyone with a smile on his face. Todoroki did know the pain of family abuse. His father's training was a constant reminder along with his scar. Lucifer's eyes showed amusement as he looked at Todoroki. So he truly believed me. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle, the low rumbling of his muffled laughs echoing through the tunnel. Those who were able to hear him had chills run down their skin. Uraraka, who was on the ground, froze still at his laugh as it increased in volume. Todoroki was confused. What happened? I thought I explained it clearly. Do you know how far the breaking point of the human mind I am past? Every day the world was against me. I'm sure I told you before I didn't awaken my quirk until the day of the entrance exam. Knowing that, could you imagine how I lived my life as a quirkless stepping stone? My mother, my friends, my classmates, everyone turned against me. So when you say friends, no one comes to mind. The Izuku who was your comrade, your classmate who had the naive dream of saving everyone, villain or not, never existed. He was merely a persona created to protect myself, so you can stop trying to maintain a connection to that fake. The shock that crossed Todoroki's face made Izuku wish he could take a picture to capture the dumbfounded look. Todoroki, however, denied it. There wasn't any way that could be true. The smiles Izuku shared, the laughs, the times he sacrificed himself for the goodness of his classmate. That isn't true, Midoriya. If it was, you wouldn't have opened yourself up. The tears and smiles you showed us couldn't have been fake. Those emotions can't be lies. It's not possible. It is when you've had your entire life to practice them. Izuku shut down Todoroki. Just to prove his point, Izuku's eyes started watering. The same look he had when he was about to cry showed a skill he had acquired over years, a precautionary measure Izuku had made. If he could show a smile conveying happiness or joy, then he needed a way to express the opposite. His eyes cleared up just as fast as they filled. You see, Todoroki, who you thought I was, is nothing but an illusion you shattered. Everything would have been fine. I wouldn't have done any of this had you not done what everyone else has. Todoroki took a step back. Izuku's face had been so convincing that it was horrifying. But what was he talking about? How was he the cause of this? What do you mean, how is it my fault? It isn't just yours, Todoroki. Izuku used Black Whip, the quirk binding Kendo, and Juzo lightly choking the pair, stopping Kendo, who had been slowly enlarging her fist to attack him. It is all of you, the students of UA, the teachers here, they are the ones who are at fault. That day of the news broadcast, when I mentioned that I was a part of a hero class and betrayed by my classmates. That wasn't some backstory I made up just to play into the character of a villain. You may not remember or even admit it, but the day I was accused as the traitor of UA, every single one of you looked on as I was humiliated. My achievements reduced to nothing. The sound of splashing footprints echoed in the tunnel as the rest of the hero group showed up, all of them about to question Izuku, but the boy was still talking. You spared yourself from the humiliation of defending an accused villain. Now let's see how Kendo and Juzo react when they are subjected to the same feeling you all were saved from. Deku, get your ass over here. Bakugo rushed forward, as did some of the others. But Izuku remained unfazed. Instead, he looked to the floor where Uraraka was. The girl reached out a hand, her voice coming out softly as her brown eyes filled with tears. Izuku. Izuku didn't say anything. Instead, he planted his foot into Uraraka's face, kicking the girl as those who had started to run after him were forced to stop, some tripping as the girl slid across the ground, all the while her body scrapped across the floor. Izuku wasted no time as he jumped up, OFA coursing through the boy's body as he started running to a single location he had made prepare for an advance. Letting go of Kendo and Juzo's hair, Izuku tethered the two with Black Whip as he ran ahead, using only 5% in his body as he dug into his suit, pulling out a detonator. As expected, the sounds of the heroes sounded out behind him. Turning his head slightly, he saw that most of the heroes had followed after him, minus those who were injured. Izuku's danger sense went off as he jumped sharp scales as the result of Rin's quirk flew through the air. Their target was his leg. Still running, he waited until he clicked the detonator. As the hero group piled up, they were knocked off their feet. The roads underneath them exploded violently. Each time they progressed, another explosion caused them to lose some distance. Everyone used the roofs. The streets are rigged to explode. Todoroki had everyone gather behind him as he used the same trick he and Ida did at the Kamino incident. With the number of people, Ida screamed out at the top of his lungs, the engines on his legs bursting with a blue flame. RECIPRO burst. With Todoroki's ice, the group slid onto the roofs. They had to avoid the streets. Izuku was leading them down. Otherwise, they will only play into the boy's hand. Todoroki rushed forward faster than anyone else, using his ice and fire to their full advantages, his mind filled with Izuku's words. The incident where Izuku was accused, the time he turned his back on the one person who he thought understood him. Guilt welled up inside Todoroki. It was true, he betrayed his friend. Helped become the catalyst to why he feels like the world is against him. Izuku still ran, and while the heroes had stopped using the streets, that weren't a problem. He'll save those bombs for another time. Putting the detonator away, Izuku tighter the grip of Black Whip as he saw where he was headed. He did have to dodge columns of fire, however, sliding, jumping. The hero team was trying to incapacitate him. Yanagi, Rin, Mineta, Shiro, and Todoroki all used their quirks in hopes of taking him down or slowing him. Looking up to the sky, however, Izuku heard the cawing of several crows, all of them going to his location. This reminded him Koda was still a large factor in the game since the boy hadn't been showing much. Izuku brushed him off. Raising his hand, Izuku pulled his middle finger back, his glove reacting as air flew out several small holes, a feature May had added similar to his Air Force gloves. Flicking his finger, the crows who had started dive bombing at him were hit, a burst of wind pushing them away as they fell to the ground. While his attacks were only 5% to an animal as fragile as a bird, were helpless in repelling them. That didn't mean Koda had stopped trying, as more birds and even mice started converging on his location. The attempts, however, were pitiful at best. Reaching to the holster on his armpit, Izuku took a hold of his gun. Using danger sense, he focused it on Koda, the boy being assisted by Shoji to hop across the roofs. Aiming, Izuku fired off several shots, causing the boy to lose his hold on the animals, who once they realized where they were scuttled away. His shots didn't eliminate him, but it did have Shoji and Koda try to avoid them. Izuku. Mei's voice cut through the chaos as Izuku dodged scales and ice from Rin and Todoroki respectively. What is it? I'm kind of busy right now. Not saying Mei's name due to the number of people who could possibly hear him, Izuku asked what is it she wanted. Her voice seemed a bit distressed. It's just you have some visitors at the apartment. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku knew it wasn't any of the heroes, as they had all returned and were in the hero building when he attacked. I'll deal with it later, whoever they are. Don't let them see what is going to happen next. Speaking clearly, Izuku stopped talking as he saw what he was waiting for. A large road filled to the brim with citizens, all of them waiting as if there were a parade about to start. Slowly his run, Izuku spun around on his heel, facing Kendo and Juzo to the heroes, making Todoroki adjust the trajectory and power of his ice as the attacks from the others ceased. The heroes all jumped down with the assistance of Todoroki, making trails for them to slide down. Every hero had their quirk at the ready, their eyes scanning the environment as the civilians shouted at them. Due to the situation, the heroes forgot one detail about their current state. Izuku didn't, as he backed up in the middle of the road, lifting Kendo and Juzo as if he were showing off an award he had won. The crowds of civilians threw insults at the heroes while some cheered as Izuku brought forward his recent captures. Speaking, his voice silenced the crowd, all of them going quiet with a manner of respect befitting a savior of the city. Silence. Getting everyone's attention, Izuku looked at the group of heroes before he turned his head to the citizens. Witness, the very people who have invaded our once peaceful environment have finally shown their true colors. Look upon them as they parade filthy bodies covered in blood. Is this what we want to represent the people? No. Are these the very same heroes who preach about their fight against villainy, but have done nothing but cause misfortune to fall upon us? These animals bath in their filth, defiling this city. Unwrapping Juzo and Kendo, their naked forms were open for the public to see, their odor wafting in the air as the civilians, both robot and students, revolted at the sight. Kendo and Juzo felt utter embarrassment as their bodies were revealed to total strangers. Humiliation ran through their entire core as they tried to cover up, but Izuku's had pinned their arms to the sides, having already expected this. Though that didn't stop Kendo from trying to grow her fists, which resulted in the growing tightness on her throat. The heroes at this point looked down at their own bodies. Their clothes were drenched in the blood of Izuku's present. Even Minta was too focused on his current appearance to notice Kendo naked. Todoroki covered his body in ice before he melted it, trying to wash away the blood, but it was all in vain, the blood already having soaked into the fabric. Deku, cut the bullshit, let go of those useless FS and let's settle this now. Bakugo cut through the crowd. He had been in the pursuit along with the others, having been carried by Takoyami. When he got in front of the crowd, the civilians booed him. Bakugo, hearing this, turned his head, his ever so feral scowl over his face. "You all shut the F up, I quote El Kai." Todoroki stepped in, freezing Bakugo's mouth before he said anything worse. Izuku threw Kendo and Juzo to the ground, shooting Black Whip around their necks, choking them before he pulled out a gun, pointing it at the back of their heads. Izuku reveled in the cheers and requests for him to end them. But that wasn't his plan. "Heroes, I give you an opportunity. You are all about self-sacrifice, isn't that right? Essentially, to be a good hero, one needs to be willing to put his or her life on the line. I will spare both these heroes if 6 of you are willing to take their place. How much are their lives worth to you? Better make the decision fast." Izuku tightened Black Whip, choking Juzo and Kendo just enough that they could only breathe enough to keep them alive. "Midoriya, stop this at once. You're taking this too far." Nezu cut into Izuku's earpiece. For the first time since the game started, he was speaking to Izuku, roughly warning him that further action will cause one of the staff to step in. Izuku sighed before Black Whip extending, covering the sensitive parts of Kendo and Juzo while loosening just a tad. Putting a hand to his ear, Izuku rebutted Nezu's assessment. "Nezu, the world of a pro hero is unforgiving. You and I both know that male and female heroes have been humiliated far worse than this, but fine, I'll do them the decency of partly covering them up. What I needed to be done is already accomplished." The hero team froze still. There was no denying that Kendo was one of, if not the most important person on their team. Her ability to lead their team is what had maintained the balance of the whole game. After Bakugo's subsequent status of quirklessness, it was her who had pulled them back together. Losing her was an option they didn't want. They stayed still until Monoma spoke out loud, just enough for them to hear him. Despite being injured, he had still continued. The pain in his hand didn't put him out of commission. I'll copy Midoriya's quirks and use them against him." The others turned to the blonde-haired boy. "But that doesn't work. During the joint training you copied it, but you couldn't do anything." Shoji interrupted, pointing out how the boy had tried this before with no result. "Yeah, but now he has that binding quirk. If I can touch him, I can use that, and while he's distracted we can save Kendo and Juzo, but I need your help." Putting his ego aside, Monoma realized what he needs to be done to accomplish this. The others nodded, but then another issue came to mind. "So who else do we put forward?" He wanted 6, we need 5 more. Kirishima joined in the discussion. Bringing up the main problem, it was clear that Izuku was serious about the 6 sacrifices. Despite Monoma's bravery, the others were hesitant. None of them really wanted to go after. Witnessing what Izuku has done, fear overwrote their minds. Todoroki, however, made a decision. "We have to sacrifice those who don't provide anything to the team as we are now. Despite the trepidations I have, Bakugo is possibly the only one who can face Midoriya. We need his quirk. All of our powerhouses have to be here. That means..." Looking at the group, Todoroki looked at a few people in particular. "Koda, Minta, Yanagi, Toru, and Shiro, will you 5 go? We need this plan to work, meaning we need to make it appear as though we are truly giving you up. Don't worry, we'll jump in before Midoriya has a chance to move. All we need is Monoma to get close." The 5 heroes Todoroki mentioned nodded their heads, but before they were pushed forward, Todoroki spoke to them. "Minta, when Monoma uses Midoriya's quirk, trap him. Yanagi, attack him from every angle you can with anything near you. Shiro, wrap him up. This plan needs to work." Izuku watched as the hero team pushed forward their 6 sacrifices. His eyes moved as he evaluated all of them, his crimson eye narrowing as he saw the team members. While he wanted to take out all who were offered, there was one he wanted to keep. His mind already forming the plan he thought someone like Todoroki will come up with. Yanagi could use her quirk to attack him from anywhere or even take his gun. Minta to capture along with Shiro, and finally the crown jewel himself, Monoma. Izuku knew the plan was half-baked, which made this a lot easier. So easy to sacrifice your own heroes, aren't you? They're people too. Why is it you value these 2 more than the others? Punishing those who are weaker than yourself when you could have brought forward the murderer in your ranks. Betraying those who are your friends again, are you? Izuku twisted the situation again. The civilians also started getting rowdy. It was clear to them that they sacrificed the weakest of them all for the sake of protecting their 2 favorites. Instead of proving themselves to be on the side of justice by sacrificing Bakugo, they instead put the others. "Kill them, Lucifer. Make them pay." The cheers rang out as the six walked forward into Izuku, the civilians shuffling forward, crowding the road as they encircled the sacrifices, cutting off the rest of the heroes from reaching them. Todoroki ground his teeth. We need to see what's happening now. Placing his hand on the ground, the entire hero team was lifted so they could view above the people. The six were pelted with insults, but Monoma spoke up to them. Just remember the plan. If we capture him here, it's over. The five nodded, with Toru however trying to slip off her gloves, but with the crowd of people around her, no doubt they would try and stop her. Maybe, however, she'll be able to slip through. She just had to wait for an opportunity. Izuku adjusted his grip onto his pistol. The sacrifices arrived finally. Pulling his gun up, Izuku stopped them in their tracks. Looking up at the heroes who were watching from Todoroki's ice block, Izuku, you really don't get it, do you? I told you once before, there is only one victor, and that's me. Firing, Izuku hit all the sacrificial heroes in their heads, eliminating them except for one. Toru was spared, but she was shot in her kneecaps, making her fall down while also marking her with fake blood. Todoroki, seeing this, tried to get into the crowd or attack, but the people around Izuku cheering made it so he didn't have a clear shot without hurting and even possibly ending everyone around Izuku. Putting his gun to Juzo's head, he eliminated the boy before kicking Kendo to the ground. She'll live with her humiliation. Izuku wanted to see if she will come back from this. Smirking, he went over to the downed Toru, picking her up, striking her in the stomach as he dragged the invisible girl. Izuku went over to Monoma, who was frozen still, the fake blood dripping off his head. That was a nice plan. If only it were someone else. Mocking the boy, Izuku ripped his coat off, draping it over Kendo. Not because he was doing it out of courtesy, it was because Nezu had warned him. With Toru in his grasp, Izuku stripped the girl, taking off her gloves and forcing her boots off, making her completely invisible. The crowd of people around him celebrated while throwing insults at Kendo, who was on the ground trying desperately to cover her body, tears in her eyes and head down. Using this, Izuku said one last thing as he pulled his detonator out, once again pressing the button. I bid you farewell until next time. The ice Todoroki made crumbled as the parts of the road that didn't explode before did, the shockwaves sending every hero to the ground. Getting up, they tried to get to Kendo, but the thick group's people weren't going to let that happen. Shoji, who was the tallest, peered through, watching as Izuku slipped into the large pile, disappearing from sight. And with Toru fully unclothed, he couldn't rely on his eyes. And the ears he could make were useless. The cheering would drown any sound Izuku could make out. Todoroki grit his teeth. He didn't know what they could realistically do to win this game. To Todoroki, everyone hated the heroes. They were cornered. They felt like the world was against them. Like how everyone was against Izuku. That was his whole plan. Izuku wanted the heroes to feel what he has felt for years, to show them the difference of how they could only crumble under the pain and helplessness that he felt. Izuku carried Toru away from the scene, his hand tied on her neck as she struggled to hit his arm in hopes of stopping. However, every time she hit him, he only held on tighter. Entering an alley, Izuku put both hands on her before he applied pressure, choking the girl unconscious, her invisible body only seen to him with danger sense. Putting her over his shoulders, Izuku walked off, putting a hand to his ear. May tell my guests I'll be there shortly. Okay, Izuku, but come back safe. I wasn't able to see what happened, so you better tell me all about it. Of course, I'll see you soon. Mei's pouty voice was a relief to hear. To him it said that she truly hadn't seen what he did or is doing, which also meant whoever had come to visit him didn't either. It's time I and you had a little chat, Toru. And hope you enjoyed it. I just want to thank everyone who has supported not only this story but me as well. I'm having some family issues, so I truly appreciate that you took the time to send some words my way. I'll be maintaining my stories, updating them as time passes. However, there is a little change. As some of you may have noticed, I'm currently working on 12 stories that aren't pre-written in any way. Each of them is their own idea, with chapters written on the spot of me working on them. And bouncing off these storylines repeatedly in a week has been hard, so I have a new upload schedule. Starting next weekend, only some of my stories will be updated. The first will be. After that, the next weekend will be. I will also be working on Red Hood on my off time. The purpose of this is to make sure I personally don't get overwhelmed while also providing you stories that don't suffer from a drop in quality. I hope you understand why I did this, and if you're not happy with the schedule, then I apologize. Anyways, see you all next time. Todoroki and the others shoved their way through the crowds as the sun fell from the city, getting progressively darker. As they shoved, they were attacked, fists and feet flying at them, but they didn't strike back. Luckily, Shoji stayed behind to hold Bakugo back from interfering, as if he joined the situation would get worse. Get out of the way. Yelling, Todoroki got to the main area, finding Kendo, her head on the ground, as the civilians nearby yelled obscenities at her. You filthy hero whore. Get out. Grabbing Kendo, Todoroki grabbed the shivering and sobbing girl. Before he looked at his team, they were still being mobbed by everyone. Lifting Kendo up, Todoroki watched as the girl kept her head down, her dirty ginger hair covering her face as she pulled Monoma's coat to cover more of her. Trying to get back through the crowd was a struggle, and even after arriving back at Hero HQ, that didn't change the mob following them, hurling insults and garbage at the building, which the inside had already started smelling horrible. Still, they didn't dwell on it as Todoroki handed Kendo over to the girls so they could help her. I swear to God, once I get my hands on that effing Deku. Another annoyance was the contact yelling and grumbling from Bakugo, Todoroki rubbing his temples as the rotting smell hit his nose. Deku, the quirkless effing freak, will get what's coming to him. Just shut the F up. Standing up, Todoroki surprised everyone in the room as he grabbed Bakugo by the collar, throwing the boy to the ground. Deku this, Deku that. Why can't you see that this is all your effing fault? Or you want to effing go icy hot? Trying to stand back up, Bakugo was kicked to the floor. The rest of the hero students didn't step in. Sue and Kirishima, due to their lack of sleep, their minds were already drowsy as their heads swayed trying to stay awake. The others because it was satisfying seeing Bakugo being stood up to. Todoroki clenched his fist, punching Bakugo in the mouth. You bastard. You egocentric effing scumbag. I see now that everything Midoriya said was true. You're the effing waste of space. You're a piece of shit. We all are. We were supposed to be his friends and we effing turned our backs on him. Todoroki stopped punching Bakugo. The boy's cheek swelled and blood dribbled out his mouth. Todoroki stood up, his emotionless look from the beginning of the year returning. Turning, Todoroki walked to the stairs. I'm done with this. Whatever comes next, we already deserve it. The rest of the students watched Todoroki leave. Those who had been paying attention absorbed his words, his outburst reminding them the Midoriya incident. They really did deserve this, didn't they? Toru woke up, her head spinning as her memory of Izuku's choking her unconscious reminded her of what her current position was. Tugging, she found her wrists bound, unable to move. Shit. Hearing herself, Toru sighed. If only she had slipped away before Todoroki made up that shitty plan, leaving it to a hero wannabe to F everything up. Trying to look for a way to escape, Toru stopped when she heard a large crash. Looking around the area she was in, Toru narrowed her eyes. She was clearly in a sewer, no doubt, but what warranted the crash she didn't know until a pile of broken cameras landed on the floor in front of her. Joining it a short time after was Izuku, still wearing his suit and mask, brushing the dust off his suit before looking at Toru. Midori W, what's going on? Toru played into her second life. The emotional gossip girl who as of right now was scared of her fellow classmate. She was confused on the pile of cameras, however, but she didn't show that, only more fear. Cut that sheet out. You're not fooling anyone, especially me. Crouching down, Izuku stared in where Toru's eyes would be. You're lacking the human emotion behind your actions. So stiff, so calculated. I always felt something odd about you. So you figured it out. Lada effing da. So what are you gonna play out one of your sick revenge fantasies that you probably go to sleep jerking off to? Toru's invisibility peeled away to reveal her face, short cropped blue hair and blue eyes coming into view. She had no reason to hide now, her face full of disgust as she looked at Izuku. Izuku chuckled as he tightened his gloves before he crouched, putting his face close to hers. No, why would I hurt the only person I can call a friend? Friend? Yes, a friend. Now come on, let's talk. Izuku took off his mask, grinning as he stared into Toru's now visible eyes. I'd like to discuss the details of a very prosperous partnership. May I borrow him back? Izuku walked through the door of his apartment, his eyes searching for his apparent guests before he spotted them. Ibara, May, Mandalay, all of them talking, and finally the last two he was most glad to see. Eri, Koda. Calling out their names, Izuku watched as the two small heads belonging to the children turned to his voice. Deku. The two children yelled as they ran to him, Eri jumping on him, cuddling into his neck as Koda stood watching, hiding his face with his hat, holding on to Eri. He could feel tears hit his neck. Eri, are you okay? The girl nodded as she poked her head out, staring into his before she latched on again. Walking forward, Izuku kneeled, placing a hand on Koda's head. Giving a smile to the boy. Here there, Koda, long time no see. Koda looked up, his own smile before he hugged Izuku, his own tears in his eyes. They missed you quite a lot, Midoriya, especially little Eri. Mandalay walked up to the trio, crouching as she looked the boy in his eyes, ignoring his appearance change, something the kids hadn't noticed. Seems so. Thank you, Mandalay, you and the others, for taking care of Eri in my absence. Izuku's thanks were genuine. Having Eri taken away from him had been hard when it happened, but he wasn't so worried about himself. He was more worried for Eri. To see the girl again after months of being apart was a warm welcome. Of course, I know with everything that happened you would have been worried. Yeah, anyways, Koda, I see you got red shoe. What's up with that? Smirking, Izuku could see even with the hug the boy getting embarrassed, but he didn't deny it. He said he wanted red shoes to match his big broad. Auntie. Breaking free, Koda sprayed water at Mandalay, hitting her in the face. The woman brushing it off with a laugh as the boy tried to cover his face. Sorry. Izuku smiled, seeing this before he looked around. Laughing, Mandalay wiped her face off as May and Ibara walked to Izuku. May grabbing the boy into a hug with a smile on her face. Finally, you're back. I've been waiting all day. Pouting, May rubbed Eri's head. This little one also was anxious that you have to make it up to us. Looking at May and then Eri, who had poked her head out, her eyes puffy. He sighed. All right, how about we go out and eat? It'll be my treat, just let me wash up while you get ready, May. Yes. Yelling, May raised her hands in the air, while Izuku turned to Ibara and Mandalay. You both are welcome to join us. We'll all go. I'm sure there's a place in this city to get dinner. Ibara nodded almost immediately as Mandalay thought about it for a second, looking at Kota, who nodded his head. Sure, why not? I could use something to eat. Perfect, if you'll excuse me. Setting Eri down, Izuku patted the girl's head. All right, Eri, I'm going to get ready, and then we'll all head out to eat. Then you and I can catch up, okay? Eri nodded her head. Okay. Saying the last part quietly, Eri turned before running over to May, hugging the girl's leg. Izuku let out a small chuckle before grabbing a pair of clothes from his supply cache. Eri was already attached to May, or to him that's what it looked like. Anyways, Izuku headed to the bathroom, making sure to set the door up so no one could come in, and after making sure he had a towel. After a quick shower, Izuku had stepped out clean and ready, his fresh clothes on. He and his party stepped out of the apartment, Mandalay taking in the sights as May held Eri's hand and Kota sat atop Izuku's shoulders. Mandalay's curious eyes wandered the streets. Murals were painted, all depicting Izuku. There were banners telling the heroes to leave the city, banning them from shops. It was an odd sight. She had only seen very little from when she arrived here, but to her, it seemed peaceful. In fact, walking with Izuku, they had stopped a few times as civilians rushed to praise him. Getting to a restaurant that had been left unaffected by Izuku's actions, Mandalay saw that just from the window it was overflowed with customers. The line outside was also full. It was a nice place, yet sadly they would be able to eat there. Midori, I don't think. She was cut off by people gasping. They all stared at Izuku and Ibara. The hostess spotted Izuku opening the door before speaking to him. Lucifer, please come in. We'd be honored to dine you and your apostles. Just like that, they were in. The word apostles caught Mandalay off guard, but she didn't have time to question it as they walked in, a table being cleared quickly. A table which was very beautiful looking, the table shining as the waitresses cleaned it, brushing the seats and everything off by the time they had arrived. Everyone in the restaurant had gone quiet too as Izuku sat down, Eri on his lap, with Kota and Eri taking his sides on the cushions of the booth. Please carry on. Be as if I were never here. Izuku spoke calmly, warmness in his voice. The citizens smiled before they turned back, carrying on with their conversations, thankful for Lucifer's permission. It was then the waitress showed up. Good evening, it's an honor to serve you, Lucifer, your guests as well. Is there anything you would like to drink? Mandalay ordered water. Ibara, May, and Izuku did the same, Eri an apple juice, and finally, Kota, who with permission from Mandalay got a soda. Sitting, they were handed menus, the waitress telling them she'll return with their drinks right away. Sitting there, the group had already picked what they wanted, with Mandalay looking at Izuku. Midori, I have some questions for you. Of course, what is it? Paying attention, Izuku smiled gently at Mandalay. Looking at the boy, Mandalay put her hand on top of the other. Before I came here for Kota and Eri to see you, I was told about the game. Is it true you're really the villain? I don't know if it was a mistake or something, but something isn't right. She was honestly confused. If he was a villain, why was he being treated so warmly by everybody? Before Izuku could answer, Eri spoke up. Ms. Mandalay, Pa Deku can't be a bad guy. Everyone is so nice. Crossing her arms, Eri, she too noticed how kind everyone was. And Mandalay saying that he was a bad man like Overhaul had been wasn't true. Her Pa hero wouldn't do that. It's okay, Snowball. No, it wasn't a mistake. In literal terms pertaining to the game, I am to be considered as the leader of the villain team. Again, that doesn't make sense. If you were a villain, why is it so peaceful here? It's simple. Lucifer has saved this community from the corruption of the hero team as he had freed me. Ibara added her opinion in the matter. She had a growing dislike for the mention of villain and Lucifer in the same sentence. She believed the words don't mix together at all. Mandalay took Ibara's answer in turning the girl as their drinks arrived. So does that mean you were once a part of the hero team? Yes, before Lucifer showed me who exactly my fellow heroes were and saved me. Ibara picked up her glass of water, sipping it. The waitress stood by, not wanting to disrupt, but she had a job to do. Excuse me, pardon for my intrusion, but are you ready to order? If not, then please let me know. Izuku looked across the table and to Eri, rubbing her head. I think we're ready. Are you, Eri? Yep. Smiling, Eri nodded her head, enjoying Izuku's head pat. Well, then what is it you would like to order? Going around the table, the group gave their requests, with Mandalay returning to ask her question. Well, I guess that answers why you were in his apartment, but I'm more curious about one thing. What's the relationship between you two? Pointing at May and Izuku, Mandalay smiled. Izuku slipping his arm around May's waist. I'm Izuku's girlfriend. Smiling, May kissed Izuku on the cheek. Eri and Kota were in sync with each other, having witnessed the two. Izuku smiled before placing a hand on Kota's head. Oh, come on, Kota, I'm sure you'll be kissed by your girlfriend in the future. No, I won't. Crossing his arms, Kota's cheeks blushed as he looked away. Izuku chuckled before placing a hand on Eri. You, however, Snowball, no kissing boys, okay? Not until you're an old lady, maybe not even then. Okay. Throwing her hands in the air, Eri laughed. Mandalay watched the scene with a smile. This made her glad that she had been the one to take Eri and Kota to Izuku. It took but 10 minutes for the food to arrive. Izuku ordering steak, May parmesan chicken, Ibara some tofu, Mandalay fish, Eri macaroni and chicken nuggets, with Kota having a small steak much like Izuku. Eating together, laughs were shared as Izuku caught up with Eri and Kota, making sure their quirk training had been going well. It was only near the end of the meal that Mandalay felt like hitting herself in the head. She hadn't even asked the most obvious question. "Oh, Midoriya, I totally forgot to ask, what have you done to change your appearance? I was wondering when you were going to mention that." "Well, to put it simply, I've been having some changes dealing with my quirk, nothing too serious, but these have been the side effects." Mandalay nodded her head, not wanting to pry deeper. If Izuku didn't think it was a problem, then it must not have been a large deal. Eri, however, turned her head, looking into Izuku's red eye. "I think you look cool, right, Kota?" Kota also nodded his head. "Yeah, you look badass." Uip. Covering his mouth, Kota looked at Mandalay, the woman glaring at him before she shook her head. "I'll let this pass because I have to agree it does look really cool, kind of like a snake or dragon." May smiled before kissing Izuku's cheek again. "I've got to agree with Catwoman over there." Ibara just nodded her head. She too agreed with every statement about how Izuku looked. Izuku scratched the back of his head. "Heck, come on, you're making me get embarrassed, but I'm glad you all think I look good." This had me getting worried there. Izuku cut into his steak before he looked up, a grin making its way on his face. "Shinso, aren't I glad to see you?" Looking to May and the rest of the group, Izuku spoke, seeing as they were finished with their food. "Excuse, do you think me and Shinso can have a word with each other?" Handing Eri to May, he got out of the booth as Ibara, Mandalay and Kota followed Izuku, looking at all of them. "Eri, Kota, you guys are welcome to stay with me if you both like. Mandalay, it's a pleasure to see you again. I'll see you at home." Kissing Eri on her forehead, Izuku smiled. "Be a good girl for May, okay?" Nodding her head, Izuku waved the group out. After they left, Izuku gestured to the booth. "Please, Shinso, sit. Can I get some food for you?" Sitting down, Izuku cut his steak slowly as Shinso sat across from him. "Midoriya." "Yes, what is it, SH?" Shinso used his quirk trying to brainwash Izuku, yet his connection was shut out almost instantly, confusing the boy as Izuku took a bite of his steak. "You know, using your quirk at the table isn't a very kind thing to do. I suggest you don't do it again. I've studied your quirk, Shinso, so I implore you to tell me what is it you want." "Midoriya, please just end this game." "Sure, how would you like me to do that? Destroy the hero tower, sneak in and end you all while you sleep, break your limbs, tell me which one." Izuku took a sip of water. His actions were all professional and his voice carried the tone which was common when a business executive was listing a client's option. "Midoriya, you know that's not what I meant. Just surrender. We understand we betrayed you, all right. I understand, and I'm ashamed I did so, despite having experienced the same thing. You were branded a villain much like how I was. For a long time I was bitter, wanting to hurt and get back at the people who wronged me, but you helped me. Let me help you now. Let me rectify my mistake. Shinso, your apology." Slicing the steak, Izuku continued, "means very little to me. Your call for me to surrender wasn't an option I had given you. Why won't you stop?" Banging his hands on the table, Shinso caused the entire place to go silent. Izuku shook his head, signaling for the check. The waitress that had been serving him and the others brought it over immediately, not before glaring at Shinso. "Why I won't stop?" "Shinso, that answer can't be expressed in words. But if I had to say why, it has to be because this is the most fun I've had in years. Hurting you all has been very therapeutic." "Therapeutic? You effing psychopath." Shinso slammed his fist, breaking one of the plates. Izuku, however, sat back, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Well, Shinso, it seems you've outstayed your welcome." Standing up, Lucifer pointed at Shinso. "Everyone, I apologize. It seems a hero has invited themselves to my table. Not only have they disrupted my meal, they bring their insults and heresy to you lovely people. I am truly devastated that they have no class. I humbly apologize." Bowing his head, Izuku hung it in shame. The restaurant, seeing how Lucifer was taking the blame for a hero with no manners, had them enraged that the filth of the city dare make their savior bow his head. The people sat up, moving to the table. "Please do not apologize for this filth, Lucifer. It is not your fault." The people all gave their request for Izuku to stop, lowering his head. Izuku thanked the civilians as he was let through them, apologizing that they even allowed Shinso to disturb him. As Izuku left the restaurant, he looked through the window to see Shinso being assaulted. Izuku smiled as he walked down the street. He didn't have to worry about anyone tailing him as he went back into his apartment, entering it to find it silent. Going to his bedroom, Izuku had to smile at the sight. May and Eri were cuddled together on the bed. Smiling, Izuku took off the sweater he was wearing before climbing in the bed. Grabbing Eri, he gently moved the girl so she was in the middle of them. Izuku placed his chin on top of May's head, closing his eyes, but before he could drift off to sleep, his shirt was grabbed tightly. Looking, he saw Eri snuggled deeper between them, and each of her hands was a piece of his and May's clothing. Izuku could hear her mumbling softly 2 words being heard by his ears. "Mama ... pa ... pa." Izuku's eyes widened slightly before he huffed. Taking his other hand, Izuku brushed her hair. At this moment he knew that whatever he planned next, he had to make sure these two were safe at all costs. They should be arriving soon. Nezu looked to his paw. The early rays of sunlight, which had been a foreign sight due to his constant stay in a room full of monitors, gleamed on the glass of a small golden pocket watch. He was currently sitting atop Toshinori's shoulder, looking at the staircase that led to the walls of the mock city that sat behind them, the horrors inside yet to begin. Updates about Izuku and the heroes coming to him through a small earpiece. They have the correct location right. Toshinori sighed, his bony body tired despite having slept last night. The thought of his successor kept his mind running. Nightmares plagued him as he closed his eyes, all of them surrounding Izuku standing atop a mountain of fire. AFO's head clutched in his bloody hands as he took up the mantle of the #1 villain, a chill in his eyes that still brought weight onto his shoulders even after leaving the realm of sleep. Yes, they do. Aizawa made sure of it. Do you think it will be okay having the kids see young Midoriya as he is now? Nezu pondered All Might's question. He was taking a large gamble here, he knew that. On one hand, he might be able to influence Midoriya just enough with the reunion of Eri to make sure the rest of his students didn't get too hurt and maybe even help Midoriya mentally. On the other, however, it may just push Izuku further. If Eri and Kota showed reactions such as newfound hate for the boy, that could be another breaking point. It was both high risk and high reward. However, with Nezu and his quirk, he surmised that out of the two options it will most likely be the first. It will, I'm sure of it. We'll find out soon enough. They have arrived. A metallic black SUV pulled into a small parking lot reserved only for those who were currently in attendance. Thankfully, there was no issue for those who arrived to park. The doors to the vehicle opened slowly. The first to be seen by both Nezu and Toshinori was Tiger, the biggest member of the WWP. After a minute, he was joined by Ragdoll, Pixabob, and finally Mandalay. None of them were dressed in hero gear, though that wasn't an issue, as the next guests were who brought their attention the most. Hopping out of the car was Eri and Kota, both having smiles on their face. Eri's excitement was leagues above Kota's, however. Walking down the stairs to meet their guests, Nezu smiled as he put his watch away. It is a pleasure to have you all in attendance. Jumping off Toshinori's shoulder, Nezu opened his paw for a handshake, which Mandalay took it immediately. No, please, the pleasure is ours, Principal Nezu. The kids wanted to see Midoriya so bad they wouldn't stop asking me, so you're doing me a favor. Smiling, Mandalay stood up from her kneeling position before stepping back, the other WWP also shaking Nezu's hand before Mandalay pushed the kids forward. Eri and Kota stared at the animal before shaking his paw, having been taught to show the man respect. Please, it was no problem. Come, it is still early, the students should be waking up soon. Turning, Nezu led the group up the stairs and into the large wall through a large door. Tiger, who was right alongside Nezu and Toshinori, looked down at the principal, his large arms crossed over his chest. So Nezu, how has the game been going so far? What are the teams looking like? Wanting information and to satiate the group's curiosity, they all looked for an answer. The game is progressing. The teams are a little unbalanced this year. Nezu's answer did little but make them more curious, with Ragdoll speaking up from behind. What do you mean exactly? How is it unbalanced? The villain team only has 0.2 members. Oh well, then I guess the hero team did a pretty good job of capturing the rest. Pixabob took the answer in stride. Day 4 with only 2 members left, that wasn't such a big deal. It's honestly to be expected. A little disappointing, but still. No, I'm afraid you don't understand. The villain team only has 2 members because originally it started with 1. Sorry, I must have misheard you, Principal. Did you say the team started out with 1? Looking to make sure Eri and Kota were following, Mandalay looked back. You are correct, the hero team had started out with 39 students while the villain team was a total of 1. Due to certain circumstances, the number of heroes has been dropped dramatically to around 23 students in total. Nezu left the group of those who didn't know flabbergasted. And who is the villain? Mandalay didn't know what to think of all students in Class 1A and 1B. None came to mind on who could eliminate 16 students and still drag this game out. Stopping at a door, Nezu nodded to Toshinori, who opened it. The UA staff all sat hands to their faces as on the screen Izuku buying a pig's head from a deli. The look in Izuku's eyes as he looked at the decapitated pig sent shivers down the WWP spines. Nezu eyed them down, yet there was one thing that caught his attention. Neither Eri nor Kota showed any difference in their faces as they saw Midoriya, even as he started scooping out the inside of the pig. Even with his intellect, he was absolutely bewildered at this. Why? Why didn't they show a reaction? Instead, they were looking at all the monitors with excitement. The other teachers greeted the group as they stepped inside, Nezu still looking at the children. What happened? Tiger looked at the monitors. The hero team looked like an absolute mess while Izuku was without issue. It didn't even look like the boy was tired, as he greeted passerbyers who didn't even seem disturbed at the fact he was carrying a pig's head. Hound dog if you could. Aizawa, whose voice came out extremely tired, looked at the counselor who walked over to the heroes. We don't exactly know. Ever since the incident, Midoriya has changed dramatically. Here is a record of what has occurred so far. Handing a small book to Tiger Hound Dog looked to kids before Nezu walking to the animal to whisper in his ear. Nezu nodded before he turned. Iri, Koda, could I speak with you two for a moment? Walking forward, the two kids looked at the animal curiously as the animal looked closely at them before pointing at the monitor of Izuku. Do you notice anything wrong with Deku? Does he look different to you too? What do you mean, Mr. Ratman? Deku looks the same. Iri smiled while Koda nodded in agreement. Yeah, he looks like he's about to pull one of his super moves. Koda raised his fist in the air, missing the look from Nezu. What do you mean he looks the same? The teacher's attention were all on the kids, especially when they started thinking. He looks like how he did when he fought Overhaul. Iri's smile didn't fade a bit, her mind replaying memories. Wind rushed past Iri's ears as she clutched tightly onto the green costume of the hero who had come to save her. His green hair flowing brightly and intensely. She had her eyes closed for the most part, but opening them she saw a look she will never forget. Despite the exhaustion of her quirk hitting her, she was still able to see him. Deku stared down Overhaul, his fist cocking back and blood seeping out. Iri didn't know it, but the boy's fingernails were digging into his skin. She did see his eyes. They were narrowed to a fine point, sharper and similar to that of Overhaul's scalpel. But it didn't bring her any discomfort or fear, instead it was inviting. Her hands clutched harder as she looked over his shoulder to Overhaul, the man who tortured her without remorse. I'll end you right here, right now. Iri heard these words. She understood what he meant. She understood what her hero was trying to do, but she didn't feel anything other than warmth. The words were somehow soothing to her tortured mind. Despite the icy tone Izuku used, it did little to change Iri's thoughts. That was when it happened. Izuku threw his fist forward a pace she couldn't clearly see as the monster Overhaul was destroyed bit by bit, before she saw Izuku's fist come back one final time. With a strike reminiscent of thunder booming, Overhaul was sent to the ground, his mask flying off and into the distance, sending the man to the ground. Watching from a distance away, the heroes waited as Overhaul hit the ground, almost all of them rushing to apprehend the man. Night-Eye was also watching, his quirk changing the future he saw as Overhaul hit the ground. Clutching onto Ryukyu's hand tightly, his voice came out as a whisper, paramedics rushing to him. So that's ... your future. I was wrong. You're not All Might. You're not even Deku. Ire. Night-Eye closed his eyes, stopping himself from seeing more as the paramedic rushed him into an ambulance, a smile on his face. Iri and Izuku touched down on the ground, the boy looking at Overhaul. Due to the eyes of everyone near, Iri saw Izuku's eyes turn docile, almost innocent. Clutching tightly onto the boy, she saw his angered look disappear as Overhaul's chest slightly raised, telling everyone he was breathing. Iri heard Izuku silently curse at himself before he reached a hand behind, touching her cheek softly. You rescued Iri, you're safe. Iri didn't recognize what she was feeling, but her eyes burst into tears as she held onto his hand until Izuku suddenly dropped to his knees screaming in pain. Iri failed to realize her quirk was still raging on, and in no im cursed. Iri's fears came back, watching as her hero dropped to the floor. Her tears came back full force until suddenly her quirk was shut off, her eyes drooping down as she fell unconscious, her hands subconsciously grabbing onto Izuku's costume as she slept. While Iri was out in her hospital room, Izuku was busy staring down at the dying Night-Eye. The room was completely empty except for them. So ... you ... actually came. Night-Eye's breath was wheezing inside of the oxygen mask. Night-Eye, I am so sorry. Izuku sobbed quietly before hearing a chuckle. Stub. You see, can't trick him my quirk anymore. Night-Eye looked at the ceiling, his tone laced with impressment. His quirk allowed him to see the future of whoever he looked in the eyes. And this whole time, instead of Izuku, he was seeing an entirely different person. Just like that, he saw Izuku wipe his eyes, his sobs stopping. So you can see me. Should have been expected. Still, I'm truly sorry I wasn't able to save you from this. Looking to the hole in Night-Eye's stomach, Izuku put a hand on the hero's shoulder. This was my fate. Nothing you could have stopped. Night-Eye sighed, breathing slowly. Before I call in the others, I want you to know your secret is safe. This version of you will die with me in my memories until you make it known. Thank you. You were an excellent hero. One that I wish could have lived longer. Giving a small smile, Izuku nodded at the hero, who nodded back. Yeah, well, as long as you're there, it will be fine. Also take care of that little girl for both yours and her sake. Giving one last request, Night-Eye waited for Izuku, who gave his promise before he called the others in. Izuku staying for a little bit until he left. Night-Eye watching as the door closed behind him, and even after activating his quirk on Mirio, he saw the same thing every time. A statue built in Izuku's appearance, causing his last words to Mirio to end with a small smile on his face. Iri sat in her hospital room, the glass window allowing sunlight to filter through. She held onto her hospital gown. She was afraid. The thought of a stranger coming in and taking her back kept her mind in turmoil. The only soothing she got was from thinking of one person. Where is he? Looking down to the blankets over her legs, Iri's eyes teared up. She wanted her hero there with her right now. That's when she heard voices outside her room. Covering herself with the blankets, Iri scrunched up her body into a small ball. Shivering as the door opened, she waited for Overhaul to come take her back, to hurt her again when a hand caressed her head through the sheets. Ari. She recognized the voice instantly as she poked her head out, seeing her hero smiling gently at her, his hand moving to stroke her hair, his eyes gentle like how she saw when everyone was around. Moving, she sat up. She was confused. Don't you hate me? Iri knew she hurt the boy, but why was he smiling at her? Hate you? Why would I do that? Iri, I asked for you to use your quirk. I wanted to save you so you don't have to be sorry. Iri's eyes watered. He didn't hate her. She didn't know why, but the words he spoke made her happy, her face attempting a smile only for her mouth to wobble, her facial muscles not knowing what she had been trying to do. Wiping her eyes, Iri enjoyed the feeling of Izuku's hand. Before she looked back at him, she wanted to see the look that he had when he fought Overhaul. My name's Izuku, but you can call me Deku. Nodding, Iri continued. Okay. Deku, why are your eyes different? Izuku was silent, making Iri worry that she angered him when he nodded, his innocent-looking eyes now losing their vibrant emerald color, instead looking a bit dead and gray. His look wasn't fixated into a glare, but the safety she felt from before returned. They're that better. Iri nodded. She liked those eyes much more. She was getting a glimpse at the unfiltered real Izuku. The teachers sat back as they absorbed Iri's story. She knew of this Izuku long before they had, and the girl didn't view him as a monster or a villain like they had. Maybe it was due to the persona Izuku had the entire year, but even then, for Iri to not even be bothered at this sight said something. That was when Kota stepped forward. Yeah, he looked like that at the training camp. Kota sat at his hiding place, his mind turning to the hero students down there. He hated it. How they laughed, how they smiled like nothing was wrong. Why would they want to become a hero? He remembered his parents, how they smiled at him before they went off to work, promising that they'll be back, until one day they didn't. It was only approaching footsteps that got Kota to snap out of his thinking. Wiping the small tears from his face, he looked to see a steaming bowl of what looked like curry get placed next to him before he was joined by Izuku, the boy looking off into the distance. What do you want? Glaring at Izuku, Kota saw the hero student sigh as he stared at the sky. I assumed you were hungry. I know you don't like heroes. Your aunt told me why. Angry, Kota clenched his fists. Why did she tell you that? I asked her about it after you fell unconscious in the hot springs. You know, I was a lot like you. Kota looked at the boy, noticing Izuku's eyes get somehow depressed looking. Like he was an empty shell. It didn't unnerve him but make him curious. When they first met, Izuku was always cheery, but his voice was low, somber, almost reminiscent. How are you anything like me? You don't understand. Kota stood up, watching as Izuku turned his head to look at him. You know, this is the first time I've ever had curry that wasn't from a garbage can. I won't pretend to understand why you hate heroes, but I can tell you that like you, I wanted someone to save me, but unlike me, you better be grateful that you have people willing to take care of you. Standing up, Izuku looked at Kota, using his finger to point the boy in his chest. Your parents are dead. There isn't anything you can do to bring them back. But all you've been doing is wasting their sacrifice. Kota watched Izuku's eyes go completely lifeless. Do something instead of wasting away. Be happy that you have people you can call family. Kota stood still, staring into Izuku's eyes before his head drooped, now making him look at his shoes, his mind constantly thinking. Izuku's words causing him to think intensely when a voice interrupted the peaceful quiet along with the scent of smoke. Wow, how touching. Almost made me cry. Turning, Kota saw the very man who ended his parents. He was stunned quiet until Izuku stepped in front of him. Run. Kota listened, running away before hiding behind a rock, Izuku activating OFA, its green lightning flaring to life. From then on, it was a flash. Kota watched as Izuku fought for him, a kid who was nothing but a bratty a-hole to him. Kota still thought about what Izuku said, especially when Izuku had started falling, his arms purple and bleeding, as Muscular drove him to the ground. That was when Kota stepped up. He wasn't going to let Izuku die like his parents. Like him, they did what they did to protect not only him but everyone else, and he was just being selfish. Spraying water out of his hands, Kota distracted Muscular long enough for Izuku to come back. His glare ice cold, the pain he must have been feeling not even showing on his face as he launched his fist into Muscular, knocking the villain out. Kota watched as Izuku gave him a thumbs up before grabbing Muscular by the neck, choking the unconscious villain. Kota saw Izuku's eyes turn to him. Make a choice, Kota. I can end him now and no one will ever know, or he can go to jail, suffer for his crimes and repent. What do you want to do? Looking at Izuku and at Muscular, Kota knew he wanted the villain dead. He wanted to watch Izuku end the man's life, but is that what he truly wanted or just his anger? Thinking for a minute, he made a choice. I want him to go to jail. Izuku chuckled as he let go, his broken arms drooping to his sides as he kneeled to Kota. You're a lot stronger than me, Kota. You'll be a great hero, and an even better person. Nudging the boy with his shoulder, Izuku looked at the large fires around in the forest. Come on, hop on my back. I'll get you somewhere safe. Kota listened, grabbing onto Izuku as they rushed into the forest. Kota's eyes were glued onto Izuku's broken arms. Izuku was strong, despite having no family like he said. He still kept going, refusing to give up, while all Kota did was fall and cry. This was the first time he felt in control, the first time he didn't feel like giving up, and it was all thanks to Izuku. Kota wanted to be like him. He wanted to be as strong as Izuku. No, he wanted to be stronger. Nezu closed his eyes, paw on his chin before he let out a small chuckle. How come he didn't see this coming? Of course it is Midoriya after all, the boy who once again breaks everything I ever plan. The boy who, no matter how hard I try, always gains the advantage. Well, I see now Midoriya is indeed a very committed hero, even willing to take the lives of those who tried or have harmed you both. Yep, Deku is our hero. Together, Eri and Kota smiled proudly, before they both turned to Mandalay, pleading with the woman to take them to visit Deku in the game. Before they could continue, however, Present Mike brought everyone back to the monitors. They watched Izuku place down the pig's head before jumping to the top of the hero building. The veteran heroes understood what this meant, and all of them waited with anticipation. Before Nezu looked at Mandalay and the kids. Mandalay, if you would like to, I can have Ectoplasm use a clone to guide you all to Midoriya's current lair. I know the kids would like to see him as soon as possible. Yes, please. Putting her hands on Eri's and Kota's heads, Mandalay smiled, and after a minute they were met with an ectoplasm clone that led them out the room. Nezu then turned back, the rest of the WWP taking chairs or standing up. Now I advise all of you to pay attention, especially our new arrivals. Today I feel as though another lesson will be shown to us. Nezu had his staff for focus. Today was going to be hell. After a day of rest, he knew Izuku was more than ready to whittle down the heroes. Aizawa wiped his face, the bags underneath his eyes more intense than they had ever been, his attention mostly focused on Izuku, who was waiting silently. Ever since he took a peek into Hound Dog's journal, the man couldn't make heads or tails about his student. Hound Dog theorized that what Izuku may be dealing with was a dissociative identity disorder, yet to him it seemed deeper than that. He didn't know whether he should take this Izuku at face value either. He had done that the first time, and at that point Izuku was fully committed to the role, so what's to say this isn't the same thing? He sat back watching Kirishima bring in the pig that had a note stabbed into it, a move that once again made him think to teach these kids even harsher than before. Why can't they learn? At least they immediately called for the patrol groups to return. Nimuri tried to see the good side, but Aizawa shook his head. If it were still up to Bakugo, that wouldn't have happened. It was only thanks to Kendo's leadership. Still, we saw the bombs Midoriya placed. Even if they make it back in time, that will do little to stop him. He already thought ahead of this. We are just spectators watching the lion get fed his prey. Aizawa yawned. The rest of the staff were all holding out for the hero team. Aizawa knew, however, that this was essentially all in Izuku's hand. The hero team was too predictable. Unless they do something stupid, will they even have a sliver of a chance? It's another warning. He's saying that if the time to leave has shortened, we have only a few hours before he hunts us all down. And Bakugo, it seems he's calling you out directly. The viewing party waited, their eyes bouncing between Izuku and the hero team as the villain brought out a detonator, his other hand counting slowly with his fingers. The staff braced as Izuku clenched his fist, pressing the detonator, the pig's head exploding, shredding the skin on Monoma's hand. Vlad biting his nail, watching his students get hit with bone shrapnel, Monoma's screams blasting through the speakers in the room. Powerloader groaned, watching the hero costumes get cut. It would take forever to repair not only the gear Izuku destroyed, but the costumes now. And with Mei siding with Izuku, he most likely would have to do it alone. Wounds reopened while guts and blood sprayed everywhere. Again, by this point, Izuku's plan was easy to understand. Heroes covered in blood within a city that hated them. The civilians would have a field day with something like this. It didn't just end there, as Izuku destroyed the AC unit, stopping the possibility of cold air flooding into the building. Have to give credit to Midoriya's ingenuity. Using the natural decay of meat as a weapon, he never ceases to amaze me. Snipe tipped his hat in respect to Izuku's plan. He can see now that he was a fool for thinking that the hero team had a chance to stop him. Izuku had something they didn't. Knowledge of life, torture, psychology, strategy, physical, and not to mention mechanical with Mei's help. Sure, the other students were smart academically, but that was all they excelled in. And even then it wasn't above Izuku. That's another thing we need to teach our students. Midoriya knows how to use his surroundings to his advantage. Heroes such as Maruko know this, and they're at the top. Vlad had to give credit where credit was due. Although he hated what was happening to his students, Midoriya was simply doing what he needed to do to win. Those affected by the pig bomb were given orders by Kendo, most of them being tended to with their dwindling medical supplies. Some of them, however, were sent to the showers, Kendo herself being one of the few to go. Her reasoning was spot on to what the teachers had thought Izuku planned. Turning the cameras off to the showers, the teachers were left with silence as Izuku stood on top of the hero building holding his detonator. His thumb sat on the button ready. The staff knew better than to start discussing anything so far. Although they wanted to talk about the stories Eri and Kota had told them, they knew this silence was going to be short-lived, and a few seconds later they were proven correct. Izuku pressing the button, the sound of explosions rocking the entire room as some of the cameras in the sewer system cut to black before coming back to life. Turning the shower cams on, they saw the floor caved in. The students showering on the sewer floor coughing as Deborah spread dust through the air. The sound of rushing liquid was also captured. Nezu pressing a button on the keyboard, switching through the cameras in the sewer, only catching glimpses of green before the cameras cut out. Switching back to the one surveying the students, Nezu and the staff watched as a wall of sewage overtook the group, washing them away. The WWP were stunned, Ragdoll covering her mouth as if she were about to throw up. He didn't just. Yes, he did. Believe it or not. This in fact has been one of his more tamed acts during this game. I only suspect it's about to get worse. Nezu pointed to Izuku, the boy moving his head as though he could see exactly where the washed away students were before he jumped off the building, breaking into the sewer system. Switching cameras again, they saw Izuku waiting as the dirty, naked, and washed up students arrived near his feet, pulling his gun, firing into them. Vlad and Aizawa put hands to their earpieces, waiting to call them out, but Recovery Girl spoke over the comms. None of the shots are fatal, they are still in. Aizawa and Vlad put their hands down, Izuku picking up kendo and juzo, Vlad banging his fist on the desk in front of him. Sure, he would hate it if the heroes got eliminated, but he felt like his class was being attacked and prosecuted against. Barely any of Class 1 had been eliminated. Izuku was about to make his leave when Todoroki arrived. Midoriya, stop. Why doesn't he attack? Midnight crossed her arms underneath her bust, when Hound Dog, who was still writing, put his pencil down. Unlike your quirk, Kayama, Todoroki has no viable option of attack or defense. Sorry, I don't think that's possible, Todoroki. But before you get all jumpy, I want you to look at your current situation. The methane in this sewer system will incinerate anyone it touches, except of course you and me. The second you spark your fireside, now your ice, you'll end up putting your friends into hypothermic shock. Their bodies slick with liquid already has the freezing point in their blood lowered. Now this can go one of two ways. Either you let me go or you take the chance and potentially end your fellow classmates. Now it's time for you to choose. Either way, I win. Hound Dog was proven right by the villain himself. Things were just getting started. The teachers were prepared, or at least they thought they were. Izuku was about to serve a dish that is best served cold. Suspense filled the observation room. It was a complete standoff between Izuku and Shoto. The observers watched closely for any indication of movement by either of the boys. Vlad's knee bounced. He had long been used to seeing his students in this situation by Izuku's hands. It didn't make it easier. But at least now he could stomach it. No one spoke a word. The WWP was busy reading the small notebook Hound Dog gave them, trying to catch up to what has happened to the once bright-looking child. Even the standoff between the students was quite the only thing that broke it was the coughing of the sewage-drowned kid. Everyone in the room heard their gasps for air while they thought of their current state. It didn't take a genius to understand that those wounds had a large number of bacteria infecting them. What will he do? Nezu asked this over and over again. What Izuku will do next was a mystery. The Chimera hated this. It reminded him of the time he was experimented on. He could see everything from his cage, but he still didn't know what will happen next, and that was when the needles came. Being totally in the dark was something Nezu promised himself he would never experience again, but here he was. It was only when Todoroki put a hand up that the teachers were on the edge of their seats. Aizawa looked at his half-and-half student, wondering how Todoroki was going to get out of this situation. In all honesty, even Aizawa could admit he would be stuck in this situation too. He's going to contact the hero team. That is only hope, but somehow I doubt Midoriya will let him do that. Snipe shook his head. Calling in for backup was a good idea. But with Izuku it was going to go one of two ways. Either Izuku doesn't let him at all, or he hurts everyone that shows up, including his hostages. As it turns out, Snipe wasn't far off, as Izuku did a little mixture of both, slamming Kosei into the wall, Vlad sighing as he saw. Put your hand down, Todoroki. Otherwise Kendo and Juzo here will have a visit to the and I know you don't want that now, do you? As expected, Todoroki did back down. Not without hesitance and a glare. Then the standoff resumed. The silence, unlike last time, didn't last long. The teachers could see how angry Todoroki was, confused much like when they first saw Izuku, also in his eyes. Tomoko Aka ragdoll passed the journal to her teammates. She was always a faster reader than the rest, and now that she was caught up, her eyes looked at Izuku. She couldn't believe what she read. Izuku tortured because he was quirkless. Now that she faced the same predicament, her heart ached for the poor boy. Though she didn't live the same childhood due to her actually having a quirk, it didn't change the fact she could now understand the pain of being quirkless, being weaker than everyone else. Tomoko wiped her eyes. She had barely noticed she had been tearing up. She had no time to focus on this. Todoroki's emotions spilling over, his voice coming through the monitor. Midoriya, what happened to you? This game isn't funny anymore. Can't you see what you're doing to your friends? That news broadcast on the first day. Was her life so bad that now you take that anger out on us? They truly are ignorant, aren't they? Well, we weren't much better. Hound Dog crossed his arms, waiting, his finger tapping his bicep in a rhythm. Yeah, you're right about that. It seems all of them tried to forget what we did to Midoriya. Midnight placed her hand against her cheek, huffing out a small breath. Now that they were all conscious of why Izuku was doing all this, guilt kept eating at them each moment they saw more of Izuku. It didn't help that two kids, being Eri and Kota, still saw the boy as a savior, a hero, when they all thought of him as a villain for his hero notebooks. As if to pick at them, Izuku started laughing, his chuckles haunting them before they ceased, being replaced with his next words. What happened? I thought I explained it clearly. Do you know how far the breaking point of the human mind I am past? Every day the world was against me. I'm sure I told you before I didn't awaken my quirk until the day of the entrance exam. Knowing that, could you imagine how I lived my life as a quirkless stepping stone? My mother, my friends, my classmates, everyone turned against me. So when you say friends, no one comes to mind. The Izuku who was your comrade, your classmate who had the naive dream of saving everyone, villain or not, never existed. He was merely a persona created to protect myself, so you can stop trying to maintain a connection to that fake. The WWP looked around the room. They knew about Izuku's accusations, which was why they tried to shield Kota and even took care of Eri. Hearing Izuku say this and how it correlated what was written down in the notebook, even they started to feel bad. They stripped Eri away from him, a boy who was all alone. They took the only person he connected with. Pixie Bob put her head down. She was bummed out, all energy sucked straight out of her body with the realization. That isn't true, Midoriya. If it was, you wouldn't have opened yourself up. The tears and smiles you showed us couldn't have been fake. Those emotions can't be lies. It's not possible. The teachers waited. From what they have seen and heard, they had a feeling about how this would go, and it wasn't good. Izuku could fake an entire personality, so emotions weren't out of the question. Still, some of them wished they didn't know about it. It is when you've had your entire life to practice them. You see, Todoroki, who you thought I was, is nothing but an illusion you shattered. Everything would have been fine. I wouldn't have done any of this had you not done what everyone else has. Izuku's switches of emotion had Hound Dog chuckle a palm to his forehead. Counselor, what a joke. He shook his head. Hound Dog prided himself on understanding his students, patients, and clients, but Izuku was making him think he needed to go back to school and renew his credentials. Still, he had to give credit to Izuku's self-control. Being able to do something like this wasn't normal by any means, and to be so skilled at it was another thing on top of that. Todoroki's horrified face encapsulated what they were all feeling internally. They didn't acknowledge it, but Izuku was frightened. They were staring a hero's nightmare straight in its face. People fear what they don't understand, and right now they couldn't understand Izuku. Looking at the monitors, the hero team in its entirety ran through the tunnels, searching the winding tunnels. They were getting closer to Todoroki and Izuku. It is all of you, the students of UA, the teachers here. They are the ones who are at fault. That day of the news broadcast, when I mentioned that I was a part of a hero class and betrayed by my classmates, that wasn't some backstory I made up just to play into the character of a villain. You may not remember or even admit it, but the day I was accused as the traitor of UA, every single one of you looked on as I was humiliated. My achievements reduced to nothing. A bitterness in Izuku's tone was clear for everyone to hear, his eyes full of disdain and disgust as the UA staff stayed quiet. Aizawa clenched his fist. The day he interrogated Izuku, how he choked and threw the boy down. I fed up. Aizawa knew this all along, but he needed to say it aloud. The teachers were in the same position. Even Vlad couldn't help but pinch his nose. The hero team finally arrived as Izuku finished speaking. You spared yourself from the humiliation of defending an accused villain. Now let's see how Kendo and Juzo react when they are subjected to the same feeling you all were saved from. Of course, Bakugo came in screaming before Izuku kicked Uraraka to the hero team, tripping some before he jumped out of the sewer through the hole he made. The hero team pursuing, but the staff knew something was wrong. Midoriya is going too slow. They have seen how fast Izuku could go. Not only that, he hadn't used his floating quirk. Snipe leaned forward. The hero team was closing the distance before Izuku sped up, always just out of reach, dodging their long-distance attacks, even digging into his suit. He's leading them, watching as Izuku finally pulled his detonator out, pressing it. Some of the bombs he had planted exploding, causing the heroes to stop their movement until Todoroki yelled to use the rooftops. They're adapting faster, good. Yes, but is it fast enough to catch up to Midoriya? Nezu was glad the hero team formed another plan with some quick thinking, but he knew Izuku had a backup plan to his backup plan. The chase continued, Izuku heading to a large gathering of civilians that seemed to be waiting eagerly. Nezu was interrupted, however, as Powerloader got his attention. Look, Mandalay and the kids arrived. Powerloader had some heads turned to the apartment camera, watching as May opened the door, confused, with Ibara almost threatening to warp them up until Mandalay explained the situation. May immediately notified Izuku, but she didn't say any name. Eri and Kota putting a shushing motion as though they wanted to surprise their hero. Then came Izuku's instructions to the girl, and faithfully May listened, turning off her computer, stopping any footage from coming through. If only she could listen to me like that. Powerloader was a bit envious on how May followed Izuku's instructions. She would never listen to him. The others didn't comment on that, instead turning back to Izuku, who finally reached his location, lifting Juzo and Kendo, showing them off while also stopping the heroes from attacking. The long-distance attackers ceased fire as the cheers of the civilians became audible. So it's true, he really did turn the city against the heroes. Tiger looked at the notebook in his hands. He had read the records of day 2, but to see it actually happening was strange. Things only got worse as the heroes dropped down, Izuku speaking out loud, his voice quieting the masses. He was in total control. Witness, the very people who have invaded our once peaceful environment have finally shown their true colors. Look upon them as they parade filthy bodies covered in blood. Is this what we want to represent the people? No. Are these the very same heroes who preach about their fight against villainy, but have done nothing but cause misfortune to fall upon us? These animals bath in their filth, defiling this city. Vlad stood up, his fist smashing down into the desk in front of him, breaking it as his quirk activated, his hands being covered in blood gauntlets. Izuku unwrapped Kendo and Juzo, exposing their naked flesh to the students nearby, the victims' faces filled with humiliation. Nezu, stop this at once. Midoriya has gone too far. Vlad punched the nearest monitor, destroying it with a shower of sparks. Izuku's quirk started choking Kendo and Juzo, causing the pair to gasp for air, making Vlad even more mad. Vlad, calm yourself. Raising his paws, Nezu tried to mediate when Vlad grabbed the principal by the collar of his suit. No, I will not calm down. Midoriya is a danger. Hurting my students wasn't enough for him. He's a psychopath. Look at what he is doing. On the screen, Izuku put the two on the ground, pointing his gun. Heroes, I give you an opportunity. You are all about self-sacrifice, isn't that right? Essentially, to be a good hero, one needs to be willing to put his or her life on the line. I will spare both these heroes if 6 of you are willing to take their place. How much are their lives worth to you? Better make the decision fast. Nezu watched before he looked to the others in the room, all of them waiting, though some like Aizawa was prepared to stop Vlad. Slowly, Nezu raised a finger to his earpiece. Midoriya, stop this at once. You're taking this too far. If you continue, we will have no choice but to step in and intervene. Nezu looked Vlad in his eyes before they went to the monitors. Izuku used his quirk to cover up Kendo's and Juzo's most private areas, not without some parting words. Nezu, the world of a pro hero is unforgiving. You and I both know that male and female heroes have been humiliated far worse than this, but fine, I'll do them the decency of partly covering them up. What I needed to be done is already accomplished. Vlad dropped Nezu back into his chair before leaving the room. He needed some air. Midnight was about to follow him, but Nezu shook his head. Let him go. We have something bigger to deal with. Nezu brushed off his suit, his mind repeating the choice Izuku presented. Still reeling back from Vlad's outburst, it was only present Mike who spoke up. Do you really think they'll do it? They have to. Kendo is irreplaceable to the team. No one other than her has shown true skills of leadership. Aizawa brushed his hair out of the way, but no matter what they do, more heroes will be eliminated. They will sacrifice the weaker heroes. Todoroki and Bakugo's power are the only things that can match Midoriya's. It is the closest to his speed. Midoriya knows this. He wants it. That is true, but Aizawa never underestimate the heroic spirit. Toshinori pointed at the screen of heroes. Monoma was rallying them together, even volunteering himself as Todoroki made the rest of the choices. A plan was made right then and there. It was a long shot, but it might work. So easy to sacrifice your own heroes, aren't you? They're people too. Why is it you value these two more than the others? Punishing those who are weaker than yourself when you could have brought forward the murderer in your ranks. Betraying those who are your friends again are you. It's like I said, Midoriya wants this. Whatever he can do to further his standing, he will do it, and it will work. The 6 sacrifices walked through the crowd except for Monoma. The teachers could see why the rest were chosen to go. The crowd surrounded them as they walked into the sea of people. This was bad for the heroes. The staff knew in this no one other than Izuku could win. The heroes couldn't attack, couldn't see, and couldn't hear clearly. The sacrifices walked forward, almost reaching Izuku until the boy aimed his gun at them. It didn't take long before the sacrificial offerings, except for one, was ended. Since Vlad was gone, he had to make the calls. Aizawa put a hand to his ear. Monoma, Shiro, Mineta, Yanagi, and Koda are out. Aizawa didn't even get a breather as Juzo was then eliminated. Juzo is out. The staff looked at Izuku, kicked Kendo down before taking Monoma's jacket off the stunned boy, revealing he had realized what they planned, and had it not been him, it may have worked. Izuku did the decent thing of covering Kendo up before he took a hold of Hagakure, forcefully taking the invisible girl's gloves and boots off. As if to add insult to injury, the explosive charges Izuku hadn't set off exploded, destroying the makeshift vantage point the heroes were making before he slipped into the crowd. Focus on Midoriya, we can't lose visual. Nezu had the teachers search through the monitors, but unfortunately they weren't able to find the boy. However, they knew they would see him again eventually, especially after Izuku was heard speaking directly to Mei. May, tell my guests I'll be there shortly. Okay Izuku, but come back safe. I wasn't able to see what happened, so you better tell me all about it. Of course, I'll see you soon. The monitor focused on Izuku's apartment showed Mei sitting on the couch playing with Yuri and Koda, a smile on her face as Mandalay and Ibara watched, waiting as time ticked by. Nezu sat back. Now Midoriya, what will happen once you know the kids you saved are watching you? There was no break in the action. Kendo was being insulted heavily, and even Midnight recoiled at the harsh words that were thrown about. Being the R-rated hero, she had these insults thrown at her, but by this many people and at this much ferocity, it wasn't a surprise that Kendo had shrunk into Monoma's coat trying to cover herself. "You filthy hero whore. Oh God, that poor girl." All the female heroes in the room sympathized with Kendo's current predicament, her sobbing eyes looking at the people she swore to protect during the game insulting her. The remaining hero team pushed their way through the crowds, trying desperately to get through, but it didn't come without the civilians throwing punches at the heroes, physically assaulting them. They eventually got to and helped her up, making it their job to get to the hero tower, the citizens following behind them, their berating not stopping. It was utter chaos, and they still had no visual of Izuku, the cameras in the sewer system randomly cutting out, no video or audio coming out. Barely anyone paid attention to this because of what was happening with the hero team. They had successfully gotten Kendo inside, where the girls helped her, cleaning the girl and even giving her some of their clothes to dress her. In the common room, Bakugo was on another one of his rants. Baseless threats that all Bakugo can say. Midoriya outclasses him in every category. Cementos finally spoke up. He had been but a silent observer for most of the game, but Bakugo's voice was starting to irritate him. His threats were all empty, filled with insults that made the boy feel bigger than what he was. Agreed, especially now that Bakugo has been rendered quirkless. But the better question is, what is going to happen with Kendo? The hero team still needs a competent leader, and as much as I hate to say it, none of the students left can do that job. Ectoplasm looked at the students. Some of them were losing spirit, which was something noticeable to everyone. Going back to viewing the hero team's status, Todoroki was restless, seemingly trying to calm himself down as Bakugo's rants got louder. Toshinori shook his head. "Young Todoroki, don't do it. Just shut the F up. Deku this, Deku that. Why can't you see that this is all your effing fault?" Toshinori sighed. He saw it coming from a mile away as Todoroki threw Bakugo to the ground. The infighting within the hero team was something that had been building up since Izuku's reveal about his past. The teachers all knew this was a possibility, and now that it's happening, they could only hope it doesn't destroy the hero team entirely. Bakugo tried to fight back, getting kicked to the floor. The heroes in the common room watched, none stepping in. Basui's and Kirishima's fatigue is catching up. They aren't looking so good. They look even worse than Aizawa's eye bags. Present Mike noticed the two heroes, both students, were nearly falling asleep while standing up. Even with Present Mike pointing this out, the teachers didn't stop looking at Todoroki, who was currently hitting Bakugo, his voice coming out as a yell. "You bastard. You egocentric effing scumbag. I see now that everything Midoriya said was true. You're the effing waste of space. You're a piece of shit. We all are. We were supposed to be his friends, and we effing turned our backs on him." Todoroki kept hitting Bakugo, bruising the boy's face and causing blood to seep out the corners of Bakugo's mouth. Anger was clearly taking over Todoroki's mind, but his punches were losing power until the boy shoved Bakugo to the ground, letting go of Bakugo's hero costume. Hound Dog started as the color in Todoroki's eyes started fading. Damn. What is it, Hound Dog? Nothing good. Todoroki is going back to how he was at the beginning of the year. He is shutting his emotions off again. He's regressing to before the sports festival. Hound Dog grabbed his notepad, already scheduling a checkup on Todoroki. "I'm done with this. Whatever comes next, we already deserve it." That was Todoroki's departing line as he climbed the stairs, presumably heading to his room. It was like a chord was struck in everyone's heads, so they finally realize it. Nezu could see the fight drain itself from the students. Their minds weren't there at all. They all just stared, lost in thought. Bakugo was recovering, picking himself off the ground. Closing his eyes for a moment, Nezu opened them again to ask an important question. "Do we have a visual on Midoriya?" "No, nothing yet." Powerloader switched some of the cameras in the sewer. That was likely the best place Izuku was. But no matter what camera they tried, nothing showed Izuku. They did catch a glimpse of Momo. The broken girl was staring off into space, her legs still bent unnaturally, her face pale, as she let out small moans of pain. "We'll find him, just keep a lookout and pay attention to any communication between Hatsume and him." Nezu gave simple orders, the teachers following them before the animal spun in his seat looking at the WWP. "So now that you've seen but a small show of what Midoriya can and is willing to do, what do you think?" None of them answered. They all looked at each other before Tomoko spoke up. "It's scary to know this is what Midoriya is willing to do, but..." Tomoko seemed to be searching for the words in her head. The notebook of the game's events coming back in her memories. "I can't blame him. All Midoriya wants to do is survive and to never be weaker than everyone else. Can we really criticize him for that? After spending most of his life as a target." Tomoko couldn't lie to herself. If she was even half as smart or half as strong as Izuku, she would have done the same thing. She understood that the boy's trust had been broken too many times for him to not be angry. "As much as I agree with Ragdoll here, I can't ignore what I've read and seen." Pixie Bob nervously scratched her hand. On one hand, she could see why Izuku would be doing this. On the other, she also thought some things he did was out of line. Tiger nodded his head with this, taking Pixie Bob's side. I see. Nezu turned back around to the screens. The WWP opinions on Izuku seemed divided. While not a lot, it was substantial. Nezu knew why Ragdoll may have sympathized more. Now being quirkless herself, she might have felt connected with Izuku. Turning his attention away from that, Nezu looked at the hero team. Kendo was sitting in her room, Mina and surprisingly Gyro with her. The girl was sobbing, speaking out to anyone who would listen. They saw everything ... they ... Kendo couldn't stop crying. Everyone in the city saw her naked, called her names, yelling at her. She hated it. She always had a problem with how her body looked, but now everyone has seen it. Her confidence was at an all-time low. Nezu was glad Vlad wasn't in the room. No doubt the teacher would have been extremely angry. But that was a small problem compared to the rest. Those who had been soaked in sewage were extremely busy, throwing up from the smell of the tower and themselves, while a few started shaking and coughing. Recovery girl, are you seeing this? Yes, I am. RG sat in her office once again, staring at the large screen inside. She witnessed it all, Izuku's planning, his attack, and she was impressed. The boy knew exactly what he was doing. The forethought behind his actions was a refreshing sight, other than the hero team only catching up to him. She sat there until a beeping on a small watch she wore on her wrist beeped. Looking, she stood up, grabbing a Phil's containers of pills and gummy bears, leaving her office to the student spectator room. Those who were eliminated were either laying down or recuperating. Moving to make her rounds, Recovery Girl went over to Kanoko. The Mushroom Girl, surrounded by the posse of girls from Class 1B, all of them had absolutely livid looks on their faces. Setsuna was the most verbal about her anger. I swear once I get my hands on Midoriya, you won't be doing a thing, you hear me? Recovery Girl tapped her cane on the floor, getting the Lizard Girl's attention. Why are you defending him? Setsuna yelled at the elderly hero. She was too angry to think straight after what he's just done. What he's been doing, why are you so defensive about him? Midoriya doesn't need me to defend him. He's been doing a good enough job on his own talkage. Look around the room. Several students here can outclass you in several categories, and what is the most common thing about them? They were all taken down, ruthlessly and swiftly. You yourself has experienced that. If anything, I'm trying to save you now. Pipe down. Recovery Girl glared at the girl before she started reapplying the bandages of the others in the room. Those who were a part of Class 1 were quiet, and Recovery Girl knew it was because of what Izuku said about the betrayal. Recovery Girl didn't feel any guilt when Izuku said this. Unlike the others at UA, she had been but the single minority in believing Izuku was innocent. It was probably the only reason Izuku seemed at least a bit relaxed around her. Before the game, she had noticed Izuku's growing silence around people, but she always managed to get him to talk. Handing pills and using her quirk wherever she could, Recovery Girl eased the suffering of the students placed under her care. May I borrow him back? Turning her head, Recovery Girl let out a small smile, watching as Izuku was ambushed at his apartment. Eri and Kota running up to the boy, the young girl latching onto Izuku hard. She knew of Izuku's and Eri's relationship, and it made her even happier than when she found out about May. To Recovery Girl, it was obvious that Eri looked at Izuku as more than her hero. Nezu, we have a sight on Midoriya. He has just arrived back to his apartment. The Chimera focused as 13 alerted him. Nezu put a plan to his furry chin. Izuku stood at the doorway to his apartment, slowly opening it to see May and her guests. Nezu's eyes watched closely, waiting for Izuku's reaction, only to be disappointed. There was merely a flash of surprise before he smiled. Nezu wanted more. No, he expected more, but he didn't achieve the results he hoped for. They really missed him, didn't they? Midnight saw the scene before her. Eri latched onto Izuku as Kota stood near him, hiding his face. Believe me, you have no idea. There wasn't a day that passed where Eri didn't ask about Midoriya, about when she could go back to him. Kota was about the same, wanting to at the very least visit him. Tiger explained what happened since Eri had last seen Izuku. His words true. The girl cried asking for Izuku, and it was only through promising her she would see him again that she would calm down. Another mistake to add under our reputation. Snipe was referring to the way that had taken Eri away. It was sudden. One day in the dorm, Izuku was playing with the girl in the common room, both of them smiles on their faces before they interrupted, taking Eri by the wrist while they handcuffed Izuku in front of her, a memory they all shared. Watching how Izuku comforted both kids had the staff silent. They couldn't speak a word as Mandalay walked up to them talking. The WWP flinched, waiting for Izuku to get mad at Mandalay, but instead were pleasantly surprised when Izuku delivered heartfelt thanks. The hero group was relieved that Izuku seemed genuine with his thankfulness. Holding Eri with both hands, all of those watching could see something in Izuku's eyes. It looked somewhat like relief, his hold on the girl tightening slightly, like he didn't want to lose her. They stayed in their embrace even as May crouched down. Finally, you're back. I've been waiting all day. This little one also was anxious that you have to make it up to us. May rubbed Eri's head tenderly. Powerloader couldn't help but let out a grin. May looked like a mom comforting her daughter. It was a sweet sight as Izuku agreed with her words, offering up dinner for everyone in attendance, which Mandalay, who had no opposition, agreed. It was then that Izuku said he was going to wash up, handing Eri off to May. grabbing supplies and finally entering the bathroom. Nezu was about to cut the video feed when Izuku turned the shower on, staring in the direction of the camera. That was a good try, Nezu. I'm not an idiot. I know why you brought Eri and Kota here. Just know if you do something like this again and the bones I break will be of your actions, they will be your responsibility. My aggression won't change and my attacks on the hero team won't lessen because they are watching. Nezu felt Izuku string directly at him through the camera. It unnerved the animal as he turned the monitor off, the sounds of the shower being the only thing heard after that. Nezu put his head down. So you did do this on purpose? Hound Dog walked to the principal, his eyes narrowed. I had to, Hound Dog. Even you can admit that we needed a hand into Midoriya's machinations, or at the very least try and spare our students from further injury. I had hoped Midoriya's brutality would have toned down. Yes, but instead you just made him mad. This was an underhanded tactic even for you. Did you even think to realize the potential damage this could have caused Midoriya if the kids didn't react the way they did? Turning, Hound Dog went back to his spot. This is all on you now, Nezu. Just hope the kids' perception on Midoriya doesn't change negatively. Nezu nodded his head. Midoriya's shower soon ended and now everyone was back to watching. The WWP, much like how Mandalay was in the city, were surprised by just how much Izuku was revered as a savior. This didn't escalate until the group arrived at a restaurant despite it being busy and nearly full. It was the hostess that stepped to Izuku. Lucifer, please come in. We'd be honored to dine you and your apostles. Tiger sat up while the group made their way inside, the entire place quiet except for the sizzling of the cooking in the kitchen. The respect Izuku received just by walking in was astounding. Everyone was quiet, not wanting to potentially disturb him, and it wasn't until Izuku allowed them to carry on that the noise continued. He really won them over. The table the group sat at was cleaner than anything Tiger had seen. The environment, even through the screen, was warm and inviting. The waitress asked what they wanted, taking their drink orders, making it her mission to hurry back. On the camera that featured the kitchen, it showed almost all of the kitchen staff listening intently on the waitress, the cups of which the drinks were going to be poured in, washed, and polished until they were crystal clear. Before I came here for Kota and Eri to see you, I was told about the game. Is it true you're really the villain? I don't know if it was a mistake or something, but something isn't right. Of course, Mandalay had started conversation with Izuku, asking a question that the WWP had been wondering since the reveal Izuku was the villain. Unlike their leader, they read the events leading up to this moment, but Mandalay was in the dark. Izuku went to answer only to be interrupted. Ms. Mandalay, Pa Deku can't be a bad guy. Everyone is so nice. Everyone did a double take. They caught the slip of Eri's tongue. She was going to say Papa, wasn't she? 13 looked around, making sure she wasn't the only one who heard this or thought this. She was, so that why she's so attached. It makes perfect sense. Hound Dog paused for a moment. We heard Eri's story. Midoriya showed her his true face, and I have no doubt that he shared his past. Their situations are so similar it's frightening, both tortured by the hands of another, forced to feel pain that was unimaginable. Being that it was Midoriya who saved her, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility she would think of him as something more than just a regular hero. Hound Dog made a solid reason for why Eri may have almost said what she did. To them it made sense why it happened. It's okay, Snowball. No, it wasn't a mistake in literal terms pertaining to the game. I am to be considered as the leader of the villain team. Again, that doesn't make sense. If you were a villain, why is it so peaceful here? It's simple. Lucifer has saved this community from the corruption of the hero team as he had freed me. The interaction between Ibara and Mandalay also drew some ears. Vlad wasn't in the room, but Toshinori said what he may have thought. Young Ibara is still tethered to young Midoriya's ideals. She has completely been turned. While they hadn't said it, the teachers did hope Ibara would eventually snap out of her brainwashing, but that hope died. Despite the conversation going dark, it continued pleasantly as the group finally ordered their food, even revealing Mei was Izuku's girlfriend, not without Eri and Kota reacting to their kiss. It looked like a real family. It almost made them forget that on another screen the hero team was in the clutches of agony, and one of them starving. The meal looked great. Of course, the kitchen staff was putting all of their effort into serving the best possible dishes for Izuku's table. Conversations continued as the group ate, but Aizawa noticed something from the corner of his eye. Shinso. Leaning forward, Aizawa watched as the boy who was out of his hero gear walked down the streets, listening closely to the talking of citizens, all of them saying that Lucifer had graced them with his presence. Looking back to the restaurant, Aizawa waited. He knew that Shinso planned to confront Izuku. Shinso's quirk was something that hadn't been put to use yet, so Aizawa knew all of it counted on if Shinso could have it be effective enough to take over Izuku. Minutes ticked by and finally Shinso arrived at the restaurant, lying to the hostess that he was already a part of a table. Izuku had spotted him, and after telling the others to depart, he said goodbye, kissing Eri on her forehead. As they left, the teachers all focused as Izuku offered Shinso a seat. Midoriya. Yes, what is it, SH? Young Shinso's brainwashing, it worked. Toshinori watched closely, but Aizawa saw Izuku already fighting it, the brainwashed eyes quickly fading away. No, it didn't. It was fast. Izuku snapped out of Shinso's quirk. They saw Izuku do this before during the sports festival, but that was because he broke his fingers using pain to snap out of it. But this time he didn't do anything but sit there. You know, using your quirk at the table isn't a very kind thing to do. I suggest you don't do it again. I've studied your quirk, Shinso, so I implore you to tell me what is it you want. Shinso was just as surprised, but he still pressed on, pleading for Izuku to end the game, to stop this growing chaos and madness, even apologizing, but it didn't work. Instead, Izuku laughed it off until Shinso exploded. Why I won't stop? Shinso, that answer can't be expressed in words, but if I had to say why, it has to be because this is the most fun I've had in years. Hurting you all has been very therapeutic. Therapeutic? You effing psychopath. Now he's done it. The teachers all waited. There wasn't a way in hell Izuku didn't use this to his advantage, especially after everyone in the restaurant looked at them. Everyone, I apologize. It seems a hero has invited themselves to my table. Not only have they disrupted my meal, they bring their insults and heresy to you lovely people. I am truly devastated that they have no class. I humbly apologize. That one apology from Izuku rallied the people against Shinso. Izuku leaving as the patrons assaulted Shinso, keeping him inside as they tried to hit him and berate him. Things weren't looking so good for Shinso while Izuku strolled down the sidewalk, a smile on his face, going back to the apartment while the spectator doors opened. Vlad, along with Kota and Mandalay, stepped inside. Eri wasn't with them because she had stayed with Mei. The reason Kota didn't stay behind was simple. Eri missed Izuku more than him and he didn't want to take up her time. Just visiting Izuku was cool enough. Izuku entered his apartment, going to sleep with Eri between him and Mei. Hound Dog stood up, speaking out loud as he went to exit the room. Sorry, there is something I need to take care of. Waving the counselor out, Nezu looked to the rest of his staff. Along with the WWP and Kota, everyone, it's best we get some rest, especially you, Aizawa. We need everyone to be sharp. Now that some members of the hero team have been eliminated, the game is going to pick up drastically. More will be eliminated in the days to come. Nezu's eyes looked at the hero team monitor, the kids already feeling sick. Kendo was doing the worst of all of them, throwing up, shaking, crying, cradling her head. The only ones left to fight have lost the will to do so. Shinso ran through the alley, his breath heavy while his ankle dragged on the floor slightly. His face was covered in bruises and his swelled cheek had a large bleeding gash. He used the darkness as a cover. Damn it. It was a total manhunt. The students and robots playing the citizens were nothing more than Izuku's personal army of crazed fanatics. He should have left Izuku alone, or at least tailed him instead of confronting him. It was a stupid move on Shinso's part and now he regretted it. The civilians were getting more and more violent, his current condition a testament to this. They had attacked him shortly after Izuku left the restaurant and had been pursuing him for what seemed like hours, mobilizing the entire city against him. To raise a hand against their savior Lucifer was to raise a hand to them. Stopping in an alley, Shinso leaned against the wall, sliding down until he hit the floor. He was sure he lost the group following him. Putting his head to the wall, Shinso closed his eyes, adjusting his body, which ached in pain. Breathing out slowly, Shinso opened his eyes to see his misty breath cloud an image on the opposite wall. Looking, he shook his head. Midori, you're strong, but you have one weakness. The mural of Izuku stared at Shinso, the red eye glowing as if connected to Izuku himself. The purple-haired boy slowly got up, heading to the hero building. What he was about to suggest to the others was risky, but if it was needed to win, then he'll do it. It was still pitch black outside. Uraraka sat in the common room, her hero costume torn and the smell of which matched the hero building as a whole. Pure and utter disgust. Despite their best efforts, the rotting smell of meat and sewage flooded the air. Looking to one of the other couches, a few of the other heroes, mostly Yui, Shishida, Shihai, were busy heaving whatever was in their stomach into trash bags. She herself wasn't doing so well either. Despite not throwing up, she was suffering from a splitting headache worsened by one simple truth. The Midoriya she loved didn't exist. This realization made her head hurt more. The boy she had fallen head over heels for was nothing more than a facade drafted up by someone who was doing everything he could to survive the harsh world he was brought into. This also didn't help that the rest of the hero team was barely hanging on. Kendo wasn't able to lead. The girl had become docile ever since her humiliation, staying away from the windows of which graffiti had been sprayed onto. Her head moved to help her look at the kitchen. There, Uraraka couldn't help but frown. Takoyami and Shoji were busy rationing out their half a day's worth of food left, while also taking stock of their medical supplies, that too barely enough to treat around 5, maybe even less. Sue and Kirishima were slumped over on the dining room table, their eye bags still dark in color. Rin and Kamakiri were getting ready to go on a 2-man patrol. They were the only ones capable at this moment, though their enthusiasm to do so was very low. Gyro was up and about. Her hearing was still damaged, but was luckily recovering slowly. Hida was checking the blood-stained map. Most of it was ruined, but he was still trying to piece what he could together, though he was having some trouble as one of the lenses on his glasses was completely cracked. Uraraka also couldn't help but notice that Shoto had yet to leave his room while Bakugo was in the hero gear room trying to fix his broken gauntlet. There was also concern around Shinso's whereabouts. Shaking that off, Uraraka's depressed mood only furthered with the mention of Shoto. We really did betray Midoriya, didn't we? This is all our fault. Uraraka's eyes were clear to the truth. Now that the Midoriya she envisioned was shattered, she could only see who he really was and why he was like that. She had been in the sewers, heard everything that Izuku had said and even what Shoto said after they got Kendo. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. Uraraka cradled her head. She continued to cry even as the Hero HQ door opened. The heroes all looked. If it was Izuku coming to finish them off, then what chance did they have? But then again, maybe the game will be over and they could all stop the pain. Their luck was both fortunate and unfortunate as Shinso walked through the door limping as Ida, who spotted him first, ran over to support the boy. Shinso, what happened? Ida helped the boy to one of the empty seats, placing him down before looking at Takoyami. Takoyami, we need medical supplies over here now. Is that really the wisest choice? We don't have much as is. Takoyami put up a futile resistance, but Ida's look had him cave in, as he took a pen, striking it across several numbers, lowering the amount as he carried some bandages. Dark Shadow carrying the antibiotics. Kneeling at Shinso's side, the bird boy started cleaning and applying bandages, Ida helping as he took over to question Shinso. So what did happen? The citizens are getting more violent. I went to investigate the East District and overheard that Midoriya was eating at a restaurant. I pushed my luck too far. He broke out of my brainwashing the instant it happened. He exposed me as a hero and the people weren't all that pleased. They hunted me down for hours. Hissing in pain as Takoyami cleaned the gash on his cheek, Shinso sighed. If that wasn't all, there's something else. Uraraka had been eavesdropping on the conversation, moving closer to capture it more clearly when she heard this, her curiosity getting the better of her. What else is there? Ida questioned while putting a bandage on Shinso's sprained ankle. He wasn't alone. Ibara was there, of course, but Hatsum from the support studio and the two kids Midoriya had saved, Kota and Eri with them, Mandalay from the WWP. Ida froze. Did you say Eri? Yeah, she was there, but I have an idea. If we can somehow get Hatsum and Eri, we can use them as leverage on Midoriya. At the restaurant they seemed pretty close, and Eri was almost attached to his hip. Suddenly Shinso groaned in pain as Ida tightened the bandage on his ankle roughly. We are not doing that. Ida's tone was surprisingly angry, coming off in a very warning-like manner. Who says you get to decide? 4 eyes. Bakugo walked into the room. He heard everything and walked up to Shinso. The former hero team leader grinned. We can use that little brat and that pink whore as a way to get one over on that Deku. If he wants them back, he'll have to take this sheet off my chest. Then just when he thinks they're safe and sound, he'll effing take him down. I said we aren't doing anything of that sort. Ida stood up, his voice shouting, causing everyone to look over. Do you realize who we are fighting now? The Midoriya we knew that you knew isn't real. He beat you once. What do you think will happen if we take Eri away from him now? Ida was frustrated. He knew how much the two were connected before they turned their backs on Midoriya. It was never an odd sight to see them together. That Deku is the same spinless piece of sheet that was nothing more than trash on the side of the street. I don't care if I have to torture that effing kid or dreadlocks. I won't have that Deku beat me in anything. Grabbing Ida by the chest plate of his hero costume, Bakugo growled in his face. His intentions were shown fully out in the open. He didn't care who knew his prejudice against the quirkless or Izuku in particular. Throwing Ida down, Bakugo looked to the rest of the team. Look at what that piece of sheet did to all you extras. Are you going to let a quirkless do this? The rest of the heroes looked at Bakugo in disgust, with Shoji speaking up. You truly are disgusting. Quirkless or not, Midoriya is much more capable than the rest of us. Even with our strength combined, he had completely dominated the stakes of the battles, only making it worse on us both physically and through our social standing. Maybe we should just take Midoriya's offer and give you up. Kamakiri stared at the explosive boy. What the F did you say to me? Walking up to Kamakiri, Bakugo glared at the boy, who glared back. I said maybe we should give you up. You talk a lot about someone who was quirkless when you're in the same position, and even with your quirk he beat your ass 7 ways to Sunday. Pushing Bakugo, Kamakiri smiled. You know what I'm effing done. Reaching to his ear, Kamakiri shocked everyone. Nezu, I forfeit. Very well. We'll send a clone to pick you up. Kamakiri. Rin stepped forward, getting the boy's attention. Why did you quit? You never do. Take a look around. What chance do we have at winning this? Kendo can't lead us, and Bakugo is trying to get us ended, targeting a effing kid. I'm sorry, but I can't do this. I at least want to leave knowing I won't be in a hospital bed for months. Pushing Bakugo's shoulder, Kamakiri stripped off the armor pieces of his hero gear, dropping them to the floor. The fight he once had was completely gone. He wasn't going to go with Bakugo's plan. He was man enough to put his ego and pride down to stop himself from going on a suicide mission. It didn't take long until the door to the Hero HQ was opened, an ectoplasm clone standing at the ready, its mouth opening to speak. Come Kamakiri, I'll take you to the others. Looking to the rest of the team, the clone spoke out. If any more of you should want to forfeit the game, now is your time to do so. Looking around at each other, it was silent, but Yui, Kendo, Shishida, and Shihai stepped up. We forfeit. Looking to the rest, Kendo frowned. I'm sorry I disappointed you all, it's just. Looking to the window which had the word slut painted across it, Kendo looked down. I can't stay in this city, not with Midoriya still here and not with everyone looking at me like that. I wish you all the best of luck. No one else came forward, and after a minute ectoplasm and the students left. The day hadn't even officially started yet. They are already down all of Class 1B except for Rin. Their overall attack power was low, and morale even lower. Now we really have to consider what we are going to do. Shinso broke the silence. Some of you say we shouldn't go after Eri and Hatsum, but at this point what are our other options? We don't have the manpower necessary to take Midoriya down. Ida's speed can't catch up. His physical prowess outclasses even Shoji. And his quirks are enough to contend with both Bakugu's and Todoroki's at once, not to mention my brainwashing won't work, and that he clearly doesn't care how much he hurts us. Most of us have been holding back because he was our friend, but that isn't the case. If we don't do something, we will lose. Do you really think going after Eri and Hatsum will bring us any closer to winning? Todoroki finally joined the group coming down the stairs. His vacant stare was followed by narrowed eyelids. I'm not entirely sure. What do you suggest we do? Shinso wasn't spooked by Todoroki's entrance, only turning his head to look. I suggest we wait until Midoriya comes for us. Taking any action against Eri and Hatsum will only make the pain we will feel even harsher. There is less than a 1% chance we win this. He has the entire city backing him, and we are still missing Yorazu and Toru. Even he may not come after us. If he willed it, the door to the HQ will be broken down and we'll be brought into the streets and put down like dogs. If he's even that merciful after what we have done. After what you have done. Looking at Bakugo, Todoroki walked into the kitchen taking some of the rations there, ignoring Shoji, who looked at him silently. We are supposed to save those. For what? This may as well be our last meal. Eating, Todoroki stayed silent. But like, we can't just give up. That's not what we are trained to do. Mina finally spoke up, sitting on the counter, her legs crossed in front of her. Yeah, but it's Midoriya we are talking about. Haven't you guys realized it yet? Out of all of us, he has been through nothing but hardship, yet he is still here making a fool out of us. He's more manly than all of us combined. We are nothing. Hiroshima's tone was unusually depressed, his statement joined by a yawn that was shared by Tsu. Midoriya is nothing like we thought. That girl Toga in the forest scared me for weeks, but even she doesn't scare me as much as Midoriya. Ribbit, she's a villain and he's something darker. Something controlled. Ribbit, Tsu could deal with the craziness with Toga and the League, but she wasn't ready to deal with someone who knew what they wanted, how they were going to do it, and when exactly they wanted it. Uraraka watched all of this before speaking up. Do you really think that might be our only chance? Shinso swept his gaze over to Uraraka. I'm not saying it will definitely work. Who knows, it might just be another act Midoriya is putting on, so all I'm saying is that we should think this over. That's all I'm suggesting. The room was quiet, with Todoroki staying silent, with Bakugo finally saying something. Fine, we'll discuss it, but don't think you extras have a bigger say than I do. Izuku stood still, currently looking at a scene that put a genuine smile on his face. He sat atop Mei's shoulders, the two in the kitchen with a bag of ingredients, as Ibara was busy mixing something in a large bowl. Eri and Mei both had smiles on their faces despite the blackening food in the pan and quick pillar of smoke rising. Shaking his head, Izuku walked into the kitchen saying his good morning to Ibara before quickly grabbing the spatula Mei had been attempting to make pancakes with. I'll handle that. With a gentle smile, Izuku's hand locked with Mei, who turned to smile back, Eri pouting. Awa, come on Izuku, we wanted to surprise you with breakfast. I didn't bring my pancake baby, so I had to make it by scratch. Isn't that right, Eri? Looking up as much as she could, Mei pinched Eri's cheeks, making her giggle. Yeah, haha, stop it mama please. Time seemed to freeze as Mei stood completely still. Ibara even stopped stirring the bowl of eggs she was planning on making. Eri seemed to have noticed the silence as she looked down, lightly tapping Mei's face. Eri, did you call Mei mama? Izuku was the only one able to snap out of his shock fast enough. His surprise was mostly due to Eri openly calling Mei her mama. Oh, I am sorry. Eri looked down, apologizing to Mei, who simply lifted Eri into the air. I have my own super baby. I am a mama. Izuku, you're a papa now. Mei twirled Eri in the air before hugging her into her breasts. Mama is going to make you all the babies in the world. Mei brought Eri out of her hug before kissing her small horn, running up to Izuku. Look at my cute baby. Izuku looked Eri in the eyes, the girl staring back at him shyly before he stroked Eri's hair. Heh, looks like I'm your papa now. Eri's lip quivered before she let out a large smile, tears running down her cheeks. Papa. Mama. The three went into a massive hug, Izuku holding Eri with one arm and the back of Mei's head with the other. His eyes were open as he looked around the room before resting on a clock. It was 8:30, still early. Breakfast had to be done quickly. He still had some things to do. It took a few minutes, but eventually, the three let go, Eri wiping her tears away, Mei putting the girl back on her shoulders. Now come on Eri, let's get breakfast finished. I got that. Ibara, could you please continue? Nodding her head, Ibara continued stirring, mixing the yolks and egg whites before placing them in a pan as Izuku had Mei and Yuri sit down at the table, clearing some of the gadgets off, though Mei was already taking Yuri's measurements, grabbing a small wrench. Izuku threw out the burned pancake before starting a new one, his eyes focused intensely. His body moved on its own, but his mind was calculating several things all at the same time. He finished several pancakes, all of them near absolute perfection, though he did make a few extras, wrapping them up tightly. The small group ate at the table, Yuri sitting with a small stack of pancakes, of which Izuku graciously poured syrup on, making the girl drool before they started eating. It was a pleasant and peaceful morning throughout the whole thing before Izuku knew he had to leave once again. Excusing himself, he got dressed in his villain suit and stepped back into the living room. It was obvious that he was leaving. Kneeling, Izuku smiled. "Sorry, Snowball, I've got to go for a while. Don't worry, I'll be back tonight, okay?" "Okay, you better keep your promise, Papa." Pointing, Yuri poked Izuku's mask, of which Izuku smiled under. "Now I really got to get back in time." Chuckling, Izuku stood up, grabbing a few water bottles and the pancakes he had wrapped up earlier, stuffing them into his coat. "Ibara, look out for them." "Of course, Lucifer, as you wish." Bowing, Ibara stood next to Mei and Yuri, Izuku waving goodbye after making sure his pistols and knives were secured along with the food and drinks he was bringing. Jumping through the city, Izuku's path was fairly simple, straight ahead. He was only using 5%, so it wasn't fast nor was he slow. It was more just like a casual stroll through the neighborhood for him. He didn't stop until he reached an alley full of dumpsters, some overflowing with trash. Going to one in particular, Izuku crouched, reaching underneath before grabbing a small flip phone, quickly hiding it from any eyes that may have been watching. Luckily for him, there was another advantage to this spot. Opening a small manhole, he crawled back into the familiar sewer system he had been using for days now. Walking down the tunnels he has visited once again. "Are you sure this is the wisest move, 9? Hikage looked at Izuku with what seemed to be a concern. Next to him, Nana's apparition also appeared. "Listen to Hikage, you're putting a large target on your back. And what about the little girl? Are you absolutely certain you can not only stay with her but keep her safe?" Izuku kept walking. "I don't have a choice in doing what I must, but their safety is my top priority. That is why I have to make sure they don't know Mei and Yuri are close to me. If they do find out, no doubt when it happens they'll be the first ones on their list. I couldn't care any less if they use someone like my mother. I understand. The risks and reward are high. The possibilities are hard to gauge, but you must remain cautious." "I will." Hikage took Izuku's declaration with certainty. Before Izuku came to a stop, using float to see a very old friend of his. "Yaorazu, you look like sheet." Momo sat still, her once lush and life-filled lips dry. Her leg still broken, and the wounds inflicted on her still strong. There was also a noticeable amount of waste near the bottom part of her hero suit. The insinuation was clear. There wasn't any metal or material near her, and the rations Izuku had used to torment her growing hunger was still there, yet he noticed something new. Momo's wrist seemed scratched and torn, like she had tried to tug at the metal restraints only for it to not work in the slightest. Uncapping a bottle of water, Izuku leaned her head back, allowing the clear liquid to enter her throat. Momo weakly licked her lips, her chest heaving. "So Yaorazu, have you thought about what I have been asking you to do?" Not getting a response, Izuku shook his head. "You're smart. You should know why I gave you water. Death from dehydration usually happens within 3 days. With starvation, on the other hand, that's not such a large deal. Depending on how much a person weighs, they can go a month or a month and a half without food. I don't know how much you weigh, but to me, it doesn't seem to be working in your favor. Now I can give you food if you look me in the eyes and tell me exactly what you're going to do for me." Momo raised her head, eyeing the food and smelling the pancakes within Izuku's blazer. She was so hungry, hungrier than she had thought ever possible. Hell, this is what true hunger was, instant. It had only been a few days, but it felt like years since she had gotten anything to eat. Had she been in her mansion, the second her stomach rumbled, there would have been a servant asking what she had wanted to eat, getting it right away. Now that she was in this position, sitting in her own piss and blood, her refined nature and pure beauty reduced to nothing, there was only one way out. Looking up, Momo opened her mouth. "I swear, I'll make anything you want, I won't defy you." "Lucifer." Izuku nodded his head before grabbing a few of the pancakes he had in his pocket, holding them in his hand as he put them towards Momo's mouth. The girl ate straight from his palm. There wasn't any resistance in her movements as she scarfed whatever she could down. It was then she felt her hands fall free from their bindings as rations and several bottles of water were placed next to her. Looking to Izuku, Momo didn't stop eating as he spoke. "Stay here and regain your strength. I'll be needing you to make a few things for me soon." Momo nodded before Izuku stood up, now moving on to his second guest, who wasn't far away. Seeing Toru sitting against the wall, the girl humming a tune to herself before she noticed him. "Midoriya, what brings you here?" "Oh, did you come all this way just to see me?" Toru fluttered her eyelashes until Izuku threw the flip phone he had into her lap. "Stop screwing around. I need you to call your associates. Soon we need to meet in person." Izuku's eyes hardened. Mei and Yuri were in the back of his mind at this moment. Time was ticking down fast. Things were progressing. The heroes, students, and villains all have their part to play, and Izuku was trying to hold all the strings. A pink glow outlined the hero team as they floated to the rooftops of the buildings nearby, trying to stay out of the streets below. All of them were ready, dressed in what remained of their hero gear, before they dropped to the rooftops, Uraraka taking a moment to hold the vomit in her mouth, swallowing it. Landing next to her was her fellow teammates, all of them with differing emotions: Bakugo rage, Shinso calm, Todoroki emotionless, Ada hesitant. The others were all in the same boat of wishing that they could get what they needed to be done over with. Are we really doing this? Ada looked to his friends, his classmates. He wasn't sure this was a good idea. Rather, he knew it was a horrible one. Four Eyes, shut your effing mouth and stop being a pussy. Those little beaches are our ticket to victory. Bakugo glared over his shoulder, his tone showing just how angry he was even without him yelling it out. They were in the east district of the city, the one part that had been untouched in Izuku's bombings or attacks, the area where his influence was strongest in the city. The people below seemed nice, but thanks to Shinso they knew they were all hostile. You agreed to our plan, Ida. Now isn't the time to turn back. Shinso kept his gaze on the streets from the side of the building. They had discussed what Shinso had suggested back at the hero building, and everyone agreed that this was the only choice. Still, we are targeting Hatsune Minori, a little girl. We shouldn't be doing this. Ada still put up a weak protest, but Todoroki placed a hand on his shoulder, calming him. The plan isn't up for discussion, you F-sticks. Whisper yelling. Bakugo looked to Gyro, who was sticking her last working earlobe into the roof of the building. Listen. Anything yet, earlobes? Gyro covered her damaged ear, focusing on the conversation. Nothing that says they are here. Then we move on. Shoji brought his arms back, all of them, either ears or eyes, looking into the windows of the building, searching. Uraraka nodded, touching each one of her teammates as they huddled together. Shoji used his arms to keep them bundled as Sue hopped to the next rooftop, stopping on one that had a roof entrance. Unlike the others, they had a way inside. Bakugo walked up to the door, twisting the knob only for it to not budge. Jerking his head to Shoji, the boy understood, using his strength to rip the door off its metallic hinges, placing it down on the floor, the extra hands turning back into ears and eyes. All right, Four Eyes, icy hot, arms, eye bags, and earlobes, you're coming with me. Entering the building, Gyro, Shoji, Todoroki, Shinso, and Ada followed after Bakugo, heading down the staircase. Kirishima, Sue, Rin, Takoyami, Uraraka, and Mina stayed on the roof overlooking the sides. Those who were built for recon were gone, meaning their way of finding out anything was limited. Rin's arm became covered in scales. The boy picked one off, inspecting the green scale in his hand. It was durable and sharp, yet he doubted it was of any use. I don't know if this means much to you, Rin, but you're really manly for sticking it out with us. Kirishima strode up to Rin, patting the boy on the back. Thanks. If this does work, I at least can take the win for the rest of Class 1B. Rin sighed as he looked to the sky. His class forfeiting came as a surprise, especially from Kamakiri and Kendo, but there wasn't anything he could do but do his best to win, no matter how hopeless it seemed to everyone. Yeah, that being said, Ribbit, this is dangerous. Who knows what will happen if we do get Hatsune Minori, how Midoriya will react. Sue crouched low, her tired eyes forcefully opened, her bloodshot eyes staring at the hero HQ that sat in the distance. We're supposed to be heroes, yet here we are kidnapping some people like villains. Takoyami leaned against the wall of the roof entrance. Dark Shadow was out as well. The Shadow Bird was silent. It didn't have anything it could say. Moping around, the hero team wasn't prepared. The entire building shook violently, vines tearing through the building, destroying a large part of the wall, all of them jumping into their fighting stances. What the hell was going on? Katsuki walked through the halls of the building. Gyro and Shoji were busy using their enhanced hearing to find the whereabouts of their targets. They went floor by floor until they stopped at the third level. Gyro had her ear jack plugged into the wall, hearing sounds from behind the door until she heard the voice of a little girl. Signaling to the others, Gyro was brought back by Bakugo, the boy's face snarling as he stepped up to the door. Mei sat at the table surfing her computer while Eri sat on her lap, the girl looking across the wide range of gadgets she had strewn about. Mama, what are all of these for? Grabbing a hold of a large cylinder, Eri's finger interloped with a pin, Mei stopping the girl from pulling it out. Be careful with that baby, Eri. But these are all babies I made for your papa. Mei grabbed a hold of the grenade-like cylinder, placing it next to her computer. Grabbing another, Mei showed and even explained the device, Eri's mouth going agape, stars in her eyes. I want to make something for Papa too. Eri balled up her fists, bringing them up and down in excitement, determined on making something like her mama. Mei smiled brightly, rubbing Eri's hair. Of course, Mama will teach you all about babies. We'll be the super-duper duo inventors. Flexing her arm, Mei watched as Eri copied her. Yeah, Ibara watched the scene from a distance. She was reading a book while sitting on the couch. Though she remained aware of her surroundings, Lucifer had told her to guard the girls, and that was exactly what she would do. Going back to her book, Ibara sat quietly before the door to the room was kicked down. Standing up, Ibara went straight to using her vines, catching glimpses of the hero team. Standing in front of the mother and child, Ibara didn't care for her surrounding her vines, raging as they tore through the walls, floors, and roofs. Turning her head to look at May. Get out. Striking the wall with some of her loose vines, Ibara destroyed the window and wall, making a hole for May to escape. This distraction, however, allowed the hero team the chance they needed. Bakugo raised up his broken gauntlet. Its repairs were spotty at best, but the boy was aiming to fire it. Instead, he pulled its pin, the bracer shaking as he threw it at Ibara, it exploding, destroying enough vines to allow Ida to run forward. Although his leg was injured, he was still fast enough to reach Ibara in a matter of a second, using his momentum to kick the girl in the head, sending her through the wall of the apartment. May watched as Eri hugged her tightly. Looking to the table, she grabbed the baby she had been working on for Izuku, the one that Eri had almost triggered. Pulling the pin, May threw the grenade at the heroes, putting her hands to cover Eri's ears as she looked to the broken wall and to the street below. Gritting her teeth, May jumped out as the grenade exploded in a burst of extreme sound and light. A sound that had popped one of May's eardrums, along with damaging Gyro's remaining one, while the rest were blinded. Eri was spared, having been covered, but that didn't stop the impact of the fall. May had tucked Eri into herself as she hit the ground, rolling onto the street. Her skin scratched and bled as she heard Bakugo start yelling, "Get that pink beach now." Looking behind her, May could see the hero team on the roof drop down, with Tsu leaping towards her. Running, May went into the nearby crowds of people, shoving some out of the way as she kept glancing over her shoulder, a bit of her blood dropping onto Eri, who had looked up frightened. "It's okay, Eri." Reaching to her ear, May pressed onto the earpiece confiscated by Izuku, opening her mouth to tell him what has occurred when a tongue wrapped around her wrist, pulling it down. Tsu had jumped to the building, following May until she had gotten a clear enough shot. May's attempt to let Izuku know what happened thwarted. May tried to pull her hand back before something hit her legs, making her yell out in pain, the civilians near her backing up. Setting Eri down, May looked at her legs, green scales shimmering as their sharp tips were embedded into her. May tried to pull out the scales when she was grabbed, Kirishima putting her into a hold, covering May's mouth. Eri's eyes filled with tears as she ran at Kirishima, hitting the hero boy's leg. The red-haired boy looking at her sadly. "Let mama go." Eri's attacks were fruitless as Uraraka pulled her away, quickly tapping everyone, making them float as the civilians finally caught up to what was happening. By then it was too late, as Tsu had pulled everyone back to her and started leaping to the hero HQ. "Let them go." The civilians raged beneath them. Rumors had spread ever since last night that Eri and May were their savior's family. Many of the civilians wanted to throw anything they could to help, but fear of hurting those close to Lucifer stopped them from doing so. The Bakugo team rubbed their eyes until they were finally able to see. Gyro was holding her damaged ear. It was clear to Bakugo that her usefulness had worn out. His ears finally stopped ringing. As he spoke into his earpiece to the teachers, "Hey rat, call earlobes out, she's useless." It took a minute, but Nezu responded back while the rest of them recovered from the flashbang May had thrown. "Come on, those extras should have gotten them by now." Walking out of the room, Bakugo heard Ida speak, the boy looking through the hole he had kicked Ibara through, the vine-haired girl unconscious, her cheeks swelled and blood flowing down the side of her face and staining the white shirt she had been wearing. "Bakugo, what do we do about Ibara?" "Then extra. She's as useless as earlobes. Leave her. We have to send a message to that Deku." Ada looked at Ibara before the door, the rest of the hero team already leaving. His fist clenched before they loosened Ada, walking out of the trashed building. Izuku sat across from Toru, who was still speaking on the phone. She was obviously convincing the other side with a heated argument before all conversation ceased. Izuku picking up a few words from the other side until Toru ended the call. "So what is it? Did they agree?" Toru looked at Izuku as she placed the phone down near her. "Old chap Lips agreed to meet with us in a few days, but he wants you to know if he doesn't like what he sees, he'll end you before you can even move a muscle." Izuku yawned. "That's all." "Well, that won't be an issue. A few days from now works. It'll be up to you in the case of alerting me of when and where." "Yeah, I got that. Now are you going to finish the game or not?" Pretending to be kidnapped had been getting old really fast. Toru put her head against one of the many stone pillars, huffing out some air. "Rest assured, the game will end shortly. They won't be in any condition to interfere with what is to come." Izuku spoke with total confidence as he stood up, re-equipping his mask, locking it into place. "Now I have to go. Make sure you have a location and how we are meeting." Walking to the exit, Izuku saw Toru's casual dismissal as if she hadn't heard a word he said. Still, he knew she did. Going to the nearest sewer exit, Izuku climbed back out onto the streets to see the student and robotic citizens all anxious and a bit frustrated. Allowing himself to be seen, everyone he gazed at shrunk back as though something had been wrong. Using OFA, Izuku rushed back to his apartment, jumping from rooftop to rooftop until he saw his base of operations. His supplies on the streets below, rubble and debris cluttering the sidewalk. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku jumped inside to see his apartment trashed, Nana and Hikage apparitions appearing next to him. "Ninth, what has happened?" Nana was extremely confused, looking at the rubble near her. The computer May had been using was on the floor, and the gadgets had broken, spread all over the floor. Izuku ignored the girl as he looked through the hole in his wall, stepping through to see a robot family tending to Ibara, his presence causing them to back off as he kneeled to Ibara, the girl waking up, eyes opening slowly. Ibara, what happened here? Ibara was still dazed, but she answered. The heroes showed up, attacked me after I told Hatsune to run. I failed you. Izuku looked at Ibara before standing up, leaving the girl in silence as he looked out the hole leading to the outside. So this is your game. Izuku's fist shook at his side, his tone and face remaining stoic. He knew what this was. Bakugo was trying to get a rise out of him. Shinso must have told them Mei Enri was here. Izuku breathed out, unaware that the realm of OFA was reacting. Smoke leaking out of his mouth and through the sides of his mask. Ninth remained calm. Hikage looked to his side. Another two apparitions were starting to take shape, but it was too late as an influx of smoke along with OFA booming as thunder cut him off. Izuku's right hand burned. The markings on the left side of his body now trickled to his right. The sixth and third users now fully forming. Izuku stared at the tower before he went to Mei's laptop, picking it up before clicking to the Hero HQ, watching the security cams that Mei had hacked into from before. There he saw it. Mei and Eri were tied up. Mei was covered with bruises and scrapes on her body, bandaged in some areas, while Eri was crying, tape over both their mouths and their movements totally restricted. Eri was clearly panicking, no doubt calling out for him. The terror in her eyes reminded Izuku of how she looked when Overhaul had still been torturing her. Bakugo sat back with a smirk on his face. The others on the hero team were torn, all of them watching Mei and Eri with guilt. Izuku set the laptop down. They wanted him to rush in head first. Hell, Izuku at this moment wanted to, but he knew better than that. Looking to the past users, his eyes focused on the two new apparitions. Tell me how to use your quirks. I'll need them. With OFA still active, Izuku launched towards the streets, attracting the attention of those who looked to him as a savior. The hero spit in his face. Now he was going to bring a war straight to their doorstep. The hero team sat waiting. Todoroki was looking over Mei and Eri. The rest were waiting to ambush Izuku, fully expecting the boy to rush in, bowing his head to the crying child and angry Mei, who tried to at least hold Eri's hand. I'm sorry. FMMCKM Mu. Mei's words were muffled, but Todoroki understood fully as he stood up, looking at Bakugo, who was poking the device on his chest. It still stuck. This is the dumbest thing we could have done. Midoriya will come here. He will hurt us, and we'll all be in hospital beds. Our hero career's over. That Deku isn't going to do shit. That dumb piece of shit will rush in here and we'll stop his ass before he can do F all, and if he doesn't show up we can always hurt them. That'll get his attention. Bakugo crossed his arms, chuckling as Uraraka looked at Mei and Eri. What the hell am I doing? Even if the Deku I love isn't real, I'm still doing this to Midoriya, to people he loves. We'll not overstep the lines any more than we have. Injuring Hatsune the way we have was already too far. Ada shut down Bakugo's idea, but before an argument could break out, Shoji got everyone to look out the window. Is there a fire? The hero team all looked to a large cloud of smoke that masked the street leading straight to the hero HQ. Rin stepped up looking closely, and Mina tilted her head looking straight at the cloud that eclipsed the roads. Rin's voice got caught in his throat as shadows appeared out of the smoke before they were revealed. The entire population of the mock city was marching towards the building, Izuku leading them from the front, Ibara next to him, the girl angry. The boy stopping a few feet away from the HQ. Shinso shook his head. Of course, Midoriya wanted to rush in, I'm sure of it, but even he knew better. Our plan has amounted to nothing. Shinso looked at Mei and Eri, the two's eyes brightening up. Eri's muffled cries of Papa louder than ever. Izuku adjusted his mask, his voice loud enough to be heard by all as the people rallied behind him. Heroes, you have forced my hand. You have taken those I hold dear to me. We will not show mercy. Your reign of evil ends now. Izuku raised his finger. Katsuki, Bakugo is mine. Take the others, crush them where they stand. Izuku's finger rested on the hero HQ as the civilians and Ibara charged forward, all of them parting around Izuku, who put his hand down, releasing smoke as he disappeared from sight. The hero team looked at each other, with Bakugo seething as he grabbed Mei and Eri, holding them in front of himself, not caring for how roughly he used them as human shields. He won't lose. He can't lose. He's the future #1 hero, and the Deku will know it. Bakugo's eyes were crazed, completely bloodshot, as if he had popped several vessels in his eyes. You effing extras, get ready. And effing stop those bastards. Bakugo yelled at the frozen hero team, who only watched as the civilians banged on the glass. Ibara had her arms spread as vines dug beneath the ground and started wrapping around the building. Bakugo looked to see none of his team making any move to prepare the HQ. Gritting his teeth, he looked to his hostages. They had his arm around her neck while his other hand gripped tightly onto Eri's nape, the small girl crying only adding fuel to his rage. Shut the F up and stop crying. Yelling directly into Eri's ear, Bakugo's tunnel vision didn't grant him the chance to witness the pure rage written on Mei's face. The girl tried biting through the tape over her mouth as her hands dug into her back pocket searching for something. It was only then the heroes had finally awakened to what was happening. The bullet holes from Izuku's morning sniper attack allowing their enraged voices through. Todoroki turned to the hero team's leader. Bakugo, let them go. That's what they want, can't you realize that? You're only making things worse. Shut the F up, icy hot. I won't let that Deku win. No matter how many extras get in my way, I'll stomp him into the effing ground. The glass on the windows started cracking from the pounding they were taking. Ibara opened her eyes. They were fixated into a deep glare. The usually quiet girl yelled, her voice booming over the others. Heroes, release Lady Hatsu Minori at once. You have brought this upon yourselves. Kneel to Lucifer and pay for your crimes. Ibara's vines tore at the foundation of the Hero HQ. The sewers below flooded with vines matching the ones on the surface that threatened to crush the Hero building in its entirety, thorns digging into the exterior, slicing through them effortlessly. Ibara's face was still bloody from Ida's attack, but that was meaningless even as it stained her hero suit. The crown of thorns on her head seemed sharper than before, as if they were actually digging into the girl. The glass in front of her was cracking more and more. At any minute it would shatter completely. Mina stared at the army, her legs shaking as she fell to the ground. What the hell do we do? Shoji was almost the same as Mina, his usually stoic voice coming out timid. There's too many. Ida sat at the dining room table, taking off his glasses and putting his head down. We can't fight back. The heroes knew this. The civilians here weren't trained for combat, and using their quirks and training to harm those who have no durability to even compare to them was a line they refused to cross. Uraraka shook. She wasn't ready for this. What was she doing here? She didn't want to be here. She wanted to be back home with her mom, her dad. The fear that overran Uraraka caused the girl to wet herself, piss flowing down the legs of her hero costume. Shinso faced the windows next to Rin, the two staring into their fate that was just a few seconds away. Is there any way out of this? Rin looked to Shinso, the boy just wrapping his scarf, throwing it to the ground. It wouldn't help him now, or anyone for that matter. No. Shinso's answer was simple, but that wasn't all. It was accompanied by smoke leaking in through the vents. The odor wasn't one that was a cause for concern, but that didn't mean it was beneficial. Their vision was deteriorating more and more. They could barely see in front of them, when the sound of glass shattering being the only thing that signaled what came next. Ida felt hands push him off the chair he was sitting before. He felt his legs being grabbed before he was dragged across the floor, the glass on the ground cutting into his body, the smoke no longer masking his vision, instead the steady fall of sunset greeted him, along with insults being thrown at him. He wasn't alone. Uraraka, Takoyami, Shoji, Rin, Mina, and Todoroki joined him as civilians, taking initiative as they were dragged to the streets. There the torment started. Ida could only feel people stomping on his injured leg and hands, feeling the bones in his knuckles shift unevenly. Should have left when you can, you hero bastards. How dare you attack Lucifer? You're nothing but villains. Each word was barbed, yet Ida couldn't help but notice one absence. That was Bakugo. The boy still hadn't been dragged out from his understanding, but he couldn't question it as several large thorns poked and stabbed into him. He was lifted into the air as he was forcefully posed, his arms extended out to the sides, and a thornless vine wrapping around his neck. Out of the corner of his eye, Ida saw his fellow classmates in the same position, recognizing it instantly. They were being crucified, their eyes facing the Hero building that was still clouded in smoke. Izuku stood on top of the Hero building, his hand placed against the ventilation system, smoke blasting out of his hand as the sixth user watched nearby. That is enough. Ninth anymore would be too far. Good, I was done anyways. Izuku took his hand off as he stood at the edge of the building, watching the Hero team get crucified at the hands of Ibara, the civilians looking up at him cheering. He gave no response as he turned around, looking straight down through the roof OFA building around him as he leaped straight into the air, twisting his body, one foot extended as one of his hands went back as if he were going to punch. One for all, foes 60%. Striking Izuku essentially turned himself into a bullet, the air pressure launching Izuku straight down as the clouds above him parted. His foot tore through the cement and entirety of the Hero building until the roofs and floors caved under his momentum. Bakugo grit his teeth. His jaw was tightly wound up. He couldn't see a foot in front of him. The way his teeth ground against each other, it was a miracle they didn't shatter from the pressure he was placing them under. Breathing out, Bakugo turned to Mei tightly, his hold on her neck and ears moving them so they were directed in front of him. His heartbeat was like a drum being bashed repeatedly. His face sweaty, he could barely hear, and his breath was heavy. A feeling crept up to within his chest, one he couldn't really identify. But it felt similar to the time he came face to face with the symbol of evil, weight building on his shoulders. That was when the roof had broken, the smoke around him escaping as something landed, blowing it all away. Right before his eyes, Izuku stood in his crouched position, going into a stand. So you finally show up, huh, Deku? Come back for your slut and little beach. That's it, huh? Bakugo yelled, taunting Izuku, who looked at him. Izuku looked Mei and Eri in the eyes as he reached to his mask, taking it off, showing his face before his gaze crept to Bakugo. How the mighty have fallen. What happened, Kaken? You used to be so strong, so powerful, you didn't need any help. No, you were the help, yet here you are using hostages to win. I thought you were going to be the #1 hero. Well, that's what you wanted to be, right? Too bad that won't happen. Using Bakugo's nickname that Izuku had used when he was the hero in training Deku, he purposely fully did it to irritate the blonde. Wanted, you or I will be the #1 hero. A Deku like you has no say in what I will be. I'm better than you. I've always been better. Just because you got a quirk now doesn't mean you're better than me. I'm more powerful than you'll ever be. Bakugo couldn't see past Izuku, his eyes narrowed, saliva dripping out of his mouth like a dog. There was a time I would have agreed, but all I see now is a kid who caused All Might to retire. Who is too weak to fight anyone who is even remotely tougher than himself. You're just a scared little boy, isn't that right? Izuku smiled, his eyes scanning to Mei, who had finally found what she had been searching for, a small glint letting Izuku know that she was ready. Bakugo stared at Izuku, his mouth frothing, his bloodshot eyes begging for him to blink as they stung in pain, yet he didn't. Grah. Am not weak, you're effing weak, you quirkless piece of shit. I should have effing ended you in Alder, you effing scum sheet-stained quirkless bastard. No wonder your father left you, you effing waste of space. I wish Inko finished the effing job and murdered you while you slept. You think I haven't wished that myself? Tilting his head, Izuku's smile faded away, his eyes narrowing into a hardened glare as he fixed his glove, clenching his fist. I wish my life would have ended long before this conversation. I wanted to die, but I'm still here, and now I know why exactly everything happened. I'm still alive because it's up to me to beat you to the effing ground. Bakugo opened his mouth to yell when Mei finally made her move, taking out a small screwdriver, its tip sharp enough for Mei to stab the tool into Bakugo's leg, causing the boy's grip to loosen on Mei, and his leg flaring in pain. Mei used this opportunity to elbow Bakugo in the nose-grabbing area as she dove out of the way, holding the girl tightly. Bakugo didn't even have time to react as Izuku ran up to him, grabbing him by the collar of his hero costume, kneeing him in the stomach. With Bakugo hunched forward, Izuku grabbed the back of Bakugo's costume, winding up as he threw the boy through the broken windows, launching him outside and into the streets. Jumping after him with extreme speed, Bakugo hit the asphalt of the street hard, cracking it as he felt his ribs crack, his left ankle snapping and shoulder dislocating. He didn't even get to breathe before Izuku landed on his right knee, breaking it, making the rest of his leg bend unnaturally. Remember this, Bakugou. I'll make you feel the pain you inflicted on me for years. Using Mei and Eri as hostages, I'll effing break you in half. Although he may have seemed calm in the hero building, Izuku yelled out in rage, a smile on his face as he grabbed Bakugo by the hair, lifting him up. Stand, you piece of shit. Forcing the boy to stand on his broken appendages, Izuku launched a flying knee, hitting Bakugo straight in the face, using his hand to yank Bakugo back, making the boy taste the street. Leaning down, Izuku grabbed Bakugo's nape, holding him up, his grip threatening to tear Bakugo's skin. Bakugo coughed up blood, spitting in Izuku's face. Why, you're nothing, you quirkless beach. You should be glad I let you even look at me. Just watch, I'll make dreadlocks and that orphan call me daddy in no time. Despite missing a few teeth and the pain he was in, Bakugo grinned. Izuku wiped the blood from his face, going completely silent, reaching to his ear to take the earpiece out, crushing it under his shoe. Faux 60%, Izuku kicked Katsuki in the stomach, letting go as to launch Bakugo into a nearby building, sending the boy through the brick and glass exterior, hitting everything in the way as he was spat back to the other side. Izuku ran after him. Bakugo's eyes were unfocused as he couldn't even think straight anymore, his body bouncing once off the street before a strand of black whip tied itself around his neck, forcefully dragging him on the ground, scraping everything, making him bleed. Izuku reeled Bakugo back towards him, turning his shoulder as he bashed him, using his free hand to hold Bakugo as Izuku ran through several buildings, Bakugo taking every bit of damage as he rampaged through the city. Bakugo's ribs crunched, shattering inside his body as Izuku came to a stop, using the momentum to body slam Bakugo into the ground. Whatever wasn't broken now was. It was lucky Bakugo's spine didn't break. Bakugo breathed heavily as Izuku stepped on his neck, twisting his foot. You beat me down every day, breaking my body until it could barely function, and then walk off into the sunlight, knowing no one would step up to you. So how does it feel? How does it feel? Lifting his foot, Izuku stomped on Bakugo's left shoulder, breaking the bone his body still ran on. Faux 100%, the bones that made up Bakugo's shoulder sticking out of his flesh, dripping with blood as the blonde screamed in agony. Sitting on Bakugo's chest, Izuku cut off, grabbing Katsuki's jaw before taking his right hand, punching Bakugo, breaking the jaw, yet he didn't stop. Instead, Izuku kept going until the knuckles of his glove were bloody. Katsuki's face is covered in cuts, bruises, and swelling. Anger flooded through Izuku as he looked to the bone sticking out, using black whip to tug on the bone and to twist it ever so slightly. Bakugo screamed, SSTOPP. Bakugo finally understood what he had been feeling prior to Izuku's attack. Pure, agonizing, blood-curdling fear. He was scared. Scared to face someone who was so much stronger than him. Scared at the fact Izuku was better. Bakugo broke, crying out in pain, begging for Izuku to stop. Please stop. Stop. Did you stop when I begged? Did you stop when I lay on the ground for hours because of what you did? Stop when you caused irreparable damage to my effing body. F you. Izuku covered Bakugo's mouth, using a smokescreen to flood Bakugo's lungs until he started pounding Bakugo's midsection, forcefully removing the smoke from his lungs. Izuku reached inside his suit, grabbing a hold of his pistol, grabbing the barrel as he pistol whipped Bakugo before using it as a hammer to smash Bakugo's wrists, breaking them with metal hitting bone. Finally, Izuku stood up, holstering his pistol back into its resting place, digging a small remote out of his pocket, pressing a button as the device on Bakugo's just came off, Izuku grabbing it. The device was slightly damaged, but not something that couldn't be fixed. As he put everything away, he jumped back, danger sense alerting him as the UA staff landed next to Bakugo, picking the boy up gently, Vlad holding the boy's broken body. Aizawa turned to look at Izuku, who had turned away. Midoriya, go ahead, take him. Let him heal, just be glad I didn't end him. Now I still have a game to finish, so if you will excuse me. Izuku jumped away, missing the looks from the pro heroes. There they all stared at Bakugo with something akin to disbelief and fear. The civilians waited as the streets became darker and darker, streetlights illuminating the area and Ibara's crucifixion. They were all waiting as Lucifer dropped into the scene. Mei and Eri were being tended to by some of the civilians before they spotted him. Izuku, Papa. Jumping onto him, Eri and Mei hugged Izuku tightly. Izuku returned the hug, keeping in mind not to get Bakugo's blood on them. Rubbing Eri's head, he whispered in her ear, "Are you okay?" The girl nodded, and his neck still crying slightly. "I'm okay." Sniffling a bit, Eri hugged Izuku tighter as Mei kissed his cheek, causing Izuku to look at her, his hand temporarily letting go to stroke Mei's cheek. That was some good thinking back there. Mei smiled. A true inventor never leaves home without her screwdriver. Mei's bright grin relaxed Izuku as he took a hold of her by the waist, kissing her before he looked at the hero strung up before him. "Good work, Ibara, you have redeemed yourself to me and to God." Ibara kneeled, her head low as the vines lowered the heroes so they were low to the ground, enough for Lucifer to get close if he desired to. "Thank you, Lucifer." Ibara kept her head low as Izuku held Eri, the girl refusing to let go, his right arm supporting her from underneath. The trio walked to the hero as Izuku looked at each and every one of them before his gaze turned to the civilian. "I thank you, people of this city. This is truly a spectacular gift, for I am glad that the scum of this city can now be wiped out. It was our honor, Lucifer." Several civilians yelled out to him, the crowd cheering as Izuku gave Eri to Mei. Nodding his head to Ibara, Izuku watched as the heroes were lowered even more, like Kirishima, Shoji, Tokoyami, Ashido, Asui, and Ringo. Listening, the heroes listed were dropped to the floor, their arms still tied together as Izuku looked down at them. Kirishima looked up, his eyes filled with tears from pain or guilt. Izuku didn't care. "Midoribro, I am sorry." Shoji looked at Izuku, his head held high. "I see now that I was the monster everyone called me. Midori, I'm sorry." Shoji bowed his head. Mina cried heavily, her acid tears burning the road underneath her. Midori P, please F, forgive me." Sue matching her, the frog girl's tears flowing down to her hero costume. Sue had nothing she could say, not anything that would redeem what she had been a part of. "Midoriya, although I don't like what was done to my classmates, I understand why you did so. Please forgive us." Speaking for Class 1B as a whole, Rin lowered his head. Finally, it was Tokoyami. "Midoriya, I can see clearly now. We were wrong. It plagues me that I brought pain to you in such a way that destroyed our friendship. I know you won't forgive me, so do as you please." Tokoyami closed his eyes, dark shadow popping out to do the same. Izuku looked at all of them. His eyes weren't filled with malice, but his words had a tone they'll never forget. "You all disappointed me. Every ounce of respect I once had is now gone. You're nothing more than strangers to me." There was nothing but utter disappointment laced in Izuku's words as he took his pistol out, firing, eliminating them from the game. Then it came to the last four. Unlike the others, their bindings were still tight. All of them, including Shinso, already had their heads lowered. "To think I called you all friends. You failed. Ida, your bother. Uraraka, your parents. Todoroki, your mother. Shinso, yourself. You're all nothing. Ibara, do it." It happened all at once. Vines tied themselves around Ida's legs, more specifically the metal tubes, Uraraka's hands and fingers, Shinso's throat, and the area around Todoroki's eyes. All that accompanied this was agony. The vines tightened the metal tubes from Ida's quirk, crunching and bending in odd angles. Uraraka's fingers and wrists were snapped, breaking. The vine around Shinso's throat tightened, stopping his voice from coming out and choking him unconscious. And finally, thorns scratched the areas around Todoroki's eyes, clouding the boy's vision with blood. Izuku finished the game, firing to the places where their hearts rested. Izuku looked to Mei, holding his hand out as the girl dropped the earpiece she had been using in his palm. Putting it into his ear, he spoke. "Nezu, it's over. Toru and Yoarazu have already turned to the villain team. They are no longer a factor." It took a moment, but Nezu's sigh was heard. "Very well." Nezu's voice faded out as loudspeakers all around the mock city sounded out. "The villain team wins." Cheers rang out from the civilians as Ibara stood, her face adopting a smile as Izuku embraced Mei and Eri once again. He did it, he won, or he wished he could say that. There was still so much he had to do before he could truly claim victory. So many things he had to do to keep the people he cared for safe. Nezu sat in the silence of the spectator room, watching as Shinso has hunted through the mock city as a result of his confrontation with Izuku. The staff and guests all around him were sleeping, though as far as he could tell for most of them it wasn't a pleasant sleep. Vlad, Toshinori, and Aizawa were restless. Nezu's sidehound dog had yet to return, but that wasn't what caused him to breathe out so heavily. It was the Hero HQ cameras. Many of the students who had been attacked and were submerged in the filth of the sewers were shaking, throwing up, not getting a wink of sleep. Todoroki was in his room alone, just staring at the ceiling, his lifeless eyes vacant. Uraraka was crying in her sleep, and Ida was sitting at the edge of his bed nursing his injured leg. The early hour was visible through the pitch-black sky. Nezu looked over to another screen showcasing Izuku's apartment. Ibara lay on the main couch, a blanket over her, resting peacefully, while in the main bedroom Izuku, Mei, and Eri were huddled together. Just by watching, Nezu could already tell through instinct that they were already a pack. Izuku obviously the head of the small family. Still, this brought another thought to Nezu. This should have been impossible. The reality of how both teams were doing went against everything Nezu had predicted. Actually, it was the opposite. Nezu was called the smartest mammal alive, yet why didn't he feel like it? The day the teams were chosen, he already calculated the chances of victory on both teams, and they were odds that Nezu found completely one-sided. The hero team, after having literally everyone on the team except for Midoriya, flaws and all, had a 99.9% chance of winning, with Midoriya having a mere 0.1%, but that's all it took for Izuku to not only flip the odds but completely took them over. No matter what happened, Nezu only saw the hero team losing. Chuckling, Nezu put a paw to his head, speaking silently to himself. I should have seen this. Midoriya knows how it feels to be hated, alone, afraid. He knows how to play the game, and he knows how being the loser feels. Nezu breathed slowly, his eyes going back to Shinso, who took refuge inside an alley, coincidentally the same one that a mural of Izuku was painted on. That was when he heard the boy speak through the low volume of the monitor. Midoriya, you're strong, but you have one weakness. Nezu heard this but didn't exactly realize what Shinso meant until he suddenly froze, his fur standing on end. He remembered that Shinso saw Mei and Eri with Izuku. How Izuku told the girl to be a good girl for Mei, basically letting Shinso know that they were in the city. If he was right, Shinso may be talking about using the pair as a way to get to Midoriya. Nezu's breath came out a bit shaky at this prospect, his paw reaching for a cup of tea, his paw shaking. This was bad. An alarm was set off, waking up everyone in the spectator room. The first to rise being Aizawa, the teacher, immediately looking to the monitors as he sat up, unzipping himself from his sleeping bag, taking his usual seat. He scanned the room quickly with his eyes. Most of the teachers were already awake except for Kota, the boy who was still asleep in Mandalaya's arms, the pro hero making sure her nephew was in a comfortable position as she and the other WWPs got ready to watch. His eyes finally rested on Nezu. Usually, the principal would have called out, wishing them a good morning. Instead, he seemed focused, watching as many screens as he could, not uttering a single word. Aizawa turned in his chair to the animal. Nezu, did anything occur while we were sleeping? Nezu gave Aizawa the side of his beady black eye before speaking. Nothing in particular. Nezu didn't elaborate any further, instead sinking back into pure silence. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. He was curious, but knew he wouldn't get any answers from the animal. Instead, Aizawa opted to follow what Nezu had been doing, looking to the monitors as the hero team sat in the common room. All of them barely awake, with most of them suffering from their previous injuries, sickness, or guilt. Aizawa wasn't the only one watching as Midnight took her seat, the R-rated hero putting one leg over the other as she inspected someone who had quickly attracted her attention. Uraraka was visibly upset on the monitors in front of Midnight, and she already knew why, verbalizing her thoughts out loud. Poor girl. Finding out the boy she loved wasn't real must be devastating. Snipe looked over to where Midnight was before putting his hat on. She's not the only one. Look at the others. For the most part, they are filled with guilt. Their friend was a fake. After all, the mask that a hurt, angry, and tortured boy put up to save himself, only for them to break it, would hit anyone hard. Almost everyone. 13 pointed out the outlier in Snipe's statement, her eyes watching Bakugo, who looked as angry as ever, a deep and ugly-looking scowl etched on his face. Yes, well, that will certainly be his downfall. Nezu cut into the conversation, his own eyes set upon the blonde boy. His voice low, as though he were analyzing every possibility before him like a game of chess. The teachers meant to ask what Nezu meant, but a quick shake of Aizawa's head stopped them from asking. Instead, they looked on as Takoyami and Shoji took stock of whatever remained of their supplies, which were pathetic at best. There wasn't even enough to last another day in the game. That was until Shinso, who had been avoiding the public, stepped in. Everyone save for Nezu recoiled at the sight of Shinso. The boy was badly beaten, his clothes in tatters. The hero team reacted the same as the teachers and spectators, asking what happened, whilst Ida called for medical supplies with hesitation from Takoyami. They are stretched thin as is with medical supplies. Young Takoyami's hesitation is not unfounded. Toshinori could understand why they might not be so ready to give up more supplies for someone, but Ida wouldn't let it go. The citizens are getting more violent. I went to investigate the East District and overheard that Midoriya was eating at a restaurant. I pushed my luck too far. He broke out of my brainwashing the instant it happened. He exposed me as a hero and the people weren't all that pleased. They hunted me down for hours. Shinso's explanation made sense to the teachers who knew of what happened the previous night, though the chase for hours did come as a surprise. They didn't think the citizens would take it so far as to actively hunt Shinso down through the streets, but as it turns out they were devoted to that degree. Shinso carried on explaining before Nezu felt his first stand on and again at Shinso's next bit of information. He wasn't alone. Ibara was there of course, but Hatsum from the support studio and the two kids Midoriya had saved Kota and Eri with them Mandalay from the WWP. Nezu's mind didn't like where this was going. And Aizawa was right there with him. The underground hero's intuition could already tell this was going to be dangerous. Ada freezing told the two he felt the same way. Did you say Eri? Yeah, she was there, but I have an idea. If we can somehow get Hatsum and Eri, we can use them as leverage on Midoriya. At the restaurant they seemed pretty close, and Eri was almost attached to his hip. This is idiotic. Aizawa put his head down. The other teachers finally caught up and all of them agreed. Trying to harm someone's family to get to them was never a good thing. Nezu closed his eyes. Desperation. They can't think clearly. They are too desperate to see the repercussions of taking this course of action. Nezu tightened his paw. In the animal kingdom it was well known that touching the cubs of a lion resulted in a swift and merciless death, and the same could be said for most animals. Though Nezu wasn't fully correct as Ida spoke in protest against Shinso's idea. We are not doing that. Seems one of them at least has a rational mind. Cementos nodded his head, while Aizawa had a sense of pride that at least one of his students seemed to know this was a bad idea and was actually warning them. Though the pride couldn't be transferred to his other student Bakugo, the same grin Aizawa had grown to dislike on the blonde's face. We can use that little brat and that pink whore as a way to get one over on that Deku. If he wants them back, he'll have to take this sheet off my chest. Then just when he thinks they're safe and sound, he'll effing take him down. I said we aren't doing anything of that sort. Do you realize who we are fighting now? The Midoriya we knew that you knew isn't real. He beat you once. What do you think will happen if we take Eri away from him now? Ada's yelling caught the teachers off guard, but they heard everything that Ada said and recognized he was entirely correct. The guilt the students had been showing was like the fog from their eyes finally being lifted. Ada now saw just how different his former friend was. Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest. Bakugo still can't see the scope of the situation before him. Aizawa could tell Bakugo still saw Izuku as inferior. Bakugo's disdain no longer hidden, and his willingness to use violence shone through his next words. That Deku is the same spinless piece of sheet that was nothing more than trash on the side of the street. I don't care if I have to torture that effing kid or dreadlocks. I won't have that Deku beat me in anything. Look at what that piece of sheet did to all you extras. Are you going to let a quirkless do this? Disappointment was all everyone in the room felt. Kota, however, who had woken up due to Bakugo's yelling, was visibly angry, his small fists clenched and his eyes fixed into a glare. Kota knew his big brother had been quirkless. He knew that Izuku had a hard life and how difficult it was for someone who was quirkless to live a normal life, but Bakugo brought upon new anger. He was saying quirkless like they weren't people, which meant he was calling Izuku nothing, and like Bakugo said, trash. Kota was only calmed when Mandalay placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on Kota, let's go get some breakfast, okay? Fine. Saying their goodbyes, Kota and Mandalay left the room, leaving only the rest to absorb what Bakugo had said. Power Loader was angry as well. Aizawa, best you do something about Bakugo. If he's so willing to hurt my student and an innocent girl just to get to Midoriya, you need to reevaluate your standards on who can be a hero. I know. All Aizawa can do is agree. The things Bakugo has done during the game while he was supposed to be a hero drew large amounts of concern. If he was like this in a controlled situation and scenario, how would he be once he was out on the streets? There was a conflict started from Bakugo's words, Shoji losing all respect for Bakugo, while Kamakiri confronted Bakugo until it happened. Nezu, I forfeit. Vlad sat in his seat wondering if what he heard was right when Nezu spoke out. Very well, we'll send a clone to pick you up. Nezu, wait. Vlad raised his hand hoping to speak to Kamakiri when he was immediately shut down. He made his choice, Vlad, and perhaps that may have been the smartest decision he could have made. As though Kamakiri could hear Nezu, the boy's explanation of why he quit blasted in the room by the speakers. Take a look around. What chance do we have at winning this? Kendo can't lead us, and Bakugo is trying to get us ended targeting a effing kid. I'm sorry, but I can't do this. I at least want to leave knowing I won't be in a hospital bed for months. Vlad's words died in his throat. There was nothing he could say before he sighed. Maybe you're right. His class was nearly eliminated, the only ones in the game being Rin and the others who were sick. Nezu had already sent ectoplasm when his eyes turned to Izuku's monitor, spotting the villain team leader waking up. Staring into Izuku's red eye through the monitor, Nezu then looked to Mei, Eri, and Ibara busy in the kitchen. Ibara mixing eggs while Mei and Eri seemed to be trying to make pancakes, having trouble with them but laughing nonetheless. The spectators were finally able to see just how large of a difference there was in circumstances between Izuku and Bakugo. They were two sides of a different coin. Calling them the same wouldn't be fair to Izuku. Bakugo was rage, unfiltered, unrefined, and dull. Izuku was controlled chaos, sharp, precise, and managed. It was this management that allowed Izuku to wake up peacefully rather than stressed. They watched as Izuku entered the room saying his hello before taking the cooking utensil that Mei was using to cook. Power Loader had to stifle a chuckle. Mei never made home lunches, and the one time she did, the rice and chicken she attempted to make were both overcooked. Power Loader was sure if Izuku didn't stop Mei, the apartment would have caught on fire. Mei complained about how she and Eri wanted to make Izuku breakfast, and if she had her babies then she would have been able to do it. Her words were followed by Mei pinching Eri's cheeks, the little girl yelling out something that had Nezu think about Shinso's idea and how it was all but guaranteed to fail. Yeah, haha, stop it mama please. The spectators all went quiet, no noise, and as much as Midnight wanted to squeal at the cute scene, she controlled her urge. As Izuku questioned Eri, Power Loader was nervous as Eri apologized. He wondered what Mei would say, but what his student did say had the teacher smile. I have my own super baby. I am a mama. Izuku, you're a papa now. Mama is going to make you all the babies in the world. Look at my cute baby. The scene continued only for it to be interrupted by Ectoplasm's voice coming from their earpieces. Come Kamakiri, I'll take you to the others. If any more of you should want to forfeit the game, now is your time to do so. The question caught the teachers by surprise, but Nezu shook his head. I told him to offer this. Most of the students aren't willing to fight, and if they aren't, it's best we get them out of the game before any more harm could come to them. They couldn't rebuttal Nezu. It made sense, most of the students couldn't take any more damage, and it was clear to see, which was why Vlad could only breathe slowly and in relief as Yui, Shishida, Shihai, and Kendo all forfeited. A hand being placed on his shoulder, Vlad looked to see Snipe giving him support. Smiling slightly, Vlad was left with his thoughts. At least they got out of there while they can, but Rin was still in the game, which meant Vlad's worries weren't entirely extinguished. The heroes, after a brief silence, cut back to planning. All of them wondering what they were going to do now, discussing the possibility of targeting Hatsune and Eri to ambush Izuku. Aizawa wanted to tell his students just how ridiculous an idea this was, but he couldn't interfere. He just now wanted his students to prepare for the consequences of their next moves. Turning back to Izuku, all they saw was a family eating breakfast together, totally natural, and nothing they could point out looked out of the ordinary. It reminded them of a life most of them wouldn't achieve. They were heroes. After all, attachments were dangerous for them to have, and while that didn't stop most, Aizawa could only hope it worked for Izuku. Things progressed smoothly until Izuku stood up, getting dressed once again in his villain costume. Of course, after a quick rinse in the shower and after a promise to Eri, Izuku was replaced with Lucifer. Ibara was put on guard duty as he left, heading to the sewers once again, but before that, he stopped in an alley. The teachers were curious about what was going to happen when Izuku picked something up, hiding it quickly before they could see it, ducking into the sewers through another entrance. Watching Izuku walk through the sewers, the boy looked to the sides as though someone was talking to him. It was just like what happened on the third day. He was talking to someone they couldn't see. I don't have a choice. I'm doing what I must. But their safety is my top priority. That is why I have to make sure they don't know Mei and Eri are close to me. If they do find out, no doubt when it happens, they'll be the first ones on their list. I couldn't care any less if they use someone like my mother. His words caused nothing short of pure confusion. Nezu looked to the staff. Aizawa, do you know what he is speaking of? Aizawa took a moment. I don't know. It can't be us, and it can't be the hero team. His mother wouldn't make sense either. Nezu took Aizawa's answer in as Izuku entered a section of the sewer, climbing a flight of stairs until Momo came into view. Aizawa, though he couldn't smell, wrinkled his nose. His female student was wasting in her own filth, looking as though she had been starved for centuries. Her wrists had the skin tearing, red, and bleeding. She had tried to free herself until it seems as though she gave up her broken leg, no doubt adding to the pain she was feeling. The woman in the room could only feel sorry for Momo. The girl was, as they remember, beautiful and youthful, but now that appearance of beauty was replaced with a horrible visage. Izuku, in an unexpected act, gave Momo water. The teachers were glad. They were sure dehydration was the biggest concern with Momo. So Yaorazu, have you thought about what I have been asking you to do? You're smart. You should know why I gave you water. Death from dehydration usually happens within 3 days. With starvation, on the other hand, that's not such a large deal. Depending on how much a person weighs, they can go a month or a month and a half without food. I don't know how much you weigh, but to me, it doesn't seem to be working in your favor. Now I can give you food if you look me in the eyes and tell me exactly what you're going to do for me. To have lasted as long as she has is truly commendable. Nezu gave his respect to Momo. She could no longer resist, but to have done so for so long in such condition was truly telling of Momo's integrity and strength. Her integrity, however, corroded away as she opened her mouth weakly. I swear ... I'll make anything you ... want ... I won't defy you. Lucifer, there another hero fell to Izuku, the boy reaching into his suit to pull out the pancakes he had made, forcing Momo to eat straight out of his palm, sealing Momo's promise, as biting the hand that feeds you can only lead to your demise. Aizawa didn't have the energy to react anymore. This had become something he knew he should be used to. From there it was quick. Izuku freed one of Momo's hands, giving her water and food so she could regain her strength before he left, heading to the one blind spot in the sewer system. The teachers knew they had to wait, but Shinzo's voice had them looking distressed. Okay, we are all in agreement. We'll go after Hatsune Mirai. For now, let's rest up. Nezu didn't say a word. The hero team was about to step over a line that shouldn't be crossed. What happened to them next would be utterly devoid of mercy or ethics. They're on the move. The ever-encompassing silence that clouded the spectator room was broken by Snipe. Their eyes looked at the scene in front of them. The hero team was in the eastern district of the Mock City investigating. They finally realized that the only place that had little to no damage, meaning the likelihood that Izuku was residing there, was high. The teachers watched silently. Izuku was still nowhere to be seen or heard, most likely at an area where their camera feed wasn't working. The hero team had already decided to go after Mei and Eri, thinking that was the best option, and the teachers couldn't disagree more. They still have a chance to turn around. Do you think they will take it? Kashinori's eyes carried a large amount of trepidation as he watched his students float from building to building. It's not possible. They already made their choice, and I don't think Bakugo will let them anyways. Sighing, Aizawa rubbed his eyes. His students were making a mistake, but what's worse, they are following a leader who has shown nothing but hostility, and a leader who has only had a mostly negative impact throughout the entire game, even if they know it's wrong. What happened now was entirely out of their hands. They could only watch their students bring about their own destruction. Although they knew this nervousness built up each time they got closer to Mei, Eri, and Ibara, the trio currently spending time in the apartment. They stayed silent, just waiting as the hero team took another stop. Uraraka used this time to rest up and contain the drawback of her quirk. It was during this break that they heard the hero team arguing, though it was one-sided, as protests were squashed by both Bakugo and Shinzo. Are we really doing this? Four Eyes, shut your effing mouth and stop being a pussy. Those little beaches are our ticket to victory. You agreed to our plan, Ida. Now isn't the time to turn back. Still, we are targeting Hatsune Mirai, a little girl. We shouldn't be doing this. The plan isn't up for discussion. UF sticks. The teachers heard everything, and their disappointment grew each time they heard the team speak to each other. They were so broken, there was little cooperation, and what was there was built off the role of dominance. The fact that Ida knew and reasoned that they were doing something horrible furthered those feelings. Nezu sat back in this game. If they do this, Midoriya can use it to his advantage, just like everything else. Nezu looked at the other city camera, taking his eyes off the heroes. In just a short span of time, Izuku turned the city into his playground, into his sanctuary. In reality, he was prosecuted, hated, but now he was a god to the civilian students. That was another aspect that hit Nezu hard. Had this mock city just been robots, he could understand how they might be converted, but he also twisted the minds of real ones. The way Izuku spoke drew people in. When Izuku was Deku, he too had this skill, not at this level, but now that he was Lucifer, it was dangerous. The heroes went one by one, building by building. At least we know that the recon heroes know how to do their job. 13 looked for the bright side of the current situation. In a game where the heroes have only made mistakes, it was these little things that made the teachers feel that at least their students did learn something from their instruction. That is a highlight, but when paired in an incompetent plan such as this, all of that goes to waste. Power Loader, however, couldn't help but give his input. It was true, no matter how strong, fast, or smart you are, a bad plan is a bad plan. This was coming from a teaching and personal standing. Power Loader hated the fact they were targeting Mei, not only her but a young traumatized girl. Much like how Vlad looked at Izuku like a villain, he is looking at the hero team the same way. Anxiousness built up within the room. The WWP minus Mandalay and Koda had nothing they can say. Sure, they helped teach the kids, but that was for their quirks, and while they thought they were an excellent class filled with future heroes, this escalation and plan to provoke an Izuku that was unlike any they have ever seen was driving their opinion down. The heroes moved until they reached Izuku's apartment complex. Power Loader looked toward Bakugo's gauntlet on the screen. He could tell that with the repairs, the primary function of it was not working. If he tried to use it, more than likely it was going to blow up in his face. Aizawa leaned forward as they moved Bakugo, separating the team before Shoji ripped the door off the hinges. The team moved down floor by floor. Aizawa's knee bounced. He couldn't keep it still as he looked to Mei and Eri. No, please stop. Deku. Aizawa shook his head, closing his eyes, hearing Eri's screams. The game brought back unpleasant memories. Aizawa holding Izuku to the floor of the dorm, Eri screaming as she cried, being taken away by Midnight and Vlad. That was the first time Aizawa remembered what Izuku looked like at that time. His eyes filled with several emotions, but most notable the rage of 1,000 men. Aizawa now at this moment knew that had he not already placed the cuffs on Izuku and he had been who he is now, Aizawa would have found himself in a hospital bed. Seeing his students not only target her and now Mei, who he knew Izuku cared for, he can only imagine what would happen, and none of it was good. The team moved through the halls, Gyro and Shoji listening through doors trying to find the recognizable voices of their targets when they stopped at Izuku's door. Midnight bit her lip while Snipe took off his hat. They weren't the only ones who had prepared themselves as present. Mike took his glasses off while the rest got ready in their own way. Nezu unbuttoned his suit to allow himself to breathe, his paw covering his mouth just underneath his nose. The heroes were preparing for their infiltration as the girls were busy conversing. Mei and Eri sitting at the dining room table, Eri in Mei's lap smiling as she grabbed a grenade-like cylinder. "Mama, what are all of these for?" "Be careful with that baby, Eri, but these are all babies I made for your papa. I want to make something for papa too." "Of course, Mama will teach you all about babies. We'll be the super-duper duo inventors." Despite what was going to happen, Power Loader smiled slightly. He knew Izuku would take care of them, so while he was a little less worried, hearing Eri wanting to become an inventor brought a smile on his face. But it was wiped away as Mei put the grenade down, and the door to the apartment burst open. They watched as Ibara sprung into action using her vines to defend Eri and Mei while also providing an escape, destroying a part of the wall. Aizawa looked to the heroes on the rooftop. They were shaken at the sudden rumbling, but they were ready. This move allowed Ibara to get attacked, however. Power Loader watched as Bakugo used the advantage of his gauntlet blowing up to hurt Ibara's defenses enough for Ida, who while injured still had enough speed and power to kick and knock out Ibara, who launched into another room. Power Loader watched carefully as Mei and Eri looked on before Mei grabbed the grenade, pulling the pin before protecting Eri from jumping out of the destroyed wall. The support hero cringed as the grenade went off the teachers, hearing the high-pitched ring, but his discomfort only increased as Mei's face twisted in pain, hitting the ground hard. Having to protect Eri, Mei took all the damage, her skin scraping and some places starting to bleed. Bakugo, despite not being able to see or hear, yelled out for the rooftop team to pursue, which is what they did. Their pursuit wasn't one of note to the teachers. It was very hasty and not planned. Had it been someone with an actual combative quirk, it's possible they wouldn't have caught up. But that in itself caused another problem. Aizawa saw the students restrain Mei in a way that shouldn't have been done. They hit the girl in the legs with sharp scales, before Kirishima, who was much stronger than she, put Mei into a hold covering her mouth. It looked exactly what a criminal would do, and it was unnecessary. Unlike Izuku or Ibara, where a fight was more than possible, Mei didn't have the capacity to take them head on. The only thing that could make it worse was the exact reminder of what Aizawa had done. Eri was watching as another group of people took her mama, much like how he took her papa. "Let mama go." Midnight wiped her eyes. This really got to her, watching Eri, traumatized, scared, her mama's blood on her face, trying to fight back against someone who hurt and was trying to take her away, really hit Midnight where her heart was. She wasn't alone, as the teachers and heroes in the room could only listen and watch Eri struggle. Aizawa put his head down and into his hands, gripping his hair. First it was Overhaul taking her real parents away, then it was him taking her new papa, and now it was the other hero students taking her mama. Just how much could they do the same thing to this little girl and not expect her to break down? He looked back up just to see Uraraka tap them, floating away. Eri, Mei, and the team, effectively taking them, while the civilians around rallied, though they made no moves due to their fear of causing harm to Izuku's family. Bakugo's team in the apartment finally came to. Gyro, however, was injured. Her last remaining ear had her on the ground again. Mei's grenade was the tipping point for Gyro to be completely eliminated. Nezu put his paw up. Gyro is eliminated. Responding to Bakugo, who had seen Gyro's ability to continue, was none. The heroes, however, made one crucial mistake. They left Ibara alone. The girl slumped over in the room adjacent, blood leaking from her head and onto her clothes. It was a stupid mistake that was surely going to come back to bite them. Midoriya is back. Tiger brought everyone's attention to the sewer cameras. Izuku walked out of the area that they couldn't hear or see, his eyes calculated as his shoes echoed in the tunnel. The clicking of his heels on the splashing water brought only dread as he looked back to the apartment scene and watching as the hero team was tying up Mei and Eri. Izuku walked out of the tunnel. The city itself was in disarray. Word spread fast that Lucifer's apostles had been taken. Izuku seemed to have noticed something wrong as he immediately shot off to the apartment, witnessing what happened. When he saw Ibara, he spoke, asking what happened. The heroes showed up. Attacked me after I told Hatsune to run. I failed you. Ibara's response elicited no response other than Izuku turning away, walking out. The teachers saw Ibara stretch her hand out, grasping at air, her pained voice coming with tears in her eyes. Lucifer. It was clear that Izuku giving her nothing but the silence was worse than scolding her for her failure. For someone you look up to and follow to turn their back, not even acknowledging you or your mistake, must hurt heavily. Izuku looked at the hole and the gear scattered on the floor and debris ruining the quaint apartment. They saw his fist clench, but what caught them off was the smoke leaking from the mask, the pillars twisting and turning, making Izuku look all the more intimidating. He's awakened another quirk. Nezu shook his head, unaware that this wasn't the only quirk, as the Izuku's lightning came to life, striking the floor, leaving burn marks on the wooden floor, smoke being blasted out of his mask intensely, his back also leaking, smoke clouding the area. Things only escalated as Izuku looked at Mei's laptop watching the camera feed of the Hero HQ. The teachers shrank as Izuku narrowed his eyes, turning to his side. The teachers being overcome with surprise as the smoke in the room seemed to attach to what looked like 4 people. Tell me how to use your quirks, I'll need them. The teachers watched features form. A man with his face hidden in a large coat, a man with a scar running down his eye, another who had the top half of his race covered, and finally a figure Toshinori had his eyes widen up to. Although it wasn't clear, he would never forget the face of his master, her long flowing hair and beauty mark. Tears sprung in Toshinori's eyes as he whispered his master's name to himself. Nana. Though they couldn't say it aloud, it was clear that Izuku, all those times he seemed to be speaking to nothing but dead air, he was actually speaking with apparitions only he could see until now. This is the dumbest thing we could have done. Midoriya will come here, he will hurt us, and we'll all be in hospital beds. Our hero career's over. Nezu turned his head to the hero team. Mei was angry and Todoroki was distraught about what they had done, knowing the outcome was going to be horrible. As if Izuku heard this, he blasted off into the streets below, already talking to the citizens around. Ibara was slowly getting up, her tears dripping down her face. Lucifer, I'm sorry, please. Ibara walked out of the building using her vines to reach Izuku, kneeling as she grabbed tightly onto the sleeve of his suit. Lucifer, please, let me redeem myself. I've failed you. I've failed God. Ibara was completely brainwashed to the point where she thought failing Izuku was turning her back on her faith. The teachers watched as Izuku put his hand on Ibara's head. You have one final chance, Ibara. Fail now and God's wrath will be upon you. If you are to succeed, your place in heaven is assured, and in the afterlife, I will carry you to the pearly gates myself. Ibara's smiling disturbed the teachers, not because it was twisted or horrifying. It was merely the fact of how easily Ibara conformed to Izuku's words as though it were the supreme law. There was no critical thinking or suspicion from the vine-haired girl, instead her vines tied around her head, Ibara detaching them as they became a brown thorn crown that dug into her head, causing her to bleed more, the blood flowing around her eyes as if they were trying to match her tears. A true symbol of conviction and loyalty to Izuku. They saw Izuku satisfied before he turned around, looking to all the citizens. Hear me. The heroes have taken those who I hold dear to me. They trample upon this city in my name with their blood-soaked shoes, causing nothing but harm. We have given them the chance to redeem themselves and their crimes, however they refuse. They have attacked me and attacked you. If you are to save this city, stand with me. No longer shall they remain. We will crush them and save our city together. Raising his fist in the air, Izuku took over All Might's pose, but instead of a symbol of victory and triumph, it was a rallying cry. We march upon the Hero HQ now. Grab what you can. Tell all who cross our path, the time for justice is now. The civilians cheered loudly. Nezu nodded his head. Seems as though I was correct. What do you mean, Nezu? In shock, President Mike turned to the principal, who switched every screen to the Hero Tower and surrounding area. The civilians have already chosen Midoriya's side. He is their savior, and with the increased violence, one that was open enough to start a manhunt on Shinso, this was the only outcome. Midoriya was waiting to use the people as a final push. The hero team is done for. All of you be on standby. Looking to Bakugo on the screen, Nezu closed his eyes. It's time for the heroes to pay for what they have done. Not to Lucifer, but to Midoriya himself. The end was near for the game, and all the staff could do was prepare. This was going to cause everything to change. If the game is true to end soon, Izuku will not be holding back. It was going to be dangerous. The thundering sounds of hundreds of footsteps blasted throughout the observation room. Every screen pointed at a large cloud of smoke that threatened to eclipse the entire mock city. Shadows were seen moving through the gray clouds. Though not one was detailed, however, from what they could estimate. The entire city was marching, and they were all sure Izuku was in front, leading his followers into the upcoming battle. Nezu could only think to himself, his mind recalling everything he has learned in his life. What was happening now wasn't a war, it was a crusade. Those rallying were nothing more than a large group of zealots, all unchanging in their faith to their savior. It was a death sentence to the heroes. They were trapped in an unwinnable situation. They could hurt civilians, but their reputation would be destroyed, and there was no way they could take on every citizen in the city at once, meaning they will be overrun. The other option wasn't any better. If they are to do nothing, they will be only accepting their punishment. No matter what, it was just as Nezu said, they were done for. The teachers, just as Nezu instructed, were ready to intervene, their hero gear tightly adjusted to their bodies, their eyes watching the screens carefully as the heroes watched the smoke slowly dissipate. The cloud near the base of the hero tower close enough to show the scale of how large the army of citizens was marching. As expected, Izuku and Ibara were up front, Ibara still bleeding and Lucifer's eyes looking at the hero building, mask on, stopping as he raised his finger, pointing. Heroes, you have forced my hand. You have taken those I hold dear to me. We will not show mercy. Your reign of evil ends now. Katsuki Bakugo is mine. Take the others, crush them where they stand. The heroes were completely stunned. Shinso admitted their plan failed when Bakugo grabbed onto Mei and Eri, roughly his hand gripping Eri's neck tightly, hurting the girl and Mei being placed in a chokehold. This was the kid you guys accepted into Class 1A. The kid you stood up for All Might. What a disgusting joke. Power Loader looked at Aizawa, Nezu, and Toshinori in disappointment, using a child and innocent girl as human shields. Scoffing, Power Loader crossed his arms. What is the difference between what Bakugo is doing and Midoriya? Vlad looked to his fellow teacher. The two biased teachers were clashing. For starters, Bakugo is hurting a little girl who was cut open, torn apart by a madman, limb by limb manufactured into a weapon to hurt people. Midoriya has shown us who the students we accept are, or should I mention Kosai as a prime example? Midoriya is nothing like the person Bakugo is. Power Loader watched Vlad shut his mouth. You effing extras, get ready. And effing stop those bastards. Shut the F up and stop crying. The sounds of Yuri's crying and Bakugo's screaming flooded Vlad's ears. The teacher looking at Power Loader, he couldn't say a thing, so he looked away. Aizawa, Nezu, and Toshinori were still processing Power Loader's words. The principal was already evaluating what type of kids he has been letting into his school and looking to Bakugo. There were changes that need to be made. Aizawa was upset he let the potential Bakugo had blind him to who the boy truly was. He was ashamed of himself, and Toshinori was in the same boat. Toshinori wanted to believe Bakugo was a hero at heart, but after what has happened he couldn't believe it was possible. The situation kept getting worse. Todoroki yelled out to Bakugo, "Bakugo, let them go. That's what they want, can't you realize that? You're only making things worse. Shut the F up, icy hot. I won't let that Deku win. No matter how many extras get in my way, I'll stomp him into the effing ground." The pounding on the Hero HQ windows was like a war drum, the cracks that formed bringing the game closer and closer to its ending. Izuku had been gone now, waiting atop the Hero HQ, peering over the edge as Ibara gouged the earth with her vines and snaring the sides of the building with her vines, the thorns carving their own paths. They ain't gonna fight. Snipe shook his head. The hero team looked hopeless. They clearly had given up, dropping their gear to the floor. Mina dropping to the ground. It is sitting down and the others staring blankly. Especially now. Izuku started flooding the building with smoke. He's cutting the hero's vision off. No, he's cutting Bakugo's vision off. Izuku knew that the heroes wouldn't fight, so to Nezu. Present Mike's assessment was off. The glass finally broke. The civilians rushing and grabbing the heroes, dragging them across the glass-covered floor, cutting them, blood coating their bodies as they were dragged to the streets. Their brutality is unending. Toshinori looked at the civilians stomping on the downed heroes. To him, they took inspiration from Izuku's shows of pure strength, the skin of the students already bruising, until Ibara took control, stringing the heroes up, crucifying them. Dear God. Vlad took a step back. Ibara wasn't there anymore. The girl who had been quiet and morally guided was now some twisted amalgamation of Izuku's twisted thinking and manipulation. Ibara displayed the heroes, but that wasn't the end of it, as Izuku had finally started to move, to jump into the air before crashing down to the ground floor. What smoke was in the room, clearing out by the shock wave of his arrival. There came a big surprise. The teachers could clearly see that while Bakugo was angry, there was a surprising amount of fear in the boy's eyes. And it only got worse as Izuku showed himself. Bakugo seemed to try and bolster himself, yelling out to Izuku, "So you finally show up, huh, Deku? Come back for your slut and little beach. That's it, huh? How the mighty have fallen. What happened, Kakin? You used to be so strong, so powerful, you didn't need any help. No, you were the help, yet here you were using hostages to win. I thought you were going to be the #1 hero. Well, that's what you wanted to be, right? Too bad that won't happen." Izuku's lack of reaction, and instead spitting a threat to Bakugo, showed just how much ahead Izuku was. What does he mean that won't happen? 13 turned to the others, waiting for a response. Bakugo has proved time and time again that his admission to this school was a mistake. I've already made the decision that after this game, Katsuki Bakugo, Aldera Middle School, Kosai Tsuburaba, and Inko Midoriya will be investigated and prosecuted. Bakugo and Kosai are to be expelled immediately after the game is over. Nezu sighed. This decision was one that had to be made. Izuku had shown him that there are some students in UA that don't belong. Aizawa and Vlad looked at Nezu but didn't say a word. They couldn't say it, but Nezu was right. People like Kosai and Bakugo don't deserve to be a hero. Wanted, UF or I will be the #1 hero. A Deku like you has no say in what I will be. I'm better than you. I've always been better. Just because you got a quirk now doesn't mean you're better than me. I'm more powerful than you'll ever be. There was a time I would have agreed, but all I see now is a kid who caused All Might to retire, who was too weak to fight anyone who was even remotely tougher than himself. You're just a scared little boy, isn't that right? GRAH. I'm not weak, you're effing weak, you quirkless piece of shit. I should have effing ended you in Alder, you effing scum sheet-stained quirkless bastard. No wonder your father left you, you effing waste of space. I wish Inko finished the effing job and murdered you while you slept. The conversation carried on through the speakers, so Bakugo knew of Midoriya's abuse and added onto it. Ragdoll spoke from the section she was sitting in. She didn't know the students like the teachers had, but that didn't matter. She is a hero, and what Bakugo had basically admitted to made him a villain. She had to fight the tears in her eyes. Had she been quirkless as a kid like how she is now, Her life would have been hell. She wasn't even sure she would have survived. Nezu listened and his decision cemented. He was finally going to make a decision that benefited the school and take a dangerous person out of a position of power. Clearing this from his mind, Nezu saw Mei digging into her back pocket, grabbing onto something as she signaled Izuku, "It begin." All heads turned to hear Bakugo scream in agony, Mei driving a sharp screwdriver into Bakugo's thigh, twisting it before elbowing Bakugo in the nose. With some of her movement free, Mei got Eri out of the way. This was the perfect opportunity for Izuku to attack, which he did, his hits noticeably harder than any other time before Izuku tossed Bakugo out of the broken windows, causing him to hit the asphalt of the streets, his ankle snapping and shoulder dislocating. The heroes recoiled as Bakugo slid across the ground, parts of Bakugo's flesh and blood stretched on the ground. The teachers stayed silent, watching the carnage, Izuku breaking Bakugo's leg, the appendage bending in a way that wasn't natural. "Go stop this before it gets too far." Nezu looked to the teachers, sending them out of the room. It was time to intervene. Izuku wasn't going to stop until Bakugo was either broken or ended. Going back to the screens, Nezu saw Mei and Eri being freed by the citizens who led them to Ibara, opening a clear path, Mei and Eri hugging each other as Mei limped. Nezu was distracted, however, once he heard Izuku speak. "Remember this, Bakugo. I'll make you feel the pain you inflicted on me for years. Using Mei and Eri as hostages, I'll effing break you in half. Stand, you piece of shit." Izuku was holding Bakugo up like a sack. Nezu watched Bakugo open his mouth. "Don't." Nezu pleaded to nothing as Bakugo spit blood into Izuku's face, pushing the boy over the edge with his words. "Why, you're nothing, you quirkless beach. You should be glad I let you even look at me. Just watch, I'll make dreadlocks and that orphan call me daddy in no time. Aizawa, get there now." Yelling into his earpiece, Nezu wanted the heroes to hurry as Izuku kicked Bakugo through a building, Bakugo spitting up blood as his back was shredded by shards of glass. Izuku pursued and Nezu was scared. Bakugo might die. It was a possibility that could very well become a reality. Izuku's brutality continued, dragging Bakugo across the road with extreme speed before using his strength to run Bakugo through multiple buildings. Nezu could only listen to Bakugo's yells of pain. There was nothing Nezu could do but hope the staff got there in time. Still, Nezu's hope died each moment as Bakugo was slammed on the ground. Izuku stepped onto Bakugo's neck hard before getting on top of him, slamming his plated knuckles down hard. "You beat me down every day, breaking my body until it could barely function, and then walk off into the sunlight, knowing no one would step up to you. So how does it feel? How does it feel?" Nezu saw the rage Izuku had been holding back. He thought he saw it when Izuku targeted the members of the hero team, but compared to now, the injuries the others suffered were almost like a favor. Bakugo was a complete mess, his body, face, covered in cuts, bruises, and blood. It didn't take long, but Nezu heard the words he never expected Bakugo to utter. "SSTOPP. Please stop. Stop. Did you stop when I begged? Did you stop when I lay on the ground for hours because of what you did? Stop when you caused irreparable damage to my effing body. F you." Nezu put his head down, staying quiet. He refused to look anymore. Aizawa rushed alongside the other teachers. They were trying to reach Bakugo's location fast as he could. "Damn it, problem child, don't do it." Aizawa didn't want what life Izuku could live to be thrown away just because of someone like Bakugo. He didn't want the one student who can truly change the world to rot inside a prison. He didn't want to watch Eri and Mei witness Izuku going away for life. The group rushed until they found a trail of destruction, and that's where he spotted him. Izuku was taking the device on Katsuki's chest off, putting away his weapons before turning away. Nodding to the others, Aizawa dropped down, Vlad going to Bakugo while he looked to Izuku. "Midoriya, go ahead, take him. Let him heal. Just be glad I didn't end him. Now I still have a game to finish, so if you will excuse me." Aizawa started as Izuku jumped away. Turning back to Bakugo, Aizawa went over to the boy, kneeling to him. "Jesus Christ." Standing, he was about to order the others to take Bakugo when the boy suddenly started making noises. Looking, Aizawa saw something alarming. Izuku had put so much strength into stepping on Bakugo's throat he crushed it. He silenced a dog who couldn't stop barking. "Shit." Getting back on the floor, Aizawa startled the others. "Power loader. I need something sharp, and something with a tube now." The teacher reached to the utilities strapped to his body, digging out a box cutter, but they were still missing one of the most important things. Handing the box cutter to Aizawa, the teachers rushed before midnight, spotted a restaurant running inside. Grabbing several straws, her mind finally caught up to what has happened. Getting everything ready, Aizawa put the point of the box cutter to Bakugo's throat, making an incision cutting into Bakugo's windpipe. Quickly, he used the straw to insert it inside Bakugo's throat, blood spurting out before Bakugo's chest started rising, meaning he was breathing once again. "We have to get him to Recovery Girl." Aizawa picked Bakugo up, covering his scarf and hero suit in blood. Vlad put a hand to his ear, speaking into it. "Recovery Girl, we need surgery prepped now." Aizawa ran off, trying desperately to get to Recovery Girl. holding the boys completely destroyed by. He reached Recovery Girl's office as fast as he could, kicking down the door to the student spectator room. The students were alarmed until they saw Bakugo's condition, freezing in shock as Aizawa went to Recovery Girl's office. The door opened as he placed Bakugo down per her instruction. Hound Dog was in there, but the two couldn't speak as Recovery Girl ushered them out. Being kicked out, Aizawa looked down at himself. His entire body was coated in Bakugo's blood. Taking a seat, Aizawa stared at the floor, hearing screams of pain. Turning his head, he saw Izuku eliminate Tsu, Mina, Kirishima, Shoji, and Rin mercifully before he turned to the others, having Ibara use her vines to break and hurt what little of the students remained. It didn't take long for Nezu to speak out. The villain team wins. Aizawa turned his head to the students. They were forever changed. Nothing will ever be the same again. A crimson eye burned brightly. A calculative look etched deep within as its opposite emerald green eye matched it. Lucifer stood tall. The man stared at his reflection within the mirror before him, his white patch of hair remaining still. The suit that he usually wore lay neatly folded on the bed behind him, which left his body only covered by a pair of shorts. The markings that had once run down the left side of his body were now burned onto his right. The ever-elapsing patterns, beautiful and intricate, no section the same save for those that sat on the back of his hands. Lucifer's chest rose steadily with barely any noise escaping from his mouth or nose despite his breathing. His arm outstretched, grabbing his phone, turning the camera on. Lucifer turned until his back faced the mirror, showing the deeply carved marks from a knife that his mother used to torment him. The burns that were forever branded into him by Bakugo's hands. His markings coiled around the wounds as though they had been responding to his very thoughts, highlighting them. Raising his phone, Lucifer pressed on the screen, taking several photos, turning his body to capture all he could, saving them to his camera roll. Tossing his phone onto the bed next to his suit, Lucifer opened his balcony window. His hand grabbing onto the drone May had made him during the prep days. Its usefulness has not been lost to him, and as such, he moved over to his bed, leaning down to grab a black duffel bag that was on the ground next to it. Opening it, he placed the drone carefully inside, making sure it stayed hidden within one of the inside pockets. After making sure it couldn't be found or broken, Lucifer stared into the black abyss of the bag before a knock interrupted him. Turning his head, Lucifer stared at the door for what seemed like a minute, a constant stab entering his mind. He's finally here. Standing up, Lucifer looked back to the mirror, reaching up to his mask, unclasping it with a small hiss of air before it came off. Izuku set the mask down, putting it on top of his folded suit. Though once he set it down, Izuku could feel it staring at him. Ignoring it, he went to the door, grabbing and putting on a t-shirt that had been draped over his desk chair. Turning the handle, Izuku looked to see Aizawa about to knock once more. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa looked at Izuku, freezing momentarily before clearing his throat. Pro Midoriya. Nezu has requested an audience between UA staff and yourself. Waiting for a response, Aizawa put a hand behind his back, his fingers nervously grasping a pair of quirk disabling handcuffs. While it was labeled a request, it was mandatory, so if he couldn't get Izuku to go willingly, he would use force. Izuku stared at Aizawa. Danger sense was useful in determining a person's intentions. Opening his mouth, Izuku saw the teacher brace for his next words. Let's not keep everyone waiting. Reminiscent of the day Aizawa had come to collect him for the war games, Izuku walked past the teacher, though unlike before, Izuku hit the underground hero's shoulder hard enough to almost knock the teacher off his balance. Izuku walked down the stairs, feeling Aizawa behind him. This request wasn't a surprise to Izuku. Since the war games had ended a few hours ago, it was clear to see that they were purposefully isolating him. They had sent May, Eri, and Ibara to get patched up before sending them to their dorms under the guise of resting, while he was kept close under the watchful eyes of the teachers, even being escorted to his dorm by Cementos and Midnight. His weapons were confiscated, the guns returning to Snipe and knives to Power Loader. He couldn't blame the teachers. After what he did, it was all but natural they would do this. Walking down floor by floor, Izuku did not attempt to soften his steps. The thumping of his feet on the wood was loud before the common room of the wanted dorms came into view. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he stopped all movement. The students in the room all looked at him, their eyes quickly moving away as to not look at him. Just the mere sight of him frightened them beyond belief, especially since Gyro, Ajiro, Bakugo, and Sato were in the hospital. The thought of being right there with them was still fresh. There were only two who looked at him as his gaze swept across the room. Toru looked Izuku in the eyes. She knew no one else but him could see, so she tugged at the shirt she was wearing 3 times, signaling a message to him. Moving his head to the second person, Izuku stared at Momo. The girl had crutches right next to her as she sat at the dining room table. Her wrists were bandaged, her leg was in a cast, and there were several rolls of gauze wrapping the epitome of beauty that once was her face. Her eyes quickly filled with fear and tears as she looked at him, but she refused to move her head like the others. She was afraid of what might happen if she were to do so. She had given up her services to Izuku, but he had yet to make any requests, which plagued Momo with waking nightmares of what would be asked of her. Taking his eyes off her, Izuku looked to the door of the dorms, continuing his previous pace to reach the door. Aizawa had silently observed the class reactions, and he couldn't blame them for feeling the overwhelming fear and guilt. In their minds, they were responsible for what they created. Aizawa could only frown as he looked at those who had been close to Izuku before he was accused. Uraraka had her head down crying, both hands encased within a plaster cast. Todoroki eyes bandages temporarily blinding the boy who had gone mute. Shinso, whose voice had been strained, still had the mark of Ibara's vine tightly around his neck. And finally, 8 of the boy's legs bandaged up with blood coating those that covered the forceful removal of the metallic tubes that had been there, leaving only gaping holes. Sighing, the teacher looked to the door, watching Izuku slip his shoes on. Walking to catch up, Aizawa stood by before Izuku finished opening the door, only for the chilling breeze of the night hit the both of them. Izuku walked out. The night sky overhead had very few stars visible, the bright full moon lighting the area around them. Walking forward, he heard the door behind him close as the wind blew against him, his eyes looking to the main UA building. There were barely any lights on, only enough to guide someone through the darkness. Aizawa walked by Izuku. The teacher looked to his student, eyes filled with regret, his mouth opening slightly. He wanted to apologize to Izuku, to say he was sorry for being so ignorant and for turning his back on him when Izuku's slit pupil narrowed looking at him. The words Aizawa wanted to say caught themselves in his throat. The teacher closed his mouth. Whatever he said wouldn't mean a thing to Izuku. He saw that now. Izuku's gaze returned to the school as the pair entered before going down the hall, stopping at a specific door. The wooden divider was the only thing keeping them from the UA war room. Izuku looked as Aizawa knocked on the door twice before Nezu had called them in. Entering the room, Izuku saw every member of the staff sitting patiently at their seats, though there were quite a few who weren't a part of the staff at all, namely the WWP. Kodo was not with them, however, so he suspected the boy was currently with Mei and Eri. The desk they all sat at was full, with Aizawa leaving his side to return to his seat next to Toshinori. Midoriya, please have a seat. Nezu gestured to the chair that sat alone in the room. Izuku looked to the seat before doing as he was told, sitting down while everyone stared at him. Do you know why we called you here, Midoriya? No, I don't. Is there a problem? Izuku feigned ignorance, tilting his head slightly as though he were truly curious about why he was brought there. Sitting up, Nezu looked at the teachers near him, seeing Vlad's fist clenching underneath the desk. Well, allow me to enlighten you. We are here to discuss your performance in the wargames. Now, first and foremost, I congratulate you on winning. You have set a record that is likely to never be beaten. Thank you. It was a very useful learning experience. Turning his head to look at Vlad, Izuku smiled. Wouldn't you say, Vlad? Vlad King ran red with rage as he stood up, slamming his fist on the desk hard. You should be expelled for what you did. Twisting the mind of Ibara. Violating the image of Kendo. You're nothing but a villain. A villain? I was teaching your students what true evil is. And what of Kosai? If I'm a villain, then what is he? Surely not a hero in training. Not with the disgusting acts he commits. You are mad that I exposed your students for how weak they are. Had it been anyone but me, they would be dead. And it would be your fault. Izuku glared at Vlad, the teacher faltering before engaging once more. My fault. Some of my students are in the hospital because of you. They should consider themselves lucky. Now they have time to reflect on what they did wrong and how incompetent of a teacher you are. Villains like the one All Might fought during the Camino incident are nothing like me. They won't show mercy to your students. They won't stop at hurting them. They'll end them right where they stand and hunt their loved ones down. Had it not been for me, your students would have found this out the hard way. Toshinori recoiled at Izuku's statement, thinking of how he once again failed to end AFO that time in the Camino ward. Vlad, on the other hand, only got angrier and angrier, about to burst when Nezu spoke. Vlad, sit down and stay quiet. Interrupt again and I will send you out of this room. Nezu's tongue was sharp and his threat was short, but it worked as Vlad slowly sat down. Midoriya, I apologize for Vlad's outburst. Now getting back to what this is truly about. Your performance during the wargames was superb. Your planning, execution, and methods, while violent work, there is however an issue. Pulling out a file from his desk, Nezu looked to Recovery Girl, who only nodded at him. Your fight against Bakugo has placed the boy in a coma. His lung was punctured, ribs were broken, and a tracheotomy along with extreme measures of surgery to place metal to support his bones had to be carried out. Now in the rules I stated that anything permanent would disqualify you and even put your name up for expulsion, though I'm sure you know this. Izuku crossed his arms, adjusting himself. Of course, I do. However, nothing that you have described violates the rule you have placed. Bakugo's injuries will heal over time like the ones he had caused on me have. His coma, however, is entirely out of my hands. Comas in themselves are unpredictable. If Bakugo is as strong as he makes himself out to be, he'll be up in a few days. Or he could be in a coma permanently. Nezu tried to rebuttal Izuku, but that allowed him to bring up another point. And what is determined as permanent in this situation? Years can pass and he will wake up, so it isn't permanent in that scenario. He's right, Nezu. Comas are entirely up to possibility. Nothing is definite in regards to Bakugo's condition, or at least that is my standing as a medical expert. Recovery Girl agreed with Izuku. The woman, despite the predicament, stood with Izuku, and if she was being honest, always will. She had seen everything in the game, and despite Izuku introducing only more work, nothing he did was so bad that it warranted the rest of the teachers targeting him. She may have had a bias, but she couldn't help it. Remembering what Izuku went through daily, along with his past wounds, she couldn't help but think that he did Bakugo mercy even after the boy hurt Mei and Eri. Nezu looked to Recovery Girl, sighing slightly before he turned to Izuku again. Well, if Recovery Girl says it isn't a violation, we shall continue. During the games, we have all seen something that is of great interest. At times you were seen speaking to yourself, but we saw something that tells us you aren't alone. Would you care to share? Ninth, I believe they had seen us when you awakened my quirk, and appeared to Izuku standing in front of the boy trying to explain what his theory was. What will you tell them? What do you mean, Nezu? Talking to people who aren't there? That's ridiculous. Such a thing is what the insane would do. I'll admit I tend to mutter out my thoughts. Aizawa and the rest of the teachers here could pledge to that, though this discussion about talking to people who aren't there is nothing short of delusional. Izuku looked past Anne and to the principal, the animal trying to speak, but Toshinori stood up slowly. Young Midoriya, please don't lie. I saw Nana there with you. Please tell me the truth. Toshinori's eyes were already tearing up. Nana's apparition appeared to Izuku, the woman looking at the Ninth. Please, Ninth, tell him I'm here. Tell him I miss him and that I'm proud of him, please, Nana begged, pleading with Izuku, who didn't attempt to look at her, instead stared at Toshinori. Izuku sighed. As I said, what you saw is nothing more than a delusion you created to justify your thoughts about me speaking to anyone other than to myself. Though if I were to have been talking to your mentor, I would only imagine how disappointed she is. Toshinori froze, slumping back into his seat, shedding a few tears. The possibility that Nana did feel this way tore its way into the former number one hero's mind. Nana looked distraught, turning to Izuku to tell him off, but stopped when En's apparition shook his head. Nezu realized he wasn't going to get the answer he wanted or the total truth. He was trying to play chess against someone who had every piece of his taken off the board. Knowing that this was ultimately pointless, Nezu switched topics. He had one more card to play. This surely had to gain something from the enigma that was Izuku. Well, perhaps we were wrong. Now there is one thing I must discuss with you, Midoriya. I must inform you that your mother, Inko Midoriya, is currently placed in police custody. Nezu watched Izuku carefully, though he gained no visible awareness that Izuku had even heard what he said. Now Nezu tried to press further. She has given a testimony admitting to the abuse she had inflicted on you. Evidence has been found as well. A kitchen knife stained in your blood. Your mother even saying that she had used it to carve into your skin, slowly causing the numerous scars on your back. Is this correct? Izuku remained silent. He's smart but a horrible liar. She wouldn't admit to anything. Denying is what she does best. Sitting back, Izuku clenched his fist. He might as well entertain what Nezu was trying to accomplish. No. Well, she had told us that during your years of living with her she often hit you, stomping you to the ground whilst depriving you of any nutrition. There were also times that she locked you in a room for days on end. Does the name Deku mean anything to you? The heroes in the room looked at Nezu. The principal was talking about information that didn't seem to relate to anything they were there to question. I'm sure it was hard for you, Midoriya. Your quirklessness surely had caused you a large amount of trouble, particularly during your time at Aldrin Middle School. You were labeled a distraction from the teachers, and your grades were subpar at best. Being quirkless does have its disadvantages, doesn't it? Nezu, standing up, Ragdoll glared at the animal. That rat bastard was bringing up things that had nothing to do with why they were here, not to mention that she understood how hard it was to be quirkless. Stop what you're doing now. That's enough. Izuku looked at Ragdoll from the corner of his eye, before turning back to Nezu, the principal staring at Ragdoll for a second before he turned to the rest of the WWP members, and as expected they weren't so ecstatic to hear what he was saying. Yes, Nezu, that's enough. Now are we finished, or is there something else you would like to talk about? There is one last thing. It's come to all of our attention that you have obtained more than one quirk. That along with your appearance change, could you please explain? It's simple. As I'm sure you could tell, I've awakened my original quirk. OFA was only a catalyst that, along with my emotional trauma, allowed me access to it during the prep week that you had given us. Izuku went quiet after this. Giving away everything would do him no good. He had to lie, to keep the secret of the previous OFA users hidden. Even if he didn't have to, he couldn't trust Nezu. The animal has made his intentions clear with the talk about his abuse. As for my appearance, that is related to my quirk awakening. Having been out of use and enhanced with OFA, my quirk had adverse effects on my body, resulting in what you see now. And what of the smoke you used to cloud the city? Nezu raised a paw, trying to poke a hole in Izuku's explanation. Smiling, Izuku shook his head. I swear Mei can make the most wonderful inventions. Powerloader, you should be proud. She managed to contain and create several hidden smoke canisters with around 5x the amount of a normal smoke grenade. Izuku avoided taking credit for the spectacle that he had done on the last day, instead giving it to someone who can do such a thing with a crazed mind as Mei. She can do such a thing. I should have expected such. Powerloader could see it, knowing how Mei was, and if Izuku had given her the idea, then it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Nezu was a bit irritated. He knew what he saw. He knew Izuku was lying, but the boy said everything right. His lies believable to the point they could be interpreted as the absolute truth. It didn't take long after Nezu looked at the time. They had been there for 2 hours questioning Izuku. Yet the hostile environment along with the total confusion remained constant. It came a time where Nezu was forced to end this meeting. With it ending, Izuku was escorted back to his dorm room. The plan to isolate him was still enacted. Back in his dorm, Izuku moved his suit and mask, laying down before closing his eyes. Slowing his breathing, he fell into a dreamless sleep. With Izuku gone, Nezu looked to the heroes in the room as Aizawa came back. Midoriya is still hiding the truth from us. Of course he is, Vlad yelled, staring at Recovery Girl. And Chio is still covering for him, not to mention those 4. Pointing to the WWP, Vlad's anger showed no end, his bitterness clear within the tone of his voice. Covering for him? Nezu asked questions that had nothing to do with the wargame, bringing up his mother and abuse that was underhanded even for him. You don't know what it's like being quirkless. I know you've been through a lot, Nezu, but that gives no right to say what you did. Ragdoll slammed her fist down at shaking in rage. She's right. The scars and the daily pain Midoriya suffers from, and nothing you can understand. I'm not covering for anyone. I only agree with the facts presented to me. And Midoriya, whether we like it or not, has the right to keep things hidden from us. Do you think he can trust any of you after you took Eri away and arrested him? Recovery Girl looked at Vlad and Nezu before she turned to Hound Dog, who was busy staring at his notes. Hound Dog, what do you say? Midoriya has issues with trust. Talking about his past is nothing but another reason for him not giving us anything involving his past, and after what we did, expecting him to share anything at all is realistically impossible. Okay, but that doesn't change what he did to the students. Midnight finally spoke up. She couldn't ignore that. Yes, while Izuku had a reason, the way he carried everything out was above what was needed. Midnight, we have been over this. Nothing Midoriya did was permanent. The boy, if anything, was extremely lenient. Having seen what his quirk can do, surely you understand that. Cementos cut in the memory of what happened in the sports festival coming to mind almost immediately. Yet need I remind you of Bakugo's current condition? Ectoplasm shook his head. If he was so lenient, why is that Bakugo is residing in the ICU? Bakugo has made it clear that he has a hatred for Midoriya so intense that he was willing to hurt Hatsune and Eri. Are you blind? It's clear that Midoriya didn't lie, that some of his scars and burns were from Bakugo's very hands. Power Loader couldn't help but explain why Izuku did what he did. And the arguments continued, the divide between teachers growing wider and wider. Some thinking Izuku was a villain, and those who understood why Izuku's actions, while brutal, didn't classify him as evil. The debates continued into the morning until it ended, Nezu planning on discussing it further in the next few days. Yet they were all ignorant of what was going to happen. 3 days had passed, and school had been called off for months so that the students could recover, yet Lucifer stood in his dorm, the mess on the floor cleaned up while he was dressed in his suit, the material flexing as he put his mask on. With it covering the lower half of his voice, he waited for his guest to knock on the door. He had already told May that he would spend time with them tomorrow, and that today wasn't the best time. Luckily, May wasn't mad, though she did make a bunch of outrageous requests to make it up to her and Eri. He wanted to be with them now, but he knew the distance was needed. Standing there, danger sense went off, alerting him to the door before it twisted open, an invisible figure walking inside before it peeled away, revealing Toru's face. Good, you're ready. Now I'll let them know we're ready. Bringing up a phone, Toru called a single number. It ringing before she spoke out, opened the portal. Ending the call, a large purple swirl formed in the middle of the room in front of Toru and Lucifer until it stabilized. Toru, turning her head to Lucifer, nodded. Come on, let's get this over with. Grabbing the edge, Toru stepped in while Lucifer walked forward slowly. Staring into the portal, he stuck one foot inside before he fully walked in, the portal closing behind him. There was no trace Lucifer had even been in the room prior, with the teachers and students none the wiser that their greatest asset was meeting with their greatest adversary. Cold ... Why is it so cold? Izuku shivered on the cement ground he lay on, the rain that poured from the gray clouds above him drenching his clothes while blood leaked on the ground. He reached around, his arms shakily holding onto himself. There was nothing in the alley he was in to keep him covered or warm. Though it was in vain, he desperately tried to stop his body's movement. Each time he so much as turned his body, he was plagued with unbearable pain. His mother had thrown him out. This hadn't been the first time she has done this, nor would it be the last. Benko had invited some personal company over, a different man each and every night. Izuku remembered their faces, especially since they watched Benko cut into him, doing nothing but laugh at his despair. Izuku's stomach growled. When was the last time he ate? The boy couldn't remember, though he knew it had been longer than a week. All Izuku wanted to is close his eyes, to finally rest. But he couldn't. He was cursed, burdened with the cruelty of his life. The hunger pains erupted alongside the stinging on his back, each flaring at different intervals as though his body was working together to make sure he stayed awake for every agonizing moment. Please just let me. Izuku pleaded to no one, his eyes teary, his breath hiccuping as he sobbed. His sadness was masked with the rain. No one could hear him cry over the thunderous booms that sounded out every time he wailed. He lay there as the night became pitch black, his vision extremely limited. Not once did anyone come to help him. Not once did anyone respond to his deafening cries of help. The rain did not stop, only growing colder to the point Izuku felt his body going numb, only for those feeling to return each time his body reacted to the everlasting difficulties. Make it stop. Izuku hugged his stomach tightly. The hunger was too much. Oh God. Why wasn't it stopping? Why couldn't he just die already? That was when he heard the tiniest of sounds. Looking up, Izuku's eyes watched a small frightened animal scurry underneath the large trash bin. It had probably been searching for food, though its luck was about as horrible as Izuku's was. The boy had already searched the dumpster before he had collapsed earlier in the day. Empty was how he found it and how it remained for his entire time there. He was the only filth to enter that alley this day. Still looking at the frightened animal from his position on the ground, the hunger hit him harder. He needed to eat, yet there were only two things in the alley: himself and the unlucky rat that was currently soaking wet. Izuku clenched his hands, his fingertips scraping across the ground as he pulled himself forward and toward the dumpster. It took every ounce of strength in his body to reach the dumpster. His fingernails had already broken off, leaving only his flesh to tear apart. When he reached his goal, Izuku's body scrunched inward. The pain got worse each time he looked for the rat until he spotted it. It was currently hugging the wall, its eyes closed and body shaking slightly. Its limbs lazily fell to its sides. It was clearly trying to wait it out until morning, or until the rain cleared. Izuku snaked his arm underneath the green dumpster, his arm outstretched as much as it could be. No, it was too far away. He couldn't even graze the animal with his fingertips. He was so close. Had his arms been around 4 inches longer, he could have the animal in his grasp. His breath picked up. He tried not to make a sound, yet he couldn't stop the splashing underneath him as he shook his arm, trying with all his might to extend the appendage just a little more. Each attempt was just as unsuccessful as the last. Izuku was about to give up and just wallow in his starvation when he saw his last glimpse of hope. The rat had left its tail out. Switching his focus, Izuku could tell just by a glance he would be able to grab about the last 2 inches of the tail. Not a lot, but just enough. Breathing slowly, Izuku readied himself as he grabbed on tightly, the rat immediately coming to life and in a panic. Izuku held on as tightly as he could, pulling as hard as he could while the rat tried to run away. A tug of war between the rat's survival and Izuku's commenced. The rat now taking the initiative, being into Izuku's fingers, its razor-sharp fangs digging into his skin, exposing the blood underneath, its claws scratching Izuku's hand, red tearing the skin piece by piece as it shrieked. Izuku grit his teeth in pain before he yanked hard, taking the rat and with the momentum throwing it across the alley and into the brick wall that composed the other side. Clenching his hand, Izuku held it as he looked to the rat. The animal was on its side, squeaking, its chest rising up and down rapidly. It was dying, its back broken from the impact against the wall, its small body already accumulating a puddle of blood underneath its fur-covered figure. Izuku took the shirt he was wearing off, though if one could call it a shirt, it was more fitting to call it strips of cloth held together by no more than a few strings. Either way, he wrapped his left hand, the victim of the rat's assault, the wet cloth now soaking in the red of his wounds. Using his knees and his one last available hand, Izuku crawled towards the down rat. Reaching it, Izuku grabbed the animal by its neck, its panicked eyes moving frantically. Is this how I look? He could imagine what pain the animal was in, yet he didn't care. At the moment, his stomach was directing his every action. Izuku's lips parted slightly, his teeth exposing little by little as his hand moved the rat's mid-portion toward his mouth. His jaw opened as wide as it could before it closed fast and hard. One last squeak rang out before tearing, ripping, and squishing replaced it. Izuku's throat moved to gulp down large amounts of liquid, the taste of salt and metal hitting his taste buds all at once. Hair finding itself stuck in between the small spaces of his teeth, meeting in contact with chunks of meat. Izuku's hand moved to the side, his head falling back as small intestines fell to the floor. Izuku's jaw moving, his throat swallowing whatever entered with no hesitation. His head lowered once more while his teeth dug in deep, the cracking of small bones bouncing from wall to wall, until the half-eaten corpse of a rat fell to the floor with a splash, a horrified look etched on its face. Izuku turned to the side. BLEGH. He couldn't help it, the floor underneath his mouth becoming stained with vomit, its yellowish color tinted with red, while the content consisted of bones and hair. Izuku used his hand to wipe his mouth, breathing heavily. He took a moment, his hand falling to the side. He sat there while his arm moved. Again, his hand wrapped around the only food available to him. His mouth opened again, to consume what he needed to survive. Here Lucifer was feeling the same exact cold he did years ago. He would never forget the feeling as long as he lived. Though the cold was familiar, he couldn't say as much for the sensation of swimming underwater where a constant breeze of cold air hit him at every side. He couldn't maneuver and his movements felt sluggish. His vision was reduced to pure darkness, no shred of light anywhere to be seen. That was until all of his senses went off at once, his pupils shrinking, adjusting to the blinding light that invaded his retinas. The smell of mold hit his nose first. Then came the ringing in his ears, and finally, a barrage of stabs entered his mind all at once, his eyes quickly adjusting, taking in the sight before him. The League all stood ready, their quirks and weapons ready to strike. Twice had his measuring tape extended, its edge glinting, meaning the material of the tool had been made with a sharp metallic edge. Next was Toga, the crazed girl, licking her lips, a bright red blush across her cheeks while the tips of her syringes pointed in his direction. Spinner held his melded together sword, his stance showing he did indeed train with the weapon enough to be proficient. Mr. Compress had 4 marbles, 2 in each hand, ready to contain and crush. Kurogiri stood by. He wasn't battle ready, though Lucifer could tell at any moment a portal could open to divert his attacks. Dabai held a small blue flame in his hand, it flickering on and off, and finally, Shigaraki was ready to sprint and decay at a moment's notice. Lucifer looked at all of them before he turned to Toru. "Would you tell them this isn't necessary?" Toru sighed, her invisibility peeling away, leaving her in the clothes she had been wearing before, her light blue hair falling at her shoulders. "All right, settle down. Shigaraki, tell them to stop." Lucifer came to talk, not fight. "I told you this over the phone." "Came to talk. This hero wannabe has stopped every single one of my and Master's plans." Shigaraki ripped the hand on his face off, showing his scarred face. His finger pointed at Lucifer, the others not setting their weapons down. Raising his hands up, Lucifer stared Shigaraki in the villain's eyes. "A constant regret I've come to absolve. That hero Deku, who did all he could to stop your plans, was nothing but a naive boy." "I've changed since we've last interacted?" asked Toru. She saw everything. The League looked to the Toru, the girl's relaxed state already proving to be some comfort. "Trust me, that Deku from before is dead. Like I said, this is Lucifer, the new and improved Izuku Midoriya. You should have seen what he did. It was pretty effed up. Unfortunately, he took out our other informant, but it was all in good fun." Toru explained in detail what she had seen and what she had been told. To say the League was surprised would be an understatement, the villains lowering their weapons while shutting their quirks off. They had no reason to doubt Toru. The girl had been helping provide every last detail of UA for them during the entire school year. She, along with Aoyama, have proved their devotion to AFO. "Oh, I see you." Toga smiled widely at the details that were explained to her. The beat-up Izuku from before was already the man for her, but this new one was the perfect version, twisted, crazed, merciless. Toga put her hands against her cheeks, holding them as she squealed like a schoolgirl. "That's what those fake heroes get." Spinner placed his sword on his back, crossing his arms with a smile. The man before him was everything stain and body. Dabai sat back on the dirty couch that was nearly falling apart. "Heh. That is pretty messed up. Sounds like it was fun." "That sounds so cool. Divided by a pretty lame if you ask me." Twice jumped off the ground before slouching, acting indifferent. His antic was already annoying Lucifer to an absurd degree. Mr. Compress was at a loss for words, so instead he opted to sit back and adjust his prosthetic arm, which Lucifer had noticed was squeaking loudly. Toru's proclamation about what he had done sparked a certain interest, Kurogiri walking to Shigaraki, whispering in his ear. "Perhaps we should hear him out. If we are to convert him, our power would multiply, and he seems all the more willing." Lucifer looked at Shigaraki, who was currently mulling over what had just been told to him. "So Nana, how was it? Meeting your grandson Tenko Shimura, successor of your Ender and OFAS greatest enemy?" Sobs entered Lucifer's head. Nana, appearing the long-dead hero, walking toward Shigaraki, trying to caress his face with her untangible hands. Her cries growing in volume as she looked at Shigaraki's features, but what hit Nana hardest was seeing the birthmark on the villain's jaw near the lip, the same place hers was. "Please, Ninth, please find a way to save him. This is all my fault. He should be doing this." Nana kneeled before the Ninth, her head to the floor. Yet Lucifer didn't speak a word, his mouth covered by his mask, while his eyes waited. After a minute, Shigaraki looked to Toga, signaling her to bring up a chair. Toga did so, happily setting up before grabbing Lucifer's hand, sitting him down in front of Shigaraki. Toga taking a seat in Lucifer's lap, putting her head into his neck, her fangs already aching to dig into his skin and drink his blood. "Toga, we need to talk. Get off him." "HMF. Fine." Jumping off Lucifer, Toga jumped onto the couch next to Dabai, staring at Lucifer's beautiful and dangerous left eye. Lucifer turned his head to Shigaraki, propping one leg atop the other. "So you have decided to hear me out?" Shigaraki grumbled. "We'll talk, but if I don't like what you say, you'll end me." "I fully understand. Glad you're getting it." Adjusting himself, Shigaraki's hand twitched slightly as he prepared himself for Izuku's answer to his question. "Why do you want to join the League? You have been one of the biggest pains in our asses. Why change now?" Lucifer smiled under his mask. Opening in his mouth to speak, he caught a glimpse of something within Shigaraki's coat pocket. It was a small red case. "My reason? Do I really need one? Heroes of today are all blinded by their own self-righteous justice, their own diluted viewpoints poisoning the masses. They are nothing but rotten, disgusting pieces of shit who shouldn't be allowed to live." Lucifer stood up, knocking the chair he was sitting on over, his fists clenched. Those FRs pick on the weak and abnormal, trying to prove that they are the stronger ones. All they do is take. I didn't realize it until now. I interfered with your operations because I too was blinded by them. But my eyes have opened. The League can help change the world. Your sensei, AFO, can change this world for the better. All I want is to help achieve that. If you give me the chance to serve under the League, then I know we will succeed. Together we will destroy everything we hate. Everything that has caused us pain. Lucifer outstretched his hand toward Shigaraki as a show of faith, trust, and cooperation. The villains in the room froze, Shigaraki staring at Lucifer's hand. What had come forth was invigorating. It was everything the villains in the room wanted to hear, the respect in his tone, the devotion. It was though Lucifer shared all their ambitions, to rewrite a new world order, to craft a better society and destroy all those who stand in their way. You can say all you want, but that doesn't prove a thing. Shigaraki moved Lucifer's hand out of the way. So how do I prove it? I can lend you all assistance. You're lacking power, funding. Surely there is a way to acquire both. A way I can show you that I'm truly worthy to help you. Lucifer put his hand down, looking to everyone in the room as though he was desperate to prove himself. There is a way. Kurogiri spoke up from his position, attracting all attention. It's true that we need new equipment. We are lacking severe manpower. Perhaps it's time. Shigaraki, before All for One had been imprisoned, he left something for you. A power that belongs to you and you only. I must search for it. That would be a waste of time. Everyone looked to Lucifer, Shigaraki growling. What thinks you have a saw? No, let him speak. Kurogiri was interested. He knew Lucifer was smart. The notebooks that Toru had stolen proved more than enough for it to be true. Hunting for a power that FO left with no knowledge of its location will lead to nothing. If AFO is as smart as he presents himself, then that means he has already planned for the power to make its way into our hand. If it were my plan, we use your quirk to stabilize ourselves and recruit villains off the streets. What good will that do us? All the so-called villains out there are no more than trash. Dabai spat out from his seat. He actually agreed with Lucifer's plan, but the part of recruiting some sheet villains wasn't so enticing. The more villains we have, the bigger our shield. Entice them with filling their pockets, build an army so that we stay out of sight. They take the brunt of any conflict we find ourselves in while we can complete what we need to. They draw attention away from us. Short and simple. Whatever Izu says, I'm all for it. Raising her fist in the air, Toga smiled at Lucifer. That's pretty smart. Sounds dumb as hell. Seems like a good idea. And it's achievable. Spinner was glad there was some direction. He hated this place anyways. It wasn't fit for those who follow Stain's ideals. It would make acquiring new equipment easier, and we can improve our overall power by leaps and bounds. Mr. Compress looked at his prosthetic. He needed an upgrade. It all comes down to you, Shigaraki. I was merely offering a suggestion that I believe will benefit all of us. Lucifer didn't want to step over Shigaraki's toes, bowing in front of the leader. The villain looked to his comrades before he looked at Kurogiri. What do you think? I do believe Master can foresee the future, so surely he would have found a way so that the power he left to you will be yours no matter what we do. A larger league and better conditions, both living and otherwise, is too great to simply overlook. If we are to move forward, I believe Lucifer's plan is one that can both determine if he can be trusted and advance our plans faster than scheduled. Kurogiri saw no fault in Lucifer's plan, though he had to add something else. Of course, if he proves to be nothing more than a hindrance to our plans, we can always end him. If it comes to that, I'll die willingly. Lucifer straightened his back, looking Kurogiri in his misty yellow eyes. We have nothing to lose. Shigaraki put his hand to his chin. It was true, this would be best. If it doesn't work out, they can take out their biggest problem. But if it does go well, not only will they have money to get back on their feet, they'll have an army. Lucifer's power and AFO's, there was no loss, no risk. Fine, we'll contact Jurin and see if we can find any suitable villains while we search for targets to obtain the money. Shigaraki reluctantly agreed to the plan. He wanted his master's power, sure, but Lucifer was right. His sensei always had a plan, so he'll just have to be patient. Perfect. Now I must ask you, return both Toru and I to UA. We both still have a cover to maintain. We can also obtain information regarding heroes within areas of interest. I'd like to meet twice every week. That way we can communicate freely. Lucifer, giving his request, waited before Shigaraki waved them out. Kurogiri, get them out of here. We need to start planning. As you wish. Kurogiri opened a portal behind Lucifer, the man turning to stare in the purple mist. Ooh, can I come too, Izu? I want to see Ochako again. Giddy Toga ran to Lucifer, tugging at his suit. I want to taste both of your blood. Lucifer raised his hand, pushing up Toga's chin so she looked him in the eyes. No, it would be far too dangerous there for you. But I promise when I come back I'll let you drink my blood. Toga's face erupted in a blush as she let go of Lucifer. You better keep that promise. Licking her lips, Toga couldn't help the happiness spreading throughout her body. Lucifer nodded before he looked at Toru. We need to go. Don't need to tell me twice. Walking through the portal first, Lucifer followed the cold, biting at him once again. In an instant he was back in his dorm. Looking around, it didn't seem like anyone had come in or tried to. Everything was left untouched. Looking out the window, the sun had already started going down. Go, Toru. We'll meet again when it's time. For now, we need to prepare. Nodding her head, Toru's skin started disappearing until she was invisible once again. Lucifer waited until Toru was gone, using danger sense to make sure. Taking off his mask, Izuku stripped down, taking his suit off piece by piece. They're no more than rats scraping by to survive, just like. Shaking his head, Izuku, now only in his boxers, looked to his desk. Going underneath, Izuku grabbed his number 13 notebook. Some notes would need to be adjusted and others removed. Though Izuku couldn't stop his mind from pondering on what power AFO had promised Shigaraki. Whatever it was, Lucifer would make sure it went to where it belonged. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling the warm water soak in his limbs that had never once seen a full day of rest. It was late, around 3 a.m., only around 7 hours since he had first met with the League to offer his allegiance to their cause. Izuku grabbed the soap nearest to him, lathering his locks of hair, bubbles rising. His hands going down to scrub his body. In his mind, Toga had sprung into his memories repeatedly. Her actions, her face, her smile. The more he thought about the crazed girl, the harder Izuku had scrubbed, irritation stinging at him as the dead skin his body naturally had was shed cleaning himself. The soap in his hair flowed with the water gliding over his bare flesh. Of course, some of the water flow was irregular, his toned, athletic body forcing the water to fall in certain paths, though they weren't the only cause. His mementos of a past had their routes, their separate streams. His caved-in knife marks had the largest impact. Izuku placed his hands on the wall in front of him, his eyes opening while his head dropped down, staring at the water swirling down the drain. Breathing slowly, Izuku finally stood up straight, turning off the shower, steam rising off of him. Turning, Izuku went to a large towel rack, pulling off a single pure white cloth, drying his body and hair off tenderly, getting every large clump of water he could. Satisfied, he tied the towel around his waist, covering his most private area. Exiting the large shower room, Izuku headed straight back to his dorm, his pace not fast but not slow either. His footsteps were quiet, not out of courtesy but of force of habit, an instinctual action he always took. Climbing each floor, Izuku reached his dorm room, the light near his desk still buzzing with life as the number 13 notebook sat next to another, a new pristine notebook. Its notes are translated from page to page. Drawings, quirk analysis, yet it was unfinished. Unwrapping the towel, Izuku dressed himself, a new set of boxers, shorts, and a tank top. His hair was still slightly wet, but he went unbothered. Reaching to his bed, Izuku grabbed his mask, along with the last 2 drones May had made, having collected them earlier in the night. Setting them down on his desk, Izuku took a seat, grabbing the pen he had been using to rewrite his notes. There was a reason this book was different from the others Toru had stolen from him. The information in those were for the most part outdated, written when he had only strived to stay sane. This one, however, was written when he had been an Aldera. It wasn't the safest environment, nor was it the most healthy for his mind, but out of every year of his life until then, it had been the only time he could truly find time to think. Whether that was after he had been beaten, humiliated, or almost ended, it didn't matter. His notes only improved once he reached UA, where he was allowed to flourish until he couldn't. That was in the past, however. The contents of this notebook involved heroes of a higher caliber, heroes like Endeavor, Maruko, Ryukyu, all the heavy hitters in the hero industry, their weaknesses listed in detail. They weren't the only ones. The quirks of his classmates were also listed, and as though that weren't enough, theories, ideas on how to use those exact weaknesses to the utmost advantage, whether that is in attacking or defending. This new notebook had some alterations, but those who would be given these notes wouldn't know the difference. Information was the greatest tool anyone could obtain. It gave the ability to take down any foe, no matter how strong or how fast, though this was itself a double-edged sword. If the information was wrong, no matter how small it may be, it could prove devastating. Izuku knew this, his pen scribbling rapidly, his eyes darting back and forth from notebook to notebook, his mind completely occupied. He had no concern for the time. He rarely stopped, only pausing to clench his fist tightly. Only the sounds of cracking knuckles, scribbling, and page flipping was heard. Hours passed when Izuku had finally finished. Perfect. Izuku set his pen down, his arms going back as he popped his arms, moving his neck, cracking it. His eyes moved. He felt tired, but it was nothing compared to his routine of countless sleepless nights. The clock read 8:30. He had been working for 5.5 hours. Izuku wiped his face. Today he had promised May that he would spend time with both her and Uri. He wasn't going to go back on his word. Plus, he had to make as many pleasant memories with the two as he could. Getting out of his chair, Izuku grabbed his phone, sending a text to May asking if she were free. It didn't take long for a ping to hit his phone. "We're already here." Looking to his door, Izuku opened it slowly, only to see May and Uri both dressed with smiles on their faces. "Izuku, Papa." Uri jumped from May's arms, instead hanging from Izuku's neck, her legs dangling in the air, using his arms to support the girl. Izuku shook his head, placing a kiss on Uri's head, hugging the girl. Looking to Mei, Izuku allowed his smile to creep on his face, his eyes taking in her appearance. She still had small bandages on her legs and arms, but it didn't seem to be causing her trouble, so worrying over it would do nothing. You two surprised me. I didn't expect you both to be here so soon. Well, mister. Walking up to Izuku, Mei leaned forward, poking Izuku's chest, her angle allowing Izuku to see the opening of her tank top and her cleavage. Though Izuku looked up, focusing instead on Mei's eyes, ignoring the view before him. A certain someone was too busy yesterday to spend time with us, so today I came to make sure you kept the promise you made. So that means we are going out. Throwing her hands in the air, Mei looked up to Izuku. Going out? Did you get approval to leave campus? Izuku looked down at Mei, the girl closing her eyes, her hand waving. Yeah, of course I did. Or I was. Whatever, power loader won't care, so why should I? Standing up straight, Mei put her hands on her hips. Izuku chuckled. Alright, just let me get ready. We'll go out for some breakfast and spend the day together. I owe you both that, don't I? Leaning down, Izuku kissed Mei lovingly before placing Yuri on his bed. Oh, by the way, can you close the door? I'm just going to throw something on. Mei did what was asked, closing the door before looking at Yuri, giving her a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Yuri put up her thumb, replicating Mei's smile. We did it, Mama. Mei nodded before her head turned upward, watching Izuku take his tank top off, her breath catching in her throat. No matter how many times she saw the scars, it never got easier. I have to make more babies to protect him. Mei clenched her fists before her mind switched to simply enjoy watching Izuku get dressed. Izuku could feel Mei stare, but he didn't mind. Reaching into his closet, Izuku pulled a hoodie off a hanger, his fingers just skimming by his old hero suit. Had that story? What a load of bullshit. His mother made his original hero suit. That lie always left a bad taste in his mouth. The only thing she made was his life horrible, which is why he's all the more glad the woman is currently being held in police custody. He had no idea when Nezu wanted him to testify, but if it didn't interfere, he would be glad to. Slipping on the hoodie over his head, Izuku decided it was enough. Shorts, the sweater, and some socks were all he needed. He wasn't going out to impress anyone, and he knew Mei didn't care either way. Finishing up, he turned to his daughter and girlfriend, putting his wallet and some cash into his pocket before scooping Yuri up and off the bed, moving her so he gave her a piggyback ride. Ready, Yuri? Let's go, Papa. Pointing forward, Izuku nodded before Mei spoke up. Wait, don't you need permission? I'm sure they won't mind. Izuku walked forward, Mei going next to him as they exited the dorm room, Izuku using his key to lock it behind them. The dorm was completely silent as they exited. With danger sense, Izuku could see that all of them were in their rooms still in recovery. Toru in particular sat on her bed with Mina talking to the girl, playing up her fake friendship. That cleared his conscience. The family making their way to the gates of UA, they small walk filled with idle chatter, the family just wanting to enjoy the time they have together, Izuku more so than the others. Leaving the campus, the family headed to wherever they wanted. So good. Mei yelled loudly, attracting no small amount of attention. The girl had her cheeks filled with some crepes, the delicate pastry soft and filled to the brim with flavor. They had found a crepe stand near the pier of Musutafu City, and while it wasn't the most high quality of places to buy a crepe, they were filled with pure passion, making them better than anything else they could have found. Mama looks funny. Giggling, Yuri pointed at Mei, the small girl holding her apple cinnamon crepe with extra whipped cream. She and Izuku were sitting on the bench while Mei ran back to the crepe stand with Izuku's wallet in hand. Izuku smiled. He had just finished his crepe when he saw a small bit of whipped cream on Yuri's cheek. Grabbing a napkin he had been provided with, Izuku gently took a hold of Yuri's face, cleaning it. Be careful, Snowball, you got whipped cream on your cheek. Wiping it off, Izuku looked over to Mei. So Yuri, what do you think of Mei? Yuri looked at the food in her hand, pondering Izuku's question. Well, Mama is nice. Ooh, she's really funny too. Like my mama. She makes me happy and safe, like you, Papa. Smiling, Yuri took a bite of her crepe before feeling Izuku stroke her head gently. Closing her eyes, Yuri chewed happily, her small legs kicking up and down as they hung off the bench. Yeah, I like her too. We haven't been able to contact Jiren for weeks. He won't answer our calls. Nearly a month had passed and Lucifer once again stood in front of the league. Toru was still at UA, having promised to hang out with Mina to maintain her cover. The news he had heard out of Shigaraki's mouth was anything but pleasant. The main information broker for the league had been silent, no form of contact had been established. So what do we do now? Looking to the members of the league, Lucifer waited until Spinner spoke out loud. What about them? The CRC, I mean, we know their hideout's location, surely there have to be some valuables there. The CRC. Lucifer knew about them. The group were modern-day racists, their viewpoints all directed at looking down upon those who had the unfortunate circumstance of a mutation quirk. The fact Spinner knew and was talking of them gave a clear indication the league has had their number for a long time. Perhaps they never bothered to clean them up, but with their need for money piling up, it may be time to move. It's worth a shot. After all, what choice do we have? Going after a bank will draw too much attention. Dabai saw no other option. Plus, it had been a while since he torched someone to cinders. Maybe this could provide him a chance. No, we need you out recruiting. Shigaraki turned to Dabai. They had followed Lucifer's plan as best as they could, and a few villains Dabai had approached were interested, but the promise of money was still an issue. If they were to show up and find nothing awaited them, the army the League would build will crumble before it even formed. Dabai grumbled but agreed, standing up, his hands going into his coat pockets. Fine, but you guys better figure out how the hell to get the money we need. Dabai left the base, leaving the rest of the League to plan out their next move. It seems that there is no other option. We must move on them quickly. Kurogiri looked to Shigaraki, awaiting his signal. Hearing those words, the League, or what remained, pulled their weapons and gear out. Toga adjusting her mask, the knife she held in her hand razor sharp, Twice tucking away his measuring tape, Spinner grabbing his katana, and Mr. Compress putting his mask on. Lucifer stood by, his eyes trained on Shigaraki, who slowly stood up, attaching his many hands to his body and head and face. Let's go. Shigaraki's raspy voice gave the order Kurogiri needed to hear, the mist man opening a portal. I shall stay here. Contact me once you are done. Stepping through the portals, Lucifer followed the League, immediately adjusting his eyes, seeing a large mansion-like structure surrounded by nothing but forest. The perfect hideout for a group like the CRC. Looking around the area, Lucifer scanned the night sky, danger sense activating. Ignoring those closest to him, he was able to sense that the only other people in the area were all gathered inside the mansion. Shigaraki walked forward. Get ready, we go and get their stuff and we leave. If they get in our way, end them. The League nodded, Toga twirling to look at Lucifer. Come on, Nezu. Smiling, Toga waited until Lucifer started moving, the girl snaking her arm around his, walking with the man snuggling closely to him. Had it been any other girl, maybe this scene would have looked cute, but Toga's hand still clutched the knife tightly. It was a short walk to the door, the League standing behind Shigaraki, who used 4 of his fingers to take a hold of the doorknob, twisting it open. Luckily for them, the door had been left unlocked, though that did little, as the entirety of the CRC were already gathered in the main room. Their attire consisted of black robes accented with white. Along with that were hoods decorated with the top half of skulls. One of the robed men went on alert before seeing who had invaded their sanctuary. These guys are ... the League of Villains. The rest of the church turned to look at the League before their eyes turned to Spinner. Looks like some lizards arrived. How filthy. Everyone could hear the disgust in the man's voice. Their attention was completely focused on Spinner until Mr. Compress branched off the group along with Toga, who reluctantly let go of Lucifer's arm. Are these of any value? Picking up what looked to be handcrafted statues, Mr. Compress dropped them to the floor. We are looking to sell anything expensive. You see, we require cash, although stealing isn't stylish, so if possible, I'd like to avoid it. You filthy sinners. This is a sacred place. Get the hell out. A group of 4 robed men rushed forward, all of them wielding candle stands, standing, moving to strike. Shigaraki raised his hand, ready to defend himself. The other members too got ready, but before any of them could move, the nearest one suddenly stopped his advance, instead falling limp, the candle stand dropping. In front of Shigaraki stood Lucifer, his body covered in lightning, while his fist was buried deep within the man's chest cavity, leaving only a large gaping hole. Whatever was inside the man's chest had been shot out the back, spraying blood, bones, and pieces of what used to be a heart and a pair of lungs all over the rest of the CRC. The other 3 were just as lucky, a black substance shooting out of Lucifer's buried fist, piercing their hearts in an instant, dropping them in pools of their blood. The League was stunned. They didn't even see Lucifer move, and the lack of hesitation they had expected from an ex-hero in training was nowhere to be found. Only a cold, dead stare in the eyes of the boy who once was their enemy. Toga's heartbeat fluctuated rapidly. She fell in love all over again, a creepy smile showing off her fangs while her eyes searched for blood. Holy shit. Both sides of Twice had finally agreed on what they were feeling, which was nothing but surprise. Lucifer saw the rest of the CRC too stunned and too scared to move. Lucifer grinned underneath his mask. An opportunity has just unveiled itself. Pumping OFA to 20%, Lucifer blasted off, ripping his fist out while using his left one to grab the clothed jaw of another CRC member. Squeezing, he crushed the teeth and lower jaw of the man, his fingers tearing the throat with only his pure strength, causing his victim to choke on his blood, dying before he hit the floor. Raising his leg, Lucifer put everything he had into kicking another member. The air pressure resulting from his attack caused the man's ribs to shoot out the side of his body in a bloody mess before launching the corpse into another one, breaking the man's spine, paralyzing him from the impact. The ribs that had been forcefully shot out were like deadly projectiles, one in particular piercing the eye and brain of a female CRC. The woman's hazel-colored eye shooting out the back of her head still stuck on the sharp tip of her fellow churchgoer's rib. She wasn't the only victim, another unlucky individual having found a rib bone hitting the back of their throat before exiting just as fast. Oh God! Several CRC members screamed, panicked, their minds finally catching up to what they were seeing. The weapons in their hands dropping. Spare us. Some begged for their life only to find their bodies crushed. their organs torn to shreds by the pressure of Lucifer's punches and kicks. Each second the CRC numbers whittled down until one finally tried to make a run for it, heading to the doors. Lucifer, who had his suit drenched in blood, lifted his right hand, the middle finger being held back as his left shot out a black whip, wrapping it around the survivor's neck, pulling him back as his right pointer finger let go. The launch of air pressure was felt all across the room, but the survivor took the brunt of it, his organs collapsing. But most gruesome of all was the sight of seeing the man's entire bone structure threatening to tear the skin from the inside. The flesh stretching, trying to accommodate as much as physically possible, but it wasn't enough. The bones that had broken tearing out, dropping to the floor in fragments. Shigaraki looked down at his clothes before turning to the rest of the league. All of them had blood covering their clothes. They too couldn't avoid the bloodbath. Still, Shigaraki's eyes searched for Lucifer, looking at the man wiping the blood off his face. Sensei. Shigaraki couldn't help but see AFO in Lucifer. Without knowing it, Shigaraki's foot had moved away from Lucifer's direction. Izutoga panted. Her breath was heavy and her body filled with a heat that was uncontainable. A deep dark red blush filled every inch of her pale skin. Her eyes were purely focused on Lucifer. She couldn't help it. Running to Lucifer, Toga jumped toward the boy, only for Lucifer to move slightly, causing her to miss. Instead, she landed on top of a corpse. Fixing his collar, Lucifer walked to Mr. Compress and twice. "Come on, now that they are dealt with, we can search freely without interruption." The two he approached stayed quiet, only silently following after him, beginning to continue their search. Toga was a complete mess, her body shaking, before Shigaraki called out to her, "Hey, stop with whatever that is and get to searching." The League searched the place top to bottom, finding little. Maybe they would have searched harder had it not been for Lucifer plaguing their mind. His actions weren't something they saw happening. Collecting what they could, Shigaraki had Kurogiri portal them back, the Mist Man surprised at how quick their trip had been until he looked upon Lucifer. After sorting through what they stole, they had found that it was mostly junk. Lucifer looked at the time before turning to Kurogiri. "Kurogiri, I need you to make a portal for me somewhere. I can't return to UA like this." "Of course, it would be in our mutual interest to avoid any suspicion." "Very well, where is it you want me to take you?" In an apartment within Musutafu City, a purple substance swirled in the air before it expanded, a large purple portal forming, allowing an individual to step inside the portal, disappearing. Despite the pure darkness, the figure made its way to a specific wall, its hand moving upwards as the room it was in lit up brightly. Lucifer stood dripping with blood, his eyes moving to look at his surroundings. Glass bottles lay everywhere, some filled with alcohol, others empty. He was here again. He was back at the place his hell started. The apartment itself was dirty, and Ko couldn't have taken the time to clean it up once since he had been gone. She was every bit the pig Lucifer thought she was. Lucifer walked forward, spreading bloody footprints across the wooden tiles. Walking down the hall, Lucifer stopped at the bathroom door, pushing it open, seeing copious amounts of prescription drugs decorating the sink counter. Using his hand, Lucifer swiped the containers off before he stared at his bloody reflection, taking his mask off, setting it down. Izuku breathed slowly, before he turned, dropping to his knees, hugging the toilet bowl, vomiting everything he had eaten in the day. Chunks spilling out as his hands spread blood over the white porcelain of the toilet. Izuku kept his head down. Tonight he had ended a person for the first. Sure, he ended animals to live, but another human. Why am I so effing weak? Angry, Izuku punched the upper part of the toilet, breaking it with little effort. He had already come to terms with what he would and needed to do, yet his body was against him. They needed to die. People like them are nothing but stains tainting this country. Izuku's mind thought of Mei and Eri, the two smiling at him. They deserve better than to breathe the same air as them. Standing up, Izuku took his blazer off, hanging it on the coat rack, ignoring the blood falling from it. Moving to the sink, Izuku took his gloves off, turning on the water as he looked down at his hands. Blood coated them, the substance having seeped through the gaps of his gloves. With the water running on the hottest setting possible, Izuku put his hands underneath it, the clear water mixing with the crimson color, forming a sort of pinkish tint. Izuku steadily washed his knuckles and underneath his fingertips, cleaning as best as he could. It took half an hour until he was satisfied. Leaving the bathroom, Izuku walked to his left. Further down the hallway, there was something he needed to see. At the end of a hall stood a single door. Izuku's eyes traveled down to see claw marks in the floor leading underneath the door. Moving, Izuku twisted the knob, only for it not to budge. Using his foot, Izuku kicked the door off its hinges. Entering the room, Izuku was hit with the stench of rot, mold, and blood. Turning on the light to the room, Izuku stood still. The room he was in was coated with old dried blood, its color now a rustic brown color. Izuku walked further in, crouching as he took hold of something. Lifting it, he stared at a rusted kitchen knife. Holding it, Izuku snapped the blade in half, throwing the pieces to the floor. She kept it after all this time. The knife was something all too familiar to him. The reason for it being so? Well, that was because it was the same knife that permanently held a place in Izuku's mind and body. In Midoriya, is there a lawyer you would like to call? Detective Nomasa stood once again in the police precinct's interrogation room. His gaze turned to Inko, who still had her left wrist handcuffed to the table, the woman snarling at him like an animal. Why would I call a lawyer? I told you already I would never hurt Izuku. He's my only son. My baby boy. Inko's teeth ground together. It had been days since she had a drink, let alone her pills, and she was starting to lose it. That effing bastard, I swear once I get my hands on that piece of sheet. Inko could just imagine what she would do to Izuku for causing all this trouble to her. Maybe she'll burn his hands over the stove, pour whiskey on freshly made cuts, chain his hands to the wall, and leave him starving for days. There was so much she wanted to do, but she couldn't do it now. Not when this pig grilling into her. Mrs. Midori, I've told you this before. You are lying. We've been at this for days, and my quirk tells me each word you say about your son Izuku Midoriya has been a lie. Slamming his fist on the table, Nomasa was starting to get irritated. Despite catching the woman lie after lie, she still denied it. Lifting his fist, he sighed, wiping his face. It was late, around midnight. He should be home right now getting some much-deserved rest, but Inko was making this entire process harder than ever. If you aren't going to call an attorney, one will be assigned to you in the proceedings of the court. I don't need a lawyer. I haven't done anything wrong. Inko tugged at the handcuffs. They'll see. It won't betray me. Not if it doesn't want any more punishment. A grin broke across Inko's face. There wasn't any way Izuku would ever dare to cross her. Izuku stood in his blood-soaked bedroom of Inko's apartment, the rustic smell hitting his nose continuously as his eyes stared at the broken kitchen knife. He had sat there for 2 hours reliving his past, remembering his mother. Effing beach. Turning, Izuku finally walked out of the room, his voice laced with bitterness and anger. He had no more insults that could verbally speak his emotions to the person responsible for his birth. Scratching his head, Izuku looked at the ceiling. It was past curfew. There wasn't any way he could get back in UA at this hour. And no doubt those heroes and teachers, as they call themselves, will be on his ass tomorrow morning, but that was something to be dealt with later. For now, Izuku lifted his arms. He was still covered in blood, and he could feel some touching his skin, it already drying fast. Even if he could go back walking into school after being gone for hours and reeking of blood didn't paint a picture of him in a good light, or what was left of his image in their minds. He didn't want to, but he knew he had to stay in this apartment. His clothes could come later. For now, he had to shower and get rid of the blood on him. Looking around, he tried to find a closet or a towel somewhere. The room wasn't just for the punishment. He was isolated there. He never really got to see the apartment in its entirety. This might be the first time since All Might had come to propose the dorm arrangements that he got a good look. Izuku remembered why Inko had even agreed as if he was gone. That meant she didn't have to deal with his sobbing at night, didn't have to deal with his screams of pain. And then came the advantage of not explaining why she had a quirk list to the many men who visited in the evenings. Still searching, Izuku saw parts of the apartment he never had the luxury of viewing. The hallway was the only thing familiar to him. The view he had gotten from looking through the keyhole of his room was limited, and at times even hard to see through, especially when Inko had hit his eye hard enough it lost vision for about a month or two. Now that he thought about it, Izuku couldn't remember when exactly that happened, only that it did. Opening up a closet that sat near the end of the hall, Izuku finally found what he was looking for. A white towel waiting for it to be used. He was surprised it didn't smell dirty or have stains, especially the way Inko was living now. Grabbing it, he lifted it to his nose, trying to smell for anything foreign that didn't belong, only to find nothing that could be of alarm. Taking it to the bathroom, Izuku kicked the pill bottles on the ground out of the way as he threw the towel onto the shower curtain bar. He hadn't used the towel rack because it wasn't in the best condition. The metal on there had mold between the junction that met the wall on itself. Not only that, what didn't have mold was rusted brown, years of having not been cleaned properly the cause. Stripping down, Izuku threw the rest of his clothes in a mess that hit the ground with a splat, some blood leaking from the bottom of the heap. With everything off, Izuku moved the curtain only to twist his face in disgust. If the towel rack was bad, the shower was worse. The spaces between the tile that made the shower wall was entirely green. The bottom floor a weird dirt brown mixture. He only hoped the water was good enough to wash anything that may attach to his body away. Turning it on, Izuku waited for the hot water to start flowing through before stepping inside, allowing the steaming liquid to enter his pores, his mind trying to forget the fact he was standing in a disgusting place. As the water washed over him, Izuku closed his eyes, putting his head down while everything washed off his body. Opening his eyes, Izuku saw the water underneath him was red, which was expected as blood was washing off his skin, but it wasn't the pinkish color that usually accompanied a solution of too much water and too little blood. It was pure crimson red. Looking at his hands, Izuku still saw them covered in blood with only more pouring down. He didn't react, however, just stayed silent as his head slowly raised. The shower head he had been under wasn't there. Instead, it was replaced with a severed human head, specifically that of a CRC member. The blood that was now covering his face was now leaking out of the head's open mouth, going straight through the fabric of the mask. Izuku looked to the side of the shower, seeing only a wall of flesh faces looking at him with bloodshot eyes, all wailing loudly, their shrieks reverberating off the walls. He blinked. His eyes clearing, he saw only the moldy tiles of the shower once more. He looked to his hands and then the shower head. No blood and no severed head. Just another one. Izuku will admit what he saw was vivid. Ending those CRC members must still be having an effect on him. Shaking his head, he focused back on showering. The faster he got this done, the less time he would have to spend in this room. A 10-minute rinse later, and Izuku had stepped out wrapping himself in the towel. The shower had been faster than typical, as he didn't trust any of the hygiene products his mother may have used. This left him with another predicament. He didn't have any clothes to change into. Izuku could only think of one place that had any clothes worth looking for. In Ko's room. He hadn't been in there once in any of his years of living, but with his situation, he had no choice. Getting out of the bathroom, Izuku walked to a door adjacent to the laundry room. There was a padlock on it, not one typically used for a bedroom door. Grabbing a hold of the lock, Izuku activated OFA, crushing the metal within his palm, breaking it off before he rammed his shoulder against the wooden frame, knocking the door off its hinges and sending it crashing to the floor. Stepping inside, Izuku looked through. More bottles of alcohol, toys littering the floor, condoms. A lair of depravity is what Izuku had already labeled the room. Ignoring the mess, Izuku walked towards the large walk-in closet, opening up the dividers. Ignoring the assortment of lingerie and Ko used to arouse the men who were lured by her horrid voice, Izuku crouched down. What he was searching for was a long shot, but he remembered Hisashi leaving when he was a child. Not everyone could just pack up every single one of their belongings in one go. And Izuku never saw the man return, meaning there had to be something left. Rummaging in the dark, Izuku had struck something solid. Feeling around, he grabbed onto a large box. Pulling it out, Izuku opened the flaps to reveal what he had been looking for. The clothes of a man he barely knew. Izuku didn't know where Hisashi was, but he sure as hell hoped the bastard had croaked somewhere. Still opening, sifting through the clothes, Izuku had pulled out what was necessary, including a pair of boots and a duffel bag that had been stuffed inside. All were still freshly preserved. Then something caught Izuku's eye. Sheepskin. Izuku grabbed a hold of a sheepskin jacket with the inside lined with fur. He thought it was ironic. Nevertheless, he took it with him, leaving the room. Once out, he started dressing himself, affixing everything he could. The size had fit him perfectly. Had Hisashi bothered to stick around, and if Izuku had a quirk, he could only imagine the man would smile at him. Not that he could remember what Hisashi looked like, still he imagined it anyways. Only could he shape the brown-colored eyes laced with hatred. Slipping the coat on, Izuku patted himself down. As he walked towards the kitchen, looking inside, a pile of dishes highly stacked with traces of food stuck to the material that comprised them was the first thing he saw. Next was the various amount of food takeout boxes in the trash can. Turning away, he looked to the fridge, opening it up to see a human hand. Maggots crawling over it, eating their way through the flesh while its blood coagulated on the rack it was held on. Closing the fridge, Izuku looked to the door of the apartment. There had to be a place open that was still serving food. Making his mind up, Izuku walked to the door, his direction changing only to go through the purse Ko had left on the coffee table. Grabbing whatever cash was inside, Izuku counted around $60, more than enough to satisfy his hunger. Leaving the apartment, the night air bit at Izuku. Luckily, the jacket he was wearing had reduced just how much it affected him. His breath came out with perspiration. Winter was approaching Japan soon. The season had just begun its change. Walking down the steps of the apartment complex, Izuku passed by the doors of Inko's neighbors. All the bastards who lived inside were just as bad as Inko, if not worse. They knew he was quirkless growing up, and they knew of his abuse, yet none raised a hand to help him, not even when he screamed and pleaded at their doors. Izuku's stride continued forward. They were all insignificant to him now. Exiting the gates of the complex, Izuku walked down the sidewalk, his path illuminated only by the street lamps above. Few buildings had their lights on, most being closed due to the time, so Izuku's search continued onwards, his boots tapping the ground in a rhythmic pattern. He walked for minutes, his head turning side to side to see if there was anything to eat before he came to a halt, his eyes looking to a swing set, the chains creaking as the wind blew them back and forth. Turning on his heel, Izuku walked to the swing, taking up a position behind it, his hands grabbing the ice-cold chains, stopping their movement. "Higher, Deku." Iri's innocent voice rang in Izuku's head as he pushed the swing, waiting for it to come back before he pushed it again. Giggles broke through the wind, the sounds of a happy child being the only thing Izuku could focus on. Izuku pushed Iri on the swing, the girl's legs kicking out as she laughed, her eyes closed and hair blowing in the air. Iri's red overalls and white dress matched her eyes, their color seemingly brighter as Iri's smile grew wider. Izuku smiled, his gray emerald eyes Iri had preferred seeing on full display. He watched the girl happily laughing, the curfew Aizawa had set on them both out of his mind and out of his priority. His arms went forward, keeping the momentum Eri had requested until the girl shouted, "Faster. Okay, get ready." Izuku matched her enthusiasm. The movement of the swing got faster and faster. It was odd for Izuku, a girl tortured, smiling so brightly. Perhaps it was him, or perhaps she was stronger than he could ever be. Either way, he was glad she could do something he really couldn't. After a bit, Izuku had stopped the swing as Eri hopped off before she turned running to him before enveloping Izuku in a hug as he kneeled. Help me. Izuku held onto Eri, his hero costume tightly clutched within Eri's small hands. Izuku returned with just the same amount of strength. Mirio-senpai. Izuku looked to his right. The blonde third year he had been on patrol with, looking at the scene, his face twisted in an emotion Izuku couldn't determine right away. Taking his mind off the upperclassman, Izuku looked back to Eri as he whispered in her ear, "Are you okay? What's wrong?" Izuku's eyes turned to the clothes Eri was wearing. A hospital gown. His eyes then turned to the scars on her arms. He recognized what exactly made those marks. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when a voice had spoken out. And Izuku visualized it clearly. Overhaul had shown up, spoke a threat before Izuku had let Eri go back into the hands of a madman. I let her go back. Izuku held his head, his voice breaking as he sobbed. How? Why? I could have saved her right there. Izuku looked up. In front of him was Recovery Girl, the woman looking at him sadly before she pulled his head into her embrace. Why? Why did I let her go? Izuku's body shook. He was a monster. So many times he had pleaded for someone, for anyone, yet didn't get help. But today, like everyone else in his life, he turned his back on a small girl. A girl who had experienced what he did, and he did nothing but watch. His hands ached, the bones in his hand hit his nerves. Izuku's hands went around Recovery Girl, grasping onto her as he hugged her back. Midoriya. Recovery Girl hugged Izuku, her warmth covering him. She didn't understand it fully, but she knew whatever had occurred with Overhaul and the girl Izuku was speaking about hurt him deeply. She held the boy as he sobbed. You can only make things right by saving her, so be the best hero you can be and help that girl. Pulling Izuku's head up to look at her, Recovery Girl let a smile come onto her elderly face. And if you need some extra motivation, just remember I'll hit you with my cane 100 times harder if you don't. Izuku stopped pushing the empty swing. He let his true emotions slip back then, a mistake in hindsight, but Recovery Girl was perhaps the only person he could have broken down in front of back then. His failure. That moment with Eri had been the first time he had become what he hated. He had become his mother, his neighbors. He did what everyone else had done to him. He had almost ended himself once he had realized what he had done. He had only persevered through his childhood despite those who wanted him dead, but leaving Eri like that. He came so close to ending it. The pills Recovery Girl gave him had been clutched in his hands that night, yet he was still here. While he had atoned somewhat by saving Eri, it was the guilt he would always live with. He knew that would always be true, which is why he is trying so hard to make amends now, though no one other than himself knows it. He moved past the swing set and playground, continuing down the night street, his hunger back on the front of his mind. As he got deeper into Musutafu City, the number of buildings increased, yet none either intrigued Izuku or were open. That was until his eyes spotted a small sushi restaurant that was open 24 hours. It was quite small, but it was a spot Izuku remembered well. Crossing the street, Izuku entered, a small bell chiming as he was welcomed by the staff working there. Sitting down, Izuku ordered his food along with some tea. He always liked the restaurant. It provided a sense of comfort. He only wished he could share the meal with Mei. It had just been a few days after accusations of a traitor had been put to rest. Izuku walked down the halls of UA, his head low. He still received a large number of glares from multiple students. I was proven innocent of holes. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He felt like he was back in Aldera. Where are you going, traitor? Off to steal some more secrets? A third year, Izuku couldn't remember the boy's name other than the fact he was in Mirio's class, had commented as the boy pushed Izuku into a wall, laughing as he walked away. Izuku opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but no words came to mind. Clicking his tongue, Izuku closed his mouth, continuing to walk in the direction of the support studio. He needs some repairs on his hero costume. As he was held in UA's interrogation room, Bakugo had taken the liberty of destroying the fabric and gear to the point they were nearly unusable. Going to the large doors leading to the room, Izuku slid the doors open, calling out for anyone inside. Hatsum, power loader. Boom. Izuku coughed as a thick plume of smoke hit his face. As it cleared up, Izuku was able to see Mei slumped over the desk upside down, her face covered in soot and mud. Walking to the girl, who seemed to be in a daze, Izuku crouched. Hatsum, are you okay? As he said her name, Mei's vision cleared as she sat up. I almost had it. Muscles, when did you get here? Turning to Izuku, Mei sat on the workbench, legs crossed, as she looked at the boy curiously. I just got here. Anyway, I need some major repairs on my hero gear and costume. Okie dokie, let me see the damage. Leaning over the table and into Izuku's face, Mei waited while the boy dug into his backpack, bringing out what seemed nothing more than tattered gloves, broken shoes, and burned fabric. Mei, looking at the pieces present at her, went deadpan. What did you do to my babies? It wasn't me. Izuku repeated a phrase he had just been saying for almost a week. Oh, is it because of that whole traitor thingamagic? Did that bomb boy do this? Questioning Izuku, saw the Izuku's put his head down. What, you got something to say about it? And yes, it was him. Nope, I don't care. I just want to know who hurt my babies. The next pair of gauntlets I make for that bomb man will explode. Wait, that's what they are supposed to do. Never mind, I'll make sure they don't explode. They hopped off the workbench, picking up the hero suit first, inspecting it closely, though she couldn't see Izuku's bewildered expression. Wait, you don't care? About what? Mei looked at Izuku, tilting her head. That I was accused of being the traitor. Shaking her head, Mei smiled. Nope, I don't have time to think about stupid stuff like that, especially when I know someone who takes care of my babies was accused. No one who treats my babies like the masterpieces they are could ever do that. Putting down her goggles, Mei started getting to work. Izuku stared at the pink-haired girl, a small smile breaking onto his face. Walking up beside the girl, Izuku looked closely at her, hearing her stomach rumble, yet the girl didn't stop working. Hey Hatsum, you hungry? Mei Hatsum is a girl unlike any other, a true enigma to someone even like Izuku. Here you go, sir. Izuku looked down. In front of him was a plate of freshly boiled eel, a side of white rice, a small bowl of miso soup, and the tea he ordered sitting to the side. It was a small meal, but it would be fulfilling, he knew it would be. Thank you. Giving his thanks, Izuku dug in, using his chopsticks to pick up a small piece of eel, taking a small bite as his free hand grabbed the bowl of miso soup, lifting it to his lips. Deny bowl. A hazel brown eye rolled around in the soup, it staring directly at him even as he drank the soup, the eyes flowing into his mouth as he chewed. His mouth was filled with blood, the eye squishing under his teeth. Izuku's taste buds reacted. He tasted tofu, the blood that was in his mouth now brown in color, matching the liquid of the soup. Putting the bowl down, Izuku kept eating. His perception was odd. The eel he was eating looked like tongues and fingers. His tea reflected his image in red color. Multiple times Izuku's vision cleared to see the reality. He was still eating normal sushi. No body parts other than his own were near him or his mouth. Izuku kept eating, ordering more and more, his eyes staring at the plates full of flesh and bones that didn't share the taste of what they were supposed to be. Izuku would return to UA tomorrow morning. There were a few people who wanted to speak with him, though if Izuku would hear them out would remain to be seen. The mountains trembled as the trees, no matter how thick or tall, were toppled over and crushed beneath monstrous strength. The birds that had escaped into the air cawed loudly in fear, all flying to escape the large bulking figure that caused the destruction. The figure, reaching a clearing, revealed itself. A large naked man as big as a small mountain, whose skin resembled that of rock, looking around. The radio that hung around his neck repeating the same order over and over again. I will find all for one's successor. Its large booming voice echoed through the valley he walked through. His objective clear. He was meant to find the one who will inherit AFO's will and succeed him. Swiping his hand, once the large man destroyed any rock, tree, or animal that crossed its path, there wasn't anything left as his hands gouged the very earth themselves. As though he were being guided by an unnatural force, the man, dubbed Gigantomachia by the heroes that discovered him, continued, was the one he was after, truly fit to be the ruler of Japan. Only time will tell. Izuku walked down the early morning streets of Musutafu City. In his hand was clutched the duffel bag he had found among Hisashi's possessions, and inside was his mask and suit, both scrubbed clean of blood. Currently, he was still wearing his sheepskin coat, and the bags under his eyes only highlighted the fact he hadn't slept yet. Pulling out his phone, Izuku looked at the time. It was barely 5:30, meaning if he got back in time he wouldn't have to deal with anyone asking where he was during the night. Walking, Izuku was momentarily distracted by a large migration of birds soaring through the air faster than normal, as though they were trying to get away from something. Shrugging his shoulders, Izuku carried on, trying to reach UA as quickly as possible, trying to save himself a headache. It took a few minutes until the site of UA had come into view, and luckily for him there was no one waiting for him at the gate as he strode into the school. Heading to his dorm, Izuku only stopped when danger sense told him there was another person there with him. What do you want, All Might? Young Midoriya, I must speak with you. Stepping out, Toshinori walked to Izuku, his frail body covered in a thick winter coat with a scarf around his neck. Speak with me. Didn't we already speak a few weeks ago? What more do you have to say? Turning, Izuku glared at Toshinori, the teacher's back straightening. Toshinori swallowed the lump in his throat. He was nervous, but he put up a brave front. Toshinori couldn't back down now. He had wanted to speak with Izuku ever since the meeting, but never found the opportunity to do so. Please, I need to talk to you. Pleading, Toshinori looked at Izuku, who groaned. Fine. Izuku grit his teeth. He really could have gone without this today. Walking to Toshinori, Izuku walked past the man heading towards the main UA building. When he idolized All Might, they always talked in the man's office, which was where Izuku assumed where this was heading. Toshinori followed behind closely, glad he had gotten Izuku to agree to entertain a conversation between them. He would lie, however. Toshinori was extremely nervous. Nothing could prepare him for this. He had faced evil as great as All For One, yet the thought of facing his successor after his subsequent new appearance and personality frightened him more than anything. Entering the main building, both the former #1 hero and his student walked down the halls. No words were exchanged between either of them as they reached Toshinori's office, and entering inside, Toshinori gestured to Izuku as he went to his side of the small table that sat between couches. "Please sit. Can I pour you some tea, my boy?" "Don't call me that. Now get to the point. Why did you bring me here?" Setting his bag down, Izuku took a seat, his eyes narrowing into a deep glare, his eyes shimmering with an analytical stare that wouldn't take a lie for an answer. Clearing his throat, Toshinori breathed out slowly, "Young Midoriya." Putting his head down, Toshinori bowed to Izuku. I'm so sorry that I failed to protect you when I was training you to inherit OFA. I was too focused on your progress to see the signs of your abuse. I should have taken you away from your mother, but I didn't. I'm also sorry for burdening you with taking down AFO that night in Kamino. I wanted to end it, boo. But you were too pathetic to do so." Izuku leaned forward, his elbows now sitting on top of his knees, watching as Toshinori's head slowly raised. What? You too weak and too pathetic to finish the job handed to you by your predecessor, burdening a teenage boy to carry on your task for you. Understand, All Might, I don't care what you are apologizing for. Your sorry didn't stop Inko from using me as her cutting board. Your sorry for not ending AFO does nothing to absolve the fact you are plunging Japan into chaos, and allowing him to live as rending your title as the symbol of peace is nothing more than a useless name that won't be engraved on your tombstone. Standing up, Izuku swiped the tea off the desk, spilling the steaming liquid on the carpet. "You know why I'm telling you this, All Might? Do you know why out of everyone I'm the only one telling this to your face? It's because you ruined the mask I fought desperately to create. I tried to create a life where a bright-eyed boy who had been quirkless like you could live. I tried to make a boy who would make his only idol proud and be the best hero he could be." Grabbing Toshinori by the collar, Izuku lifted the man to his face, gray lightning surging around him. "Why, young Midoriya, please calm down. You're my successor, remember that. I'm sorry for burdening you. I'm sorry for betraying your trust when you were accused, but please, my boy. I'm not your boy." Lifting Toshinori to where Izuku was slightly choking the man, Izuku glared at Toshinori, piercing his soul. "I'm not your successor, Toshinori. OFA is no longer bound by your incompetence. Your reign with that quirk is over. As far as I'm concerned, this quirk belongs to me and only me." Throwing the man back into the couch, Izuku watched as Toshinori and the sofa toppled to the ground. "This quirk will either bring about the end, or it will go with me and mine." Toshinori scrambled, trying to get back up as he held his hand out to Izuku. "Please, young Midoriya." Izuku picked up his duffel bag, holding onto it tightly as he thrust his hand out, smoke screen flowing out of his hand as a face to shape. Toshinori froze. He watched as his master's features formed the woman's mouth, forming a large smile. "Tosh." Before she could finish Toshinori's name, Izuku stopped using smokescreen. "Remember the master you failed, the one who sacrificed everything for you." Izuku opened the door, leaving the room as Toshinori sat back, his head going into his hands as he grasped his hair. "Master, have I truly failed you?" Toshinori's eyes watered as he let out sobs. He lost his successor. He had failed his mentor. Izuku walked out of the building, his teeth ground in annoyance. "Ninth, why would you do that to him? He has done nothing but try and help," he apologized. Nana was speaking to him within his thoughts, her tone filled with anger and bitterness. She saw the entire thing, even Izuku using her to torment her successor. "Trying to help. He has done nothing of the sort. The only advice he had given me as his successor was to clench my body and hope for the best. That fool was the worst choice you could have made. Just because he once had the heart of a hero doesn't mean he has the intelligence or diligence to make use of such spirit. His time with OFA is long over. Now do what you need to and help me, nothing more, nothing less." Cutting his thoughts off, Izuku reached the dorms, opening it to see the common room. Abuz thought once he had come into view, everything ceased. Looking across the students, Izuku's glare never faltered before he turned, walking up the stairs into his room. The last thing he wanted was to look at their faces. However, 3 sets of eyes him as he walked away. Izuku knew who it was, and it didn't ease the anger he was feeling since his talk with Toshinori. Getting to his room, Izuku slammed the door closed, throwing his duffel bag into the corner as he sat on the edge of his bed, putting a hand to his face. Izuku's eyes fell to the ground. There were bloody footprints at his door, and a dripping noise filled his ears. His desk had a layer of blood on the top of it, and like a leaky faucet, the blood dripped over the side, making dripping noises as the drops hit the floor. "Knock, knock." Izuku blinked, his head turning to his door as a timid voice called out to him. "Midoriya, can we come in?" Just what he effing needed. Izuku stood up, his hand reaching to the doorknob as he twisted and pulled the door open, standing still as he stared at his visitors. Todoroki, whose eyes wore fresh scars, Ida's, whose leg was in a temporary brace, and finally Uraraka, whose hands were still tightly compressed in casts. All 3 stared at him while Izuku's mouth opened slightly. "Make it quick." The three bowed their heads, Uraraka being the first to speak. Midoriya, I love you. Nothing will change that, and I know that you love Hatsune. But please, I want you to know I'm sorry for not believing you when you were accused of being the traitor. I was supposed to be your friend, but I did what no friend should do. Midoriya, you saved me from myself. I wanted to spite my father so much that I lost myself. It was you who helped me realize the hero I wanted to be, and I failed you. I didn't defend you when you needed it most. Midoriya, as a friend and even more than a classmate, I'm truly apologetic for my actions. You have helped me countless times and saved me from my destructive path of revenge, and I could only watch as you went down the path I didn't. Please forgive me. All three kept their heads down. They all hoped that Izuku could be friends with them again to restore the trust and relationship they used to have. Are you done? Looking up, all of them were confused as Izuku continued. You came to apologize, but it wasn't for me, was it? It was for yourself. You couldn't sleep at night knowing that it was you three who wronged me, pretending to be the friends you are, and ask for forgiveness to stop the guilt eating away at your mind. You can take my forgiveness and shove them up your asses. Now get the F out of here. Closing the door, Izuku locked it, leaving the three completely stunned. Izuku went back to his bed, laying down, staring at the ceiling, his eyes focusing on the roof above him, his mind turning on what the League was planning next. So what is it you want to do to Mura? It seems as though Lucifer is more than willing to cooperate with us if what you all said he did the other night is truthful. Kurogiri stood with his arms crossed, the mist man's yellow eyes staring at his leader, the blue-haired boy sitting in a chair with his knee bouncing up and down rapidly. Shigaraki stayed silent despite Kurogiri's question. The villain was too busy trying to understand what he felt last night. It wasn't possible, but Shigaraki couldn't help but feel as though he were in front of FO when he saw Lucifer decimate those CRC bastards. Mentioning the CRC members, Shigaraki also thought about how Lucifer, before he could even move, slaughtered the racists without mercy, the smell of metal plaguing him even now. Oh, Izutamura, we need him here. I need him here, please. Begging, Toga had yelled from the couch, her face covered in a deep red blush, even deeper than the one she got from ending people. Ever since last night, Lucifer was the only person on Toga's mind. Each time she thought about the love of her life ending all those people, the more her body grew hot. Shigaraki looked up, the LOV, the others all looking at him, Toga's begging, not ending for a second. With the others even joining her. It would be useful to have him here. Surely he can help give us some direction. Spinner chimed in with Toga. He liked Lucifer. The boy knew what he wanted to do, which was more than Spinner could say for Shigaraki, and besides, it seems that Lucifer was true to Stain's ideals, which only sweetened the deal further. Although it wasn't the most stylish display, he was very effective. We were in and out in a matter of minutes rather than wasting our time there. Compress played around with a few of his marbles. With Jiren not answering any of our calls and the villain's Dabai is trying recruit not showing up, his strength can't be ignored. He's scary. Divided by effing scary awesome. Twice smiled under his mask, pumping his fists, half excited and half fearful of Lucifer being here with them. Shigaraki took what they said into consideration, though he clicked his tongue. This was supposed to be his league. He didn't like how he is getting pushed to be the side character while Lucifer took center stage. Shaking his head, the villain looked to Kurogiri. Do you think it would be better? Kurogiri nodded his head. I do believe having someone of his wit and power would prove to be beneficial to us. With him, achieving your goal will be more than possible. After all, he gave us the weaknesses of some of the top heroes, differing from the ones Toru had already taken the liberty of stealing. Pulling out a notebook from his suit, Kurogiri flashed it to Shigaraki. Once more, if AFO were in this position, I feel he would welcome the boy with open arms. The choice is yours, however. Think of the benefits of having such a person on our side. Shigaraki put his head down, thinking silently, the other members of the league waiting for what he would say. Toga already made up her mind that if Shigaraki denied Lucifer being there, then she was going to leave, and Spinner was just as committed. If Lucifer wasn't here, then he wouldn't continue following Shigaraki, who had no plan or foresight whatsoever. If we bring him here, Kurogiri, he will have to stay here. No more of that back and forth. If he is one of us, he'll stay with us. Narrowing his eyes, Shigaraki lifted his hand. If he so much as tries to wiggle out, bring him here and I'll end him. Understand? I don't care how powerful he is. Of course. Pulling out a phone, Kurogiri dialed a number before the line picked up. Make sure he is in a place where I can speak with him at approximately 6 in the afternoon. Understood? With a small voice confirming, Kurogiri ended the call. Later today, he will go to Lucifer and tell him of this new development. Despite not saying it, Kurogiri hoped this would end favorably. Lucifer was too great an asset to lose. So that's all. He wants me to go with you in the league and abandon UA entirely. Izuku sat on his desk chair staring at Kurogiri, the man standing in the middle of his dorm room looking into him. That is correct. The league has concluded that your power is too great to remain here. Staying will not be necessary. We already have Toru and Aoyama as spies. They will provide information to us while we utilize said information to make our next moves. With you there, we all believe that whatever plan we can create can be executed to perfection. So what do you say? Kurogiri got ready to make a portal. Now was the time to decide, but Izuku already knew this, sensing what exactly Kurogiri was doing. Very well, if Shigaraki and the others think I could be of use, then I would be a fool to deny this opportunity. However, I need time. There are still a few things I must attend to here. Izuku looked to the clock on his bedside table. He nodded his head. 2 hours after midnight, we'll meet at the apartment you had dropped me off the other night. At that time, any arrangements I have here will be completed and all my ties here will be severed. Is that something you can agree with? Yes, it is partially my fault for springing this upon you without warning. 2 hours after midnight it is. If you do not show, I understand, Kurogiri. Be assured I have little reason to remain at UA. I'll be there. Izuku watched as Kurogiri nodded, disappearing entirely. Now alone, Izuku put his head down on his desk, his hands going to his hair. Taking a deep breath, he pushed back his hair before sitting back. All according to plan. Izuku grinned. His little display of power was perfect, and all it took was 25%. And the intent to end. Refocusing, Izuku had a few things he wanted and needed to do. Izuku roamed the halls of UA, the duffel bag that carried his drones in his hand. As he looked at the corners of the hallway, his eyes spotting several cameras Nezu had installed after the traitor accusation. Izuku's footsteps were quick and silent going down the hallway before he ducked into a room. It was a janitor's closet. The room was one of the few spots that had no camera coverage. Using float, the boy levitated off the ground, using black whip to hold the duffel bag with his left hand. Izuku brought his right and back, the tendrils from his left covering his fist before a sharp spike came from the middle of his knuckle. Quickly, Izuku jabbed his hand forward, the spike making a hole about the size of a pin. Sparks flew from the hole before coming to a stop, and manipulating black whip, Izuku yanked his hand back as several cords broke through the wall, and just as quick, Izuku cut them. Stopping float, Izuku dropped back to the ground, leaving the janitor's closet. Walking a few steps forward before entering another room. 5 minutes. Looking around, Izuku saw Snipe's weapon armory. The camera that surveyed the room destroyed the light, signifying it was on ceasing to exist. Walking through quickly, Izuku unzipped his duffel bag, heading to a large rack of guns that he had been accustomed to seeing during the prep days. Immediately, Izuku went for his silver baller pistol, this time grabbing the second one, completing the pair, dropping both into his bag as he took containers full of ammo and magazines. Before he reached up, the sniper he had used now back in his possession. However, Izuku unscrewed the barrel and stock, stuffing the metal parts into his bag. Just as Izuku was about to leave, something caught his eye. A small black steel push knife, large enough to be intimidating but small enough to be concealed easily. Grabbing it, Izuku looked at the blade, its edge gleaming in the light, its entire blade like that of a large fang. He spent enough time looking. Leaving the room, Izuku walked down the hallway, zipping his bag back up as he heard footsteps heading to Snipe's armory. Luckily, he slipped out of the area before anyone could see him. Leaving the main building, Izuku headed to the back of his dorm. Using float, he climbed into his room, setting his bag down before taking out his weapons. Setting the pistols down, Izuku made sure it wasn't loaded, taking out each magazine he had before he placed the bullets inside one by one, loading the magazines until each one had been filled. Reloading the pistols, Izuku pulled the slide back, seeing the first bullet already in the chamber. Satisfied, he put the pistols down. Next came his sniper, screwing the parts he detached back in before he set that down as well. Taking out the push knife he took, Izuku looked at the weapons before him. Sighing, Izuku cracked his neck, turning around before digging into the bag his suit was in, laying it all out before he ducked, grabbing the armpit holsters he hid beneath his bed. Placing the pistols inside, Izuku stared at his mask. Lucifer was prepared, but the same couldn't be said for Izuku himself. Taking out his phone, Izuku texted Mei, telling her to meet with him in 2 hours, without Eri telling her to drop the girl off with Ibara. Izuku tucked away all his belongings, hiding his bag underneath his bed while hanging up his sniper and holsters in the closet out of sight. Sitting on his bed, Izuku closed his eyes. Now all he had to do was wait. It was 8:45 when a knock came from Izuku's door. The boy opened his eyes to look before he got up, opening the door. As expected, Mei stood at the door, dressed in her usual attire, though this time she was wearing a sweater over her tank top due to the cold. "Hey, Izuku, you wanted to talk. Oh, are there any babies you came up with? Is that why?" Exited, Mei clenched her fists, ready to see all of Izuku's plans when his hand touched her cheek. Mei looked confused as Izuku's eyes stared into hers, his slit pupil in the left eye dilating, looking gentler, softer than any other time she has seen before. Mei felt Izuku's thumb move, caressing her skin. Izuku, what is HMMPH? Mei couldn't get another word out as Izuku kissed her deeply. She was powerless as Izuku kept going. He had yet to say a word as he pulled her inside, closing his door, locking it. Mei could feel herself slipping as she started returning the kiss, making out with her boyfriend with more passion than ever. She didn't know what got into Izuku, but if she was being honest, she didn't mind. Her hands roaming Izuku's body, feeling his muscles and abs before she felt the sweater she was wearing slip off her shoulders and onto the floor. Primal instinct took over as Mei broke the kiss, taking off her tank top. Izuku doing the same to his shirt as they fell back on the bed, only to resume. With Izuku over her, Mei finally saw the boy open his mouth. "I love you, Mei." Izuku sighed as he looked up, his head resting on top of a pillow while he stared at the ceiling on his chest. Mei slept soundly, a blissful smile on her face and hair undone and looking disheveled, her naked form covered by the thick blanket that warmed both of them. Mei's legs were intertwined with his as her arm hugged his waist tightly. Izuku, looking down at the girl, took his left hand caressing her head, looking to his right and his bedside clock. Izuku saw that it was already around midnight. He needed to leave now. Shimmying his body out of Mei's grasp, Izuku softened his footsteps as he got out of bed. Going to his drawer chest, Izuku opened it, pulling out a pair of boxers, slipping them on over his naked lower half before he moved to his closet, grabbing his suit and holsters that hung off a few hangers. Putting on the clothes, Izuku exhaled a deep breath as he put his mask on. Lucifer reached up, grabbing his sniper rifle, slinging it over his shoulder and onto his back before bending down, going underneath his bed to pull out his bag and make sure everything he needed was in it. Izuku grabbed his phone, putting it on silent. Putting the device in his pocket, he walked over to his window, opening it as the cold air breezed into the room. Izuku. Mei shifted in the bed as Izuku climbed the railing. I'm sorry. Jumping down, Lucifer ran to the 1B dorms. He had one last stop. Using danger sense, he found what room he needed to go to. Jumping to the 3rd floor, Lucifer looked at the balcony door, using Black Whip, the tendril snaking its way into the locking mechanism before he twisted his wrist slightly, unlocking the door. Pushing it open, Lucifer crept inside before he stopped, taking his mask off. Sleeping on a small air mattress was Eri, the girl, sleeping soundly despite not him or Mei being air, though that may be due to Ibara being in the same room as her. Walking up to Eri, Izuku put his gloved hand on the girl's head, petting her, but his movement caused Eri to wake. Her tired eyes lazily opened. Pa. Yeah, it's me, Eri. Picking the girl up, Izuku hugged her to his chest, the girl hugging him back tightly as she yawned, her eyes opening and closing. I'm sorry I woke you up, Snowball. I just wanted to say that I love you, okay? I love Papa too, Eri mumbled, pushing her head closer to Izuku. Chuckling, Izuku kissed Eri's head. Now Eri, listen, Mei and Ibara will take care of you, okay? Papa has to go away for a while. No. And no away. Eri whimpered in her sleep, her mind hearing those words made her teary-eyed on instinct. Soothing the girl, Izuku rubbed her back. Don't worry, Eri, it's just for a bit. I promise I'll always come back to you and your mama. In the meantime, listen to them, and when I get back we can have all the candy apples we could ever want. Izuku, whispering this in Eri's ear, saw the girl have a slight smile as he placed her back on the mattress, tucking her in. Kissing her one final time on the cheek, Izuku put his mask back on, exiting through the window, closing it behind him silently. A misty portal filled the space of Inko's apartment as Lucifer looked deep within the void, stepping through without any hesitation. When his vision cleared, Lucifer looked at his new home. The League of Villains all stared at him. I see you. You're finally here. So you showed up after all. Welcome to the family. Divided by Get Out. One by one he was greeted by his new friends, his new acquaintances, his new leader. Bowing, Lucifer smiled under his mask. Thank you for allowing me to be among you. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.